Hello, my friends. I'm glad you're here, because tonight we're easing into the history of colour, how different cultures slowly learn to notice, name, and understand the shades of the world around them, turning simple pigments into meaning and memory. So if this slightly boring reflection, as we call it, helps you unwind, feel free to follow, drop a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now draw a little closer to the warmth, dim your lights, and turn on a fan for some noise. Tonight, we're going to explore one of the most fascinating journeys in human history. It's a story that unfolds across every continent and every culture, revealing how people discovered, created, and understood the colours that paint our world. Close your eyes and imagine a time before synthetic dyes, before science could explain rainbows, when the only colours available were those you could dig from the earth or coax from plants and insects. Outside, the world is locked in ice. Mammoths trudge through snow that never fully melts. But here, in the flickering warmth of your fire, you've made a discovery that will echo through millennia. In your hand, you hold a piece of red ochre. It's a rock, really, iron oxide mixed with clay and sand. But when you rub it against the cave wall, it leaves a mark, a streak of rusty red that catches the firelight and seems almost alive. You've seen this colour before, of course, in blood, in the sunset, in the clay by the river after rain. But this is different. This colour belongs to you now. You can put it wherever you choose. The red ochre isn't just any rock you found lying around. You had to search for it. Some deposits are better than others. The really good stuff comes from places where iron-rich water has seeped through stone for thousands of years. You've learned to recognise the spots where the earth bleeds this particular shade of rust. Sometimes you have to dig. Sometimes you trade for it with people from other regions who know different sources. You grind the ochre into powder, mix it with animal fat or water. The consistency matters. Too thick and it clumps. Too thin and it runs down the wall before you can shape it into anything meaningful. You're developing chemistry without knowing the word exists. You're understanding binding agents and pigment suspension through pure experimentation and careful observation of what works and what doesn't. The black comes from charcoal. That one's easier to make. Burn bones or wood until they're reduced to carbon. Grind them fine. Now you have two colours to work with, red and black. Later, you'll discover that certain types of clay produce yellow and white. Manganese dioxide gives you another kind of black, deeper than charcoal. But for now, red and black are your palette. You paint animals on the walls, horses, bison, the creatures you hunt and the creatures that hunt you. The red makes them look alive. The black gives them form and shadow. You're not entirely sure why you're doing this. Maybe it's magic, maybe it's memory. Maybe you just like the way it looks when firelight dances across the painted surface. What you don't realise is that you're beginning a relationship with colour that will define human culture for the next 30,000 years. You're learning that colour can be captured, controlled and transformed. You're discovering that the world's hues aren't fixed. They can be moved, mixed and made permanent. This knowledge will spread. Slowly at first, but it will spread. Other caves will fill with painted animals, other hands will grind ochre and mix it with fat. The techniques will improve. People will learn to blow pigment through hollow bones to create fine sprays of colour. They'll develop stenciling methods. They'll master the art of shading and depth. But it all starts here, with you, rubbing red rock against stone and watching colour bloom in the darkness. The funny thing about these early pigments is how limited they are and how much people do with them anyway. You can't make blue yet. Green is barely possible and highly unstable. Purple is completely beyond reach. But you don't miss what you've never seen created by human hands. The palette of earth tones feels complete because it's all you know. Red, black, yellow, white and brown. These are the colours of the ground beneath your feet and the fire that keeps you warm. Time passes in this cave. Generations of people add their marks to the walls. Some paintings overlay others. It becomes a living canvas, constantly refreshed and renewed. The oldest images fade into the rock. New ones shine bright with fresh pigment. No one thinks about preservation or permanence. You paint because humans paint. It's becoming part of what your people do. You're in Egypt now. The year is approximately 3000 BCE. The pyramids don't exist yet, but something remarkable is happening with colour. You're working in a workshop that specialises in creating pigments for tomb paintings and decorative arts. The air smells of minerals and mysterious chemical reactions that you understand only through experience. Red is still easy. Egypt has plenty of iron oxide deposits. The desert provides endless variations of red ochre. But you've discovered something new, something that would have amazed those cave painters from 27,000 years earlier. You've learned to make blue. True, vibrant, stable blue, the first synthetic pigment in human history. The recipe is complex. You take limestone and sand, add a copper compound, maybe some natron, the natural salt that's everywhere in Egypt. Heat the mixture to about 800 degrees Celsius. You have to maintain that temperature for hours. Get it wrong, and you end up with green, or nothing useful at all. Get it right, and you produce small crystals of a substance later ages will call Egyptian blue, or cuprorivite. The blue is stunning. Deeper than sky, richer than water. It's the colour of lapis lazuli, that impossibly expensive stone that comes from Afghanistan, but you've made it from common materials. Well, relatively common. The process still requires significant resources and expertise. Not everyone can make Egyptian blue. It's a specialised skill, and you're proud of your mastery. You grind the blue crystals into fine powder, mix them with egg white or plant gum to create paint. The consistency has to be perfect for applying to plastered walls. Too thick and it cracks as it dries. Too thin and the colour looks washed out and pale. You've done this thousands of times. Your hands know the right texture without thinking. The workshop has other pigments too. Yellow comes from orpiment, a sulfide of arsenic that's quite poisonous, but produces a colour like concentrated sunlight. You're careful not to breathe the dust when grinding it. Green is made from powdered malachite, a copper carbonate mineral that's softer and easier to work with than most stones. White is gypsum or chalk. Black is still good old carbon, though Egyptian black is finer and purer than anything earlier cultures achieved. What's interesting is how Egyptians think about these colours. Each one has meaning beyond mere decoration. Blue is the colour of the heavens and the Nile during flood season. It represents fertility, birth, and rebirth. Green symbolises growth and regeneration. Red can mean life and victory, but also chaos and destruction. Yellow is eternal and unchanging like the sun. White represents purity and sacredness. Black is the colour of fertile Nile mud, the source of life in the desert. You're painting a tomb wall today. The scene shows the deceased in the afterlife, surrounded by symbols of abundance and protection. The blue has to be perfect because it represents the sky under which this person will spend eternity. You apply it in thin, even layers. Each stroke matters. This painting will last thousands of years if you do your job properly. The hierarchy of Egyptian colour is partly practical and partly symbolic. Some pigments are expensive. Lapis lazuli costs a fortune because it has to be imported from so far away. Egyptian blue is cheaper but still requires skill and resources to produce. Red ochre is cheap and plentiful, so important people get painted with more expensive colours. But it's not just about cost. It's about what the colours mean and what they represent. The preparation of each pigment requires its own specific knowledge. Yellow or pigment must be ground in a well-ventilated area, because the arsenic fumes can sicken workers. You've learned to hold your breath at certain moments, to position yourself upwind of the grinding stone. The yellow powder is so fine it floats in the air like dust motes in sunlight. Beautiful and deadly at once. Malachite for green comes in chunks of varying quality. The best pieces are deep, vibrant green with few impurities. Lesser grades contain more stone and less pure colour. You learn to judge quality by sight and touch. The stone should feel dense and heavy. The colour should be consistent throughout. Grinding malachite is easier than grinding most minerals because it's relatively soft. The powder has a slight texture that makes it bind well to plaster. The white gypsum comes from quarries in the desert. It arrives in large blocks that must be broken down before grinding. Pure white is surprisingly difficult to achieve. Most gypsum has slight colour variations, a hint of grey here, a touch of yellow there. You select the whitest pieces for important work. The lesser whites get used for underpainting or less visible areas. Black carbon is prepared fresh each day if possible. Old carbon can absorb moisture from the air and become clumpy. You burn bones from the kitchen waste. Cattle bones work best. They produce a deep, cool black. Charred wood makes a warmer black with brownish undertones. For the finest work, you want the bone black. The grinding takes time. Carbon is softer than minerals but has a tendency to smear rather than powder cleanly. Egyptian artists develop something that seems simple but is actually quite sophisticated. They create a standardized colour palette. Every workshop uses more or less the same shades. Red is always that particular red. Blue is always that particular blue. This consistency allows Egyptian art to develop a recognisable style that persists for thousands of years. You can look at a painting from any period of Egyptian history and immediately recognise it as Egyptian. The binding medium matters as much as the pigment itself. Most commonly you use a mixture of water and plant gum extracted from acacia trees. The gum has to be prepared carefully. Too much, and the paint becomes sticky and difficult to apply. Too little, and the pigment doesn't adhere properly to the wall. You've learned the right proportions through years of practice. Your hands can judge the consistency without measuring. Sometimes egg is added to the binding medium for certain applications. Egg white makes colours more luminous and slightly transparent. Egg yolk creates a richer, more opaque effect. The choice depends on what surface you're painting and what effect you want to achieve. Experimentation teaches you things that no master can fully explain in words. The process of creating pigments connects you to the earth in ways that feel almost mystical. You're taking rocks and minerals, transforming them through heat and grinding, turning them into something that captures light and meaning. It's practical work, but it's also magic in its way. You're giving permanence to colour, fixing it in place where it can survive the centuries. Working in the heat of an Egyptian workshop, sweat dripping as you grind minerals into powder, you sometimes think about how these colours will outlast you. The painting you're working on today might be visible thousands of years from now. The blue you're applying to this particular piece of plaster might be seen by people you can't even imagine. Your hands are creating something that transcends your own brief existence. That thought makes the repetitive work feel meaningful. You're in ancient Greece now, around 800 BCE. Something strange is happening with how people talk about colour. You're listening to someone recite verses from the Iliad, that great epic poem about the war at Troy. The descriptions are beautiful and vivid, but something seems odd if you're used to how modern people describe the world. The sea, Homer says, is wine dark. Wine dark. Not blue, not green, not even blue-green or teal or any of the words you might expect. The sea is compared to the colour of wine, which is generally understood to be dark red or deep purple. This seems bizarre until you start noticing other things. The sky is rarely described as blue in early Greek texts. Bronze is sometimes described with the same word used for the sea. Honey is described as green. Sheep are violet. The more you pay attention, the more you realise that ancient Greek colour vocabulary doesn't map neatly onto modern colour categories. They had words for colours, certainly. But those words carved up the spectrum differently than you might expect. Greek had clear terms for white and black. It had a word that covered the range from red through purple through violet. It had a word that covered yellow and green and sometimes blue. But specific colour distinctions that seem obvious to modern eyes apparently weren't as important to ancient Greeks. They seemed to care more about whether something was light or dark, bright or dull, than about its specific hue. This isn't because Greeks were colourblind or couldn't perceive blue. They could see blue just fine. The Mediterranean sky was just as blue then as it is now. But the way they thought about and categorised colours emphasised different qualities. The brightness and saturation mattered more than the specific wavelength. Other ancient languages show similar patterns. The Hebrew Bible rarely mentions blue, though it does describe the sky. Early Hindu texts have elaborate colour vocabulary for red, yellow and white. But blue appears late in the linguistic record. Chinese colour terms evolved over time, with some colours gaining specific names centuries after others. Researchers eventually notice a pattern. Across many different cultures and languages, colour terms seem to emerge in a fairly consistent order. If a language has only 2 colour terms, they'll be black and white or dark and light. If it has 3, the third will be red. If 4, then either green or yellow appears. Blue comes relatively late in this sequence. Purple and brown come even later. Orange, pink and grey are often among the last to get dedicated terms. This doesn't mean people couldn't see these colours before they had words for them, but it suggests that having a dedicated word for a colour affects how easily people can think about and communicate about that colour. Language shapes perception in subtle ways. When your language doesn't have a word that distinguishes blue from green, you might genuinely be slower to notice the difference or care about it, even though your eyes register the distinction just fine. You're sitting with a Greek painter now. He's mixing pigments to paint a vase. He has access to red ochre, yellow ochre, white clay and black. With these 4 colours, he can create an astonishing range of images. Figures in action, scenes from mythology, geometric patterns of incredible complexity. He never complains about not having blue or green. Those colours aren't part of his artistic vocabulary. The vases he paints will be traded across the Mediterranean. They'll influence artistic styles in dozens of cultures, and the colour palette will remain consistent. Red figures on black backgrounds, black figures on red backgrounds, sometimes white added for detail. This limited palette becomes a defining characteristic of Greek ceramic art. Not because other colours are impossible to create, but because these colours form a complete system for what Greek artists want to express. Meanwhile, in other parts of the world, different colour vocabularies are developing. Some languages will end up with dozens of specific colour terms. Others will maintain broader, less specific categories for much longer. The diversity is fascinating. It suggests that colour perception isn't just about biology. It's also about culture, language, and what a particular society decides is worth paying attention to. You're in the ancient city of Tyre on the eastern shore of the Mediterranean. The year is roughly 1500 BCE. You work in one of the most valuable and prestigious industries in the ancient world. You're a purple dye maker. The smell is absolutely horrific. The purple doesn't come from minerals or plants. It comes from sea snails, specifically species of murex snails that live in shallow Mediterranean waters. Each snail produces only a tiny amount of dye from a gland in its body. To get enough purple dye to colour a single toga, you need thousands upon thousands of snails. The math is brutal, and the process is worse. First, you have to collect the snails. Divers bring them up in baskets. Then you have to extract the dye gland. This is delicate work. Break it wrong, and you contaminate the dye. Get it right, and you have a tiny bit of yellowish secretion that doesn't look purple at all, not yet. The secretions go into vats. They ferment for days. The smell of rotting shellfish fills the entire district. Other industries won't locate anywhere near the purple dye works because the stench is so overwhelming. People can smell it from miles away. But the smell means money. It means you're creating something so valuable that only the wealthiest people in the known world can afford it. As the mixture ferments and is exposed to sunlight and air, something remarkable happens. The yellowish goo transforms. It shifts through green, then blue, then finally settles into deep, glorious purple. Not lavender, not mauve, a rich, saturated purple that doesn't fade. It's colour-fast in ways that most ancient dyes can only dream of being. Wash the fabric 100 times, and the purple remains vivid. The exact shade varies depending on the snail species and the processing method. Some batches turn out more reddish, others are more bluish. The most prized shade is a deep reddish purple that becomes known as Tyrian purple. It's the colour of royalty, literally. Laws will be passed restricting who can wear it. Emperors will claim it as their exclusive right. The colour purple becomes synonymous with power and wealth. You're calculating the economics in your head as you work. Each snail provides maybe 1 drop of dye. A pound of dyed wool requires about 12,000 snails. The labour involved is immense. The final product costs more than its weight in gold, sometimes significantly more. A single purple-dyed garment can represent years of work and the deaths of hundreds of thousands of sea creatures, but the demand never stops. Every ruler wants purple. Every wealthy merchant wants to display their status with at least a purple stripe on their toga. Phoenician traders sell Tyrian purple across the known world. It becomes one of the most valuable trade goods in ancient commerce. Cities grow wealthy from the purple trade. Wars are fought partly over access to the best snail beds. The funny part is that the colour itself isn't even all that different from what you could achieve by mixing red and blue dyes. But those mixed purples fade. They wash out. They're not real purple, not Tyrian purple, not the colour made from tens of thousands of snails through processes that take months, and fill entire neighbourhoods with smell so bad that even you, who work here every day, sometimes have to step outside for fresh air. The purple workshops develop their own culture and traditions. Knowledge passes from master to apprentice. There are secrets about fermentation times, about how much salt to add, about which snails from which locations produce the best colour. Some of these secrets will be lost when the industry eventually collapses. Modern chemists will have to work hard to recreate the exact ancient process. In some ways, the purple trade is absurd. It's an incredibly inefficient way to colour fabric. But efficiency isn't the point. Rarity is the point. Difficulty is the point. The fact that it takes thousands of snails and months of labour to create something beautiful and permanent is exactly what makes it valuable. The purple isn't just a colour. It's proof of wealth, power, and the ability to command vast resources for something as ephemeral as appearance. The purple industry creates entire economies. Coastal cities build their prosperity on murex shells and dye vats. The divers who collect snails develop their own specialised knowledge. They know which reefs produce the best specimens. They understand the seasonal patterns. In spring, the snails are most active and easier to find. In winter, they burrow deeper and require more effort to harvest. Some divers work in relatively shallow water, wading in and plucking snails from rocks. Others dive deep, holding their breath for minutes at a time while gathering shells in weighted baskets. The work is dangerous. Drowning is a constant risk. Sharp rocks and strong currents claim lives regularly. But the pay is better than most other work available to common labourers. The snail processors have their own hierarchy. At the bottom are the workers who crack open shells and extract the tiny glands. This is tedious, repetitive work that stains hands and clothes permanently purple. The smell clings to workers even when they go home. Families of purple workers can often be identified by the faint aroma of rotting shellfish that never quite washes away. Higher in the hierarchy are the fermentation specialists who manage the vats. They understand the complex chemistry happening in those stinking pools. They know when to add salt or adjust temperature. They can judge by smell and appearance when the fermentation is proceeding correctly. If a batch goes wrong, months of work and thousands of snails are wasted. The pressure to get it right is intense. At the top are the master dyers who control the final stages. They determine the exact moment to remove fabric from the dye bath. Too soon and the colour is weak. Too long and it becomes too dark or develops unwanted undertones. They understand how different fabrics take the dye differently. Wool absorbs colour more readily than linen. Silk requires special treatment. The master dyers guard their knowledge jealously and pass it only to trusted apprentices. The economic impact of the purple trade extends beyond the immediate industry. The wealth generated by purple dye supports other businesses. Potters make the vats and containers. Weavers produce the fabric to be dyed. Merchants transport the finished product. bankers finance the operations, the colour purple creates jobs and trade networks across the Mediterranean world. Wars are fought partly over control of the best snail beds. Treaties include clauses about fishing rights in waters known for murex populations. Piracy targets ships carrying purple-dyed goods because the cargo is so valuable. The geopolitics of colour become surprisingly complex and consequential. Meanwhile, the snails themselves are being harvested faster than they can reproduce. In some areas, populations crash from overharvesting. This drives prices even higher and pushes the industry to seek new sources. Remote coastlines that were previously ignored become valuable for their murex beds. The expansion of the purple trade follows the expansion of accessible snail populations. You sometimes wonder what happens to all those empty shells. Millions upon millions of them, piled up near the dye works. They create literal mountains of discarded murex shells. These shell middens become landmarks. Future archaeologists will use them to map the extent and intensity of the ancient purple industry. The waste products of colour production become historical evidence. The social meaning of purple deepens over time. It's not just expensive, it becomes associated with specific types of power and authority. Roman senators wear togas with purple stripes. The width of the stripe indicates rank. Emperors eventually claim exclusive rights to certain shades of purple. Wearing imperial purple if you're not the emperor can be punishable by death. The colour becomes literally illegal for common people. This legal restriction of colour seems absurd from a modern perspective. How can you make a colour illegal? But in the ancient world it makes perfect sense. Purple represents power. Controlling who can wear purple is controlling who can display the symbols of authority. It's about maintaining social hierarchies through visible markers that everyone can understand at a glance. You're travelling now, moving east along trade routes that connect the Mediterranean to China. The year is somewhere around 200 BCE. In your pack, you carry samples of dyes and pigments from a dozen different cultures. You're a trader, and colour is your business. You've just left India, where you acquired something precious. Cakes of indigo, a blue dye made from the leaves of the indigofera plant. The process of making indigo is almost as complicated as making Tyrian purple, but the results are completely different. This blue is clear and bright, like a piece of sky compressed into solid form. The indigo makers showed you their process. They harvest the plants at exactly the right time, when the leaves contain the maximum concentration of the chemical that will become blue. They steep the leaves in water for hours until the liquid turns greenish. Then comes the strange part. They agitate the water vigorously, beating it with sticks, splashing it around. The water needs to absorb oxygen from the air. As oxygen mixes with the green liquid, blue precipitates out. Actual blue particles form and sink to the bottom of the vat. It looks like magic, this transformation from green to blue, triggered by nothing more than air and vigorous stirring. The blue sediment is collected, formed into cakes, and dried. These cakes can be transported anywhere. Mix them with water when you're ready to dye fabric, and you have blue. Indigo blue is different from Egyptian blue. Egyptian blue is a pigment for painting. Indigo is a dye that penetrates fabric. The blue soaks into wool, cotton or silk and stays there. It's not perfectly colour fast. It will fade eventually with washing and sunlight. But it's good enough for practical use, and it produces a blue more vibrant than most alternatives. You've also picked up cochineal from the Americas, though this is much later in history now. The timeline is flexible in this journey through colour. Cochineal is another insect-based dye, like Tyrian purple, but it produces brilliant red instead. The dye comes from tiny scale insects that live on cactus plants. You harvest the insects, dry them, and grind them into powder. The resulting red is so intense it almost hurts to look at. Different regions specialise in different colours based on what resources are available locally. Madder root produces red in Europe and Asia. Weld creates yellow. Woad makes blue, though not as nice a blue as indigo. The knowledge of which plants produce which colours spreads slowly along trade routes. Recipes are hoarded as valuable secrets. Fortunes are made and lost over access to the best dye sources. The madder plant requires specific growing conditions. It thrives in certain soils and climates but fails in others. Regions with successful madder cultivation become economically important. The roots must grow for at least 3 years before harvesting. Younger roots produce weak, pale dye. Older roots, sometimes left in the ground for 5 or 7 years, yield the deepest, most permanent reds. Farmers must be patient and plan years ahead. Harvesting madder is labour-intensive. The roots grow deep and must be carefully excavated without damage. After harvest, they're dried and then ground into powder. The powder has an earthy smell, not unpleasant but distinctive. Mixed with the right mordant, usually alum, madder produces colours ranging from pale pink to deep burgundy, depending on the proportions and techniques used. Weld is a different kind of plant entirely. It grows as a tall stalk covered in small yellow flowers. The entire plant above ground is harvested and dried. Unlike madder, which takes years, weld grows in a single season. This makes it more accessible but also less prestigious. The yellow it produces is bright and cheerful, though not as permanent as some dyers would like. Weld yellow fades somewhat with washing and sun exposure. Still, it's widely used because it's affordable and the colour is lovely while it lasts. Woad presents its own challenges. The leaves contain the same chemical compound as indigo, but in lower concentrations. Growing woad and processing it into usable dye requires knowledge and careful timing. The leaves must be harvested at the right stage of growth. Too young and they lack sufficient dye content. Too old and the quality deteriorates. The woad leaves are crushed and formed into balls that ferment and dry. These balls can be stored and transported. When needed, they're broken up and subjected to a fermentation process similar to indigo. The smell is terrible, somewhat like indigo, but worse if that's possible. Woad dye works better than people expect, but never quite matches the quality of true indigo. Still, in regions where indigo isn't available or is prohibitively expensive, woad serves admirably. You're in a market now, somewhere in Central Asia. Around you, merchants display fabrics dyed in every colour imaginable. The reds range from brick to blood to rose. The yellows span from pale cream to deep gold. Blues go from soft sky to intense navy. Some fabrics are dyed multiple times to achieve complex colours. Purple comes from over-dyeing blue on red, orange from red on yellow, green from yellow on blue. The traders here speak multiple languages: Persian, Arabic, Chinese, and various dialects you can't identify. They're haggling over bolts of cloth and bags of dye powder. A merchant from Damascus is trying to sell Syrian purple to a Chinese buyer. A Persian trader offers saffron, which produces a yellow so expensive it's used sparingly and only for the most luxurious textiles. An Indian merchant displays his indigo cakes like precious gems. The cultural exchange happening in this market goes beyond commerce. Techniques are shared, sometimes deliberately and sometimes accidentally. A dyer observes how a foreign merchant tests fabric quality and adopts the method. A trader learns about a mordant he's never heard of and brings the information home. Knowledge spreads through observation, conversation, and the natural human tendency to improve processes through experimentation. You notice regional preferences emerging. The Chinese favour certain shades of red and yellow that look slightly different from Persian preferences. European merchants seek blues and greens in particular combinations. African traders want specific patterns of colour arrangement. These preferences aren't random. They reflect cultural aesthetics developed over centuries. They represent what each culture considers beautiful or appropriate or meaningful. The dyeing processes themselves are often unpleasant. Many dyes require mordants, chemicals that help the dye bind to the fabric. Common mordants include alum, iron, and tin compounds. Some are toxic. The dye workshops smell of metal and chemicals and wet wool. Workers' hands are permanently stained from years of handling dyed materials. The vats where fabric is dyed are impressive in their size and number. Large dye operations have dozens of vats, each containing a different colour or shade. The vats are made of wood or ceramic, or sometimes metal. They're heated over fires, and the temperature must be carefully controlled. Too hot and the fabric can be damaged. Too cool and the dye doesn't penetrate properly. Watching fabric being dyed is oddly mesmerising. The undyed cloth goes into the vat looking dull and lifeless. It emerges dripping with colour, transformed. The colour isn't always apparent immediately. Some dyes require exposure to air to develop their final hue. Indigo-dyed fabric comes out of the vat greenish, and only turns blue as oxygen reacts with the dye. This transformation seems magical even when you understand the chemistry. The economic calculations behind the dye trade are complex. Transport costs must be factored in. Tariffs and taxes at various borders eat into profits. The risk of theft or loss adds another layer of expense. Yet the trade continues because the demand never stops. People want coloured fabric. They want variety and beauty in their clothing and home textiles. This desire drives an industry that spans continents, but the results are worth it. A beautifully dyed fabric is a thing of joy. The colours catch light and seem to glow. People save for years to afford a single garment dyed in the finest colours. Weddings and festivals are opportunities to display these precious coloured textiles. The brightest colours signal celebration and abundance. And you notice that different cultures have different colour preferences. Some favour bold, saturated hues. Others prefer subtle, muted tones. The symbolism varies too. White might mean purity in one culture and death in another. Red can represent luck or danger. Blue might be sacred or profane depending on context. As colours travel along trade routes, so do these cultural associations, sometimes clashing and creating new meanings. The economics of the dye trade are complex. A good dye source can make a region wealthy. The collapse of a dye industry can devastate communities. Wars are fought over madder fields and indigo plantations. Trade agreements include clauses about dye exports. Colour has become a major factor in international relations. You're in Venice now. The year is 1450. The Renaissance is in full bloom, and something extraordinary is happening with colour in art. You're in the workshop of a master painter, and the range of pigments available is stunning compared to what earlier artists had to work with. The painter shows you his collection. There's still red ochre, of course. Some things never go out of style. But now there's also vermilion, a brilliant red made from mercury sulfide. It's toxic to produce, dangerous to handle, but the colour is unmatched. Bright and pure and permanent. It costs a fortune, so it's used sparingly, reserved for the most important elements of a painting. Blue has exploded into options. There's still Egyptian blue, though the recipe has been lost and rediscovered. There's azurite, a natural blue copper mineral that's less expensive than the alternative. And then there's ultramarine, the most expensive pigment in the world. More expensive than gold by weight. Ultramarine is made from lapis lazuli, that stone from Afghanistan that's been prized for millennia. But you can't just grind lapis and use it as paint. The stone contains other minerals that dilute the blue. The process of extracting pure blue from lapis is complicated and wasteful. You end up with a tiny amount of brilliant blue pigment from a large amount of expensive stone. The painter uses ultramarine only for the most sacred subjects. The Virgin Mary's robes are painted in ultramarine. It's a statement of devotion and wealth. Commissioning a painting with lots of ultramarine is a way of showing both piety and prosperity. Contracts for painting sometimes specify exactly how much ultramarine must be used. Green has improved too. Verdigris, made from copper exposed to acetic acid, produces a bright green that unfortunately isn't very stable. It can darken over time or react with other pigments, but when fresh, it's lovely. There's also green earth, a natural mineral pigment that's much more reliable but less vibrant. The funny thing about Renaissance painters is how much they care about subtle variations in colour. They're not satisfied with just red or just blue. They want warm reds and cool reds, sky blue and deep blue. They start mixing pigments in complex ways to achieve specific effects. The technique of layering transparent glazes of colour over opaque underpainting allows for effects impossible to achieve with flat colour. You watch as the painter prepares a flesh tone. It's not a single pigment. It's a careful mixture of white lead, red ochre, a touch of yellow, maybe a bit of black to mute it slightly. The exact proportions create skin that looks alive rather than painted. Add a glaze of red over the cheeks and the figure seems to blush. Renaissance painters are masters of making colour behave like light on actual surfaces. Oil paint has recently become popular. Earlier artists used egg tempera, where pigments were mixed with egg yolk. Oil paint, where pigments are suspended in linseed oil or walnut oil, allows for different effects. Colours can be blended more smoothly. Glazes become easier. The paint stays workable longer, allowing for adjustments and refinements. The downside is that oil paintings take much longer to dry. The workshop smells of oil and turpentine and pigment dust. It's not as bad as a purple dye works, but it's definitely a working space with its own distinctive aroma. Apprentices grind pigments on marble slabs. Each pigment has its own ideal consistency. Some are ground fine as flour, others work better slightly coarser. Too much grinding can actually damage certain pigments, changing their colour properties. There's a growing trade in artist materials. Merchants specialise in importing pigments from around the world. Shops sell prepared paints, though serious artists still prefer to prepare their own to ensure quality. Books are being written about painting techniques, though they often guard their secrets in coded language, or leave out crucial details to prevent competitors from learning too much. The colour theory is developing too. Artists are beginning to understand complementary colours, though they don't use that term yet. They notice that red next to green makes both colours look more vibrant. Blue and orange enhance each other. These discoveries are made through experimentation and observation, not scientific understanding. But they work. You're in England now. The year is 1666. A young man named Isaac Newton has just locked himself in a dark room. He's made a small hole in the window shutter, allowing a single beam of sunlight to enter. In the path of that beam, he's placed a glass prism. What happens next will change how humans understand colour forever. The white sunlight hits the prism and spreads into a spectrum. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. The colours of the rainbow, separated and laid out in order. This isn't entirely new. People have known that prisms create rainbows for a while, but Newton is about to do something different. He takes a second prism and uses it to recombine the separated colours. The spectrum merges back into white light. Then he isolates a single colour from the first spectrum, say red, and passes only that red through another prism. The red doesn't spread into other colours, it stays red. Each colour in the spectrum is pure and can't be further divided. This is revolutionary. Before Newton, most people thought that prisms somehow coloured white light, adding something to it. Newton proved that white light is actually composed of all colours mixed together. The prism doesn't add colour. It separates colours that were already present. This seems simple now, but at the time it's a complete reversal of how people understood light and colour. Newton arranges the spectrum in a circle, creating the first colour wheel. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, arranged around a circle, with purple connecting violet back to red. This organisational system will influence how artists and scientists think about colour relationships for centuries. The number 7 is a bit arbitrary. Newton could have divided the spectrum into 6 colours or 8. He chose 7 partly because 7 was considered a mystical number, like the 7 notes in a musical scale or the 7 known planets. Indigo, that colour between blue and violet, is particularly questionable. Many people can't reliably distinguish indigo from either blue or violet, but 7 it is, and 7 it remains in popular understanding. Newton's work on colour is part of his broader investigations into optics and light. He's developing theories about how light travels, how it reflects and refracts, what it fundamentally is. The work on colour is almost a side project. but it ends up being one of his most influential contributions to human knowledge. You're watching him work. He's meticulous and systematic. He measures angles precisely. He records results carefully. When other scientists question his findings, he conducts more experiments to prove his points. The scientific method is coming into its own, and Newton is one of its greatest practitioners. The implications of Newton's discoveries spread slowly. Artists begin to understand colour mixing differently. If white light contains all colours, then white pigment should too, right? Well, no. Pigments work differently than light. Mixing all pigment colours together gives you brown or grey, not white. This confuses people for a while. The difference between additive and subtractive colour mixing takes time to understand. Light is additive. Mix all the colours of light together and you get white. Pigments are subtractive. They absorb certain wavelengths of light and reflect others. Mix all pigments together and they absorb most wavelengths, reflecting very little, resulting in dark, muddy colours. You're in an artist's studio now. The painter has heard about Newton's colour circle and is trying to apply it to paint mixing. He discovers that colours opposite each other on Newton's wheel, when mixed as pigments, create dull, neutral tones. Red and green make brownish grey. Blue and orange make greyish brown. This is useful information. If you want to mute a colour, mix it with its opposite. If you want bright, saturated colour, keep opposites separate. The relationship between scientific understanding and artistic practice is sometimes awkward. Scientists and artists are asking different questions about colour. Scientists want to understand the physics of light. Artists want to know how to make paintings look good. These goals overlap but aren't identical. Still, Newton's work provides a foundation that artists will build on. As colour theory develops over the next few centuries, you're in Germany in the early 1800s. The Industrial Revolution is changing everything, including colour. A chemist has just synthesised the first truly artificial dye, not a synthetic version of a natural pigment, like Egyptian blue, an entirely new colour that has never existed in nature. The chemical age of colour has begun. The first synthetic dye is mauve, created accidentally by a young chemist named William Perkin in 1856. He was trying to synthesise quinine, a medicine for malaria, from coal tar. Instead, he got a purplish residue. Most people would have thrown it away as a failed experiment. Perkin noticed that the residue dyed fabric a beautiful purple. Mauve isn't as saturated as Tyrian purple, but it's much cheaper and easier to produce. The colour becomes wildly fashionable. Queen Victoria wears a mauve dress to a royal wedding, and suddenly everyone wants mauve. The colour of the 1860s is this synthetic purple born from industrial chemistry and happy accidents. Other synthetic dyes follow quickly. Chemists discover they can create almost any colour from coal tar derivatives and other industrial byproducts. The dyes are bright, colour-fast, and inexpensive compared to natural alternatives. The entire textile industry transforms within a generation. You're in a factory now. The scale is astonishing compared to traditional dye works. Huge vats of chemicals produce thousands of pounds of dye powder daily. The colours are impossibly bright. Red's redder than cochineal. Blue's bluer than indigo. Yellows that practically glow. These synthetic dyes don't fade like natural dyes. They can withstand washing and sunlight without significant colour loss. The indigo industry collapses almost overnight. Why grow indigo plants, harvest them, process them through that complicated fermentation method when you can synthesise indigo in a factory? The synthetic version is chemically identical to natural indigo but costs a fraction as much. Entire regions that depended on indigo cultivation fall into economic crisis. The collapse happens gradually at first, then all at once. Indigo farmers notice prices dropping. They think it's temporary, a market fluctuation that will correct itself. But the prices keep falling. Merchants stop buying because they can get cheaper synthetic indigo from Germany or England. The plantations that employed thousands of workers start laying people off. Within a generation, An industry that sustained entire economies is essentially gone. The same happens with other natural dyes. Madder root, once essential for red dye, becomes nearly obsolete. The cochineal industry survives only because some people prefer natural dyes for certain applications, and because cochineal produces a particular shade that's hard to match exactly with synthetics. The social disruption is enormous. Communities built around dye plants lose their economic foundation. Skills passed down through generations become obsolete. The knowledge of how to grow and process madder or indigo or weld stops being economically valuable. Some of this knowledge is lost entirely. Later generations trying to recreate historical dye processes have to rediscover techniques through experimentation because the living tradition died out. The environmental impact is mixed. On one hand, intensive cultivation of dye plants often degraded soil and required significant land use. The collapse of these industries allows land to recover or be used for other purposes. On the other hand, the synthetic dye factories create their own environmental problems. Chemical waste streams pollute rivers. Workers are exposed to toxic compounds. The old problems are replaced with new ones, not eliminated. The textile industry transforms completely. Suddenly, bright colours are affordable for everyone. Working class people can wear clothing dyed in shades that would have bankrupted them a generation earlier. The democratization of colour changes fashion and social signalling. When everyone can afford bright blue or deep red, those colours stop being markers of wealth and status. Fashion has to find new ways to indicate social position. Interestingly, this leads to increased interest in subtle, complex colours that are harder to achieve even with synthetic dyes. Rich people start favouring sophisticated greys and muted tones that require skill to produce. The aesthetics of wealth shift from bright, saturated colours to carefully calibrated, understated shades that signal taste rather than mere purchasing power. Paint pigments go through a similar evolution. New synthetic pigments offer colours that weren't possible before. Cadmium yellow is brighter than anything made from earth or plants. Chromium oxide green is stable and permanent. Cobalt blue is expensive but gorgeous. The artist's palette explodes with options. The chemistry behind these new pigments is sophisticated. Cadmium yellow comes from cadmium sulfide. The exact shade depends on the particle size and the precise manufacturing conditions. Smaller particles produce lighter yellows. Larger particles create deeper, more orange yellows. Manufacturers learn to control these variables, producing consistent colours that artists can rely on. Chromium oxide green is created by heating chromium salts. The resulting pigment is incredibly stable. It doesn't fade in sunlight. It doesn't react with other pigments. It's not toxic like some earlier green pigments. This stability makes it ideal for both artistic and industrial applications. Chromium oxide green ends up colouring everything from fine art to house paint to ceramics. The cobalt pigments include cobalt blue, cobalt violet, and cobalt green. Each requires specific chemical processes. Cobalt blue combines cobalt oxide with aluminum oxide at high temperatures. The resulting pigment is expensive because cobalt is a relatively rare metal, but the colour is stunning. Deep, saturated and permanent. Artists happily pay the premium for such reliable beauty. The funny part is that more choices don't always make things easier. Too many options can be paralysing. Some artists stick with traditional palettes out of habit or principle. Others embrace every new pigment that comes along. The debates about the merits of different colours become almost religious in their intensity. The Impressionists, for example, develop a distinctive palette built around the new bright synthetic colours. They use vivid blues and greens and yellows in ways that earlier artists couldn't have achieved even if they'd wanted to. The high chroma colours enable a new kind of painting that captures light and atmosphere with unprecedented immediacy. The availability of these colours doesn't just expand options, it enables entirely new aesthetic movements. Traditional artists sometimes complain that the new synthetic pigments are too bright, too crude, lacking the subtlety of earth pigments. They're not entirely wrong. Some synthetic colours have a harshness that can be difficult to modulate, but they also enable effects impossible with traditional materials. The debate between tradition and innovation plays out in paint mixing, just as it does in every other human endeavour. Photography arrives and complicates things further. Early photographs are black and white. Colour photography won't become practical for decades. But even black and white photography forces people to think about colour differently. How do you represent the world in shades of grey? Which colours photograph as similar tones? Artists and photographers develop new visual languages to work within these constraints. Understanding how colours translate to grayscale becomes essential for photographers. Red and green might look completely different to the eye, but photograph as similar shades of grey. Blue sky and white clouds need careful exposure to maintain distinction in black and white images. These technical constraints influence how photographers compose their work and what subjects they choose to photograph. The science of colour vision advances too. Scientists discover that human eyes have 3 types of colour receptors, each sensitive to different wavelengths: red, green, and blue. All the colours we see are combinations detected by these 3 receptor types. This explains why RGB colour mixing works for light, and why certain colour blindness conditions exist. This understanding leads to new colour reproduction technologies. If human colour vision is based on 3 receptor types, then accurate colour reproduction only needs to match those 3 responses. This insight drives the development of colour photography, colour printing, and eventually colour television and computer displays. The biology of human vision becomes the foundation for colour technology. You're looking at a chemistry textbook now. The formulas for synthetic dyes are complex, long chains of carbon atoms with various elements attached. The precision required to synthesize these compounds is remarkable. Get one step wrong, and you end up with a completely different colour or no colour at all. Chemistry has become an essential part of the colour industry. The synthesis of a simple dye might involve a dozen steps. Each step requires specific temperatures, pressures, and reaction times. The wrong catalyst ruins the whole batch. Contamination from trace impurities changes the final colour. Industrial chemistry requires control and precision that earlier dye makers would find almost incomprehensible. The transformation from artisanal craft to industrial science is complete. You're moving through time and space now. Different cultures, different eras, all understanding colour in their own ways. Colour meaning is never universal. It shifts and changes depending on context, history, and cultural values. In China, red is lucky and festive. It's the colour of weddings and New Year celebrations. Brides wear red. Red envelopes contain money gifts. Red lanterns decorate homes during festivals. But in some Western cultures, red can signal danger or aggression. Stop signs and warning labels are red. The difference isn't about the colour itself, but about what societies have decided the colour represents. White means purity in many Western traditions. Brides wear white, churches are white. But in parts of Asia, white is the colour of mourning and funerals. The same colour carries opposite meanings depending on cultural context. Neither interpretation is wrong. They're just different. You're at a funeral in Victorian England. Everyone wears black. Black signifies mourning and respect for the dead. The deeper the black, the more profound the grief. Widows might wear black for years after their husbands die. But in ancient Egypt, black was the colour of fertile Nile mud, a symbol of life and regeneration. The Nile Delta was called the Black Land as a term of praise. Purple has been associated with royalty for so long that the connection feels natural. But that association comes from the expense of Tyrian purple. When synthetic purple became cheap, it lost some of that regal mystique. Now purple can be playful or eccentric. The meaning shifted because the rarity disappeared. Blue has changed meanings dramatically over time. In ancient times, blue was rare and exotic. Then it became associated with the Virgin Mary in Christian art, taking on sacred connotations. Later, blue became the colour of sadness in Western culture. Feeling blue The blues as a musical genre, but blue is also stable and trustworthy. Corporate blue for business suits and bank logos. The same colour spans from sacred to sad to professional. Green is nature and growth in most contexts. It's environmental movements and springtime. But green can also be poison. Green with envy. Sickly green. The Emerald City in Oz versus the green of decay. Context determines which association dominates. You're in an advertising agency in the 1950s. Colour psychologists are studying how different colours affect consumer behaviour. Red makes people hungry, supposedly, so it's good for restaurant branding. Blue is calming and trustworthy, perfect for banks and insurance companies. Yellow is cheerful and attention-grabbing. Every colour gets assigned psychological properties, some based on research, and some on pure speculation. The science behind colour psychology is mixed. Some effects are real and measurable. People do respond to colour in predictable ways under certain circumstances, but culture and personal experience matter enormously. A colour that's calming to one person might be agitating to another based on their associations and memories. You notice that colour meanings can be very specific. Sports teams adopt colours that become part of their identity. Wearing the wrong colours in certain neighbourhoods can signal gang affiliation. Military uniforms use colour to indicate rank and unit. The symbolic language of colour operates on many levels simultaneously. You're in the present now, looking at a computer screen that can display millions of colours. The technology that makes this possible would seem like magic to anyone from earlier eras. RGB pixels glowing in combinations that create any hue imaginable. Digital colour is fundamentally different from pigment colour. Screens emit light. They use additive colour mixing. Red, green and blue lights combine to create all other colours. Turn on all three at maximum intensity and you get white. Turn them all off and you get black. This is the opposite of how paint works, and it takes some getting used to. The precision is astonishing. Colours can be specified exactly using numeric codes. Hashtag FF. 0000 is pure red. Hashtag 00FF00 is pure green. Hashtag 0000FF is pure blue. You can create and reproduce any colour exactly using these codes. The subjectivity of colour description finally has an objective measurement system. Except it's not quite that simple. Different screens display the same colour codes differently. The red on your phone might not match the red on your computer. Colour calibration becomes a whole industry. Designers agonise over whether their carefully chosen colours will look the same to everyone viewing their work. You're designing a website. You choose colours that look perfect on your monitor. Then you check them on a phone. The blues are too dark, the yellows are washed out. You try to compensate, but there's no perfect solution. Digital colour is simultaneously more precise and less controllable than traditional pigments. Printing adds another layer of complexity. Printers use CMYK colour, cyan, magenta, yellow and black. Subtractive colour mixing like pigments. The colours you see on screen, created with RGB additive mixing, have to be converted to CMYK for printing. The conversion isn't perfect. Some screen colours can't be printed. Some printed colours can't be displayed on screens. It's frustrating but manageable. Emoji and digital communication create new colour associations. The yellow smiley face is so ubiquitous, it becomes a default for happiness. The red heart is digital love. The purple devil has implications. These simplified colour symbols work across language barriers, creating a kind of universal colour vocabulary that earlier cultures would have found useful but couldn't achieve. You're looking at colour trends online now. Designers declare colours of the year. Pantone announces that this year's colour is living coral, or classic blue, or whatever carefully named shade they've chosen. These pronouncements influence fashion, design and marketing worldwide. Colour trends spread faster than ever before thanks to digital communication and global connectivity. The accessibility of colour is unprecedented. Anyone with a computer can access millions of colours instantly. This democratization would have amazed Renaissance painters hoarding their ultramarine, but it also makes colour choices harder. When you can have any colour, Which colour should you choose? The paralysis of infinite options is real. Digital tools let you manipulate colour in ways impossible with physical media. You can adjust hue, saturation, and brightness independently. You can apply filters that change entire colour palettes with a single click. You can colour correct photos to make the sky bluer or the grass greener. Reality becomes optional. Colour becomes whatever you want it to be. But something is lost too. The physical experience of mixing paint or grinding pigment, the smell of oil and turpentine, the texture of brush on canvas. Digital colour is clean and precise and a bit sterile. Some artists deliberately work with physical media to reclaim that tactile connection to colour. You're looking forward now, imagining where colour might go next. The possibilities are both exciting and a bit unsettling. Technology continues to advance. Understanding of colour perception deepens. New applications emerge. Scientists are developing new pigments that do things impossible with traditional colours. Structural colour, like butterfly wings, where the colour comes from microscopic surface patterns rather than pigment molecules. These colours can be incredibly vibrant and don't fade because there's no chemical to degrade. The colour is built into the physical structure. You're watching a fabric that changes colour based on temperature or light exposure. Smart textiles that shift from blue to red when you're hot. Buildings that change appearance throughout the day. The line between static colour and dynamic colour is blurring. Colour becomes responsive and interactive rather than fixed. Virtual reality creates entirely new possibilities for colour. In VR, colours don't have to follow physical rules. You can make objects glow with impossible shades. You can create colour combinations that couldn't exist in the real world. The experience of colour becomes decoupled from physical reality entirely. But questions arise. If we can create any colour in virtual spaces, does colour lose meaning? When everything can be any colour, does colour stop being special? Or does it become more meaningful because we have complete control over our colour environments? The cultural meanings of colour continue to evolve. Global communication means colour associations spread and merge across cultures. Red might mean both luck and danger simultaneously. The complexity of colour symbolism increases rather than simplifies. You notice that some people are pushing back against digital colour saturation. They're seeking out natural dyes again, learning traditional techniques for making pigments from earth and plants. There's a movement toward colour with history and process behind it. Colour that connects to place and tradition rather than just hexadecimal codes. The science of colour perception advances. Researchers discover that some people have 4 types of colour receptors instead of 3. These tetrachromats can theoretically see colours the rest of us can't even imagine. The variation in human colour perception is greater than previously thought. What you see as blue might be genuinely different from what someone else sees as blue. You're in a museum looking at ancient cave paintings. The red ochre has lasted 30,000 years. It's faded but still visible, still recognisable, still colour. You think about the continuity, from grinding rocks to digital pixels, from cave walls to glowing screens. The human relationship with colour spans all of it. The future of colour isn't really about technology or science. It's about what we choose to do with our ability to create, control and understand colour. Every new tool for working with colour opens new possibilities, but it also raises questions about meaning, authenticity and value. Will synthetic structural colours replace pigments entirely? Will everyone wear clothes that change colour based on mood or environment? Will virtual reality make physical colour seem dull and limited? Or will people value physical colour more precisely because it has constraints and history? You're back in the present, sitting quietly, thinking about everything you've learned on this journey through the history of colour, from cave walls to computer screens, from purple snails to digital RGB. The arc of colour history bends toward increasing control and understanding, but also toward complexity and questions. The earliest humans who ground red ochre and painted animals on cave walls were doing something fundamentally human. They were capturing the world and transforming it, making the ephemeral permanent. taking colour from nature and putting it where they chose. That impulse hasn't changed in 30,000 years. The tools are better, the palette is broader, but the drive to work with colour comes from the same place. Every culture that developed colour words was carving up the spectrum according to what mattered to them. Not randomly, not carelessly, but thoughtfully, based on their needs and values and environment. The Greeks with their wine-dark sea weren't wrong. They were just paying attention to different aspects of colour than we do now. The people who spent months extracting purple from thousands of snails weren't being inefficient. They were creating meaning through labour and rarity. The purple mattered because it was difficult, because it represented something beyond mere appearance. That's still true. We still assign meaning to colours based on more than just wavelength. The Renaissance painters mixing elaborate flesh tones and hoarding ultramarine were pursuing beauty and realism with the tools they had. The fact that we now have easier ways to achieve similar effect doesn't diminish their accomplishments. If anything, it makes us appreciate the skill required to create beauty with limited means. Newton separating white light into spectrum colours was revealing something that had always been there, but never understood. The colours were in sunlight all along. We just needed the right tools and questions to see them. How much else about colour are we still not seeing? What questions haven't we thought to ask yet? The synthetic dye revolution made colour accessible to everyone. That's both wonderful and a bit sad. Wonderful because beauty shouldn't be restricted to the wealthy. Sad because rarity and difficulty created value and meaning that mass production can't replicate. We gain something and lose something in every technological advance. You think about your own relationship with colour, the colours you're drawn to, the colours that make you feel certain ways, your favourite blue that's not quite sky, and not quite navy but somewhere perfectly between, the specific shade of green that reminds you of a forest you visited once, the red that looks like autumn leaves in late afternoon sun. And these personal connections to colour are part of the story too. The history of colour isn't just about pigments and dyes and scientific discoveries. It's about human beings responding to the beauty and variety of the visible spectrum, finding meaning in wavelengths of light, creating culture around something as simple and complex as colour. The future will bring new colours and new ways of working with them. New meanings will emerge. Old associations will fade or transform. The story of colour continues to unfold. But the core of it remains what it's always been. Humans finding ways to capture and control and understand the colours that surround us. Making sense of the rainbow. Finding beauty in the spectrum. You're getting drowsy now. The journey through colour history has been long and winding. You've travelled from prehistoric caves to digital futures. You've met dye makers and painters, chemists and scientists. You've learned about ochre and indigo, purple and blue, about how language shapes perception, and how culture creates meaning. The colours are still there when you close your eyes, red and yellow and blue, green and orange and purple, all the shades between, all the meanings layered on top of simple physics. Light reflecting and refracting and being absorbed and re-emitted, photons striking your retina and triggering neural responses that your brain interprets as colour. But it's never just physics, it's also history and culture and personal memory. It's Egyptian blue and Tyrian purple, and mauve synthesised from coal tar. It's Newton's prism and digital RGB and structural colour that doesn't fade. It's every human who ever ground a pigment or mixed a dye or chose a colour because it meant something to them. The world is full of colour, always has been. But the human relationship with colour changes and grows and develops new dimensions. We're still learning to see the world, still discovering new ways to understand and work with colour, still finding meaning in the rainbow. The story isn't finished. It never will be. Colour is ongoing, always becoming, always new and always ancient at once. The cave painters who first ground red ochre would be amazed by synthetic pigments and digital displays, but they would recognise the impulse, the desire to capture colour and make it permanent. the need to transform the world through colour. That fundamental human drive connects us across millennia. We're all part of the same long story of learning to see and understand the colours that surround us. And with that thought, you drift into sleep. The colours of history swirling gently through your dreams, red ochre on cave walls, blue from Afghanistan, purple from the sea, yellow from the earth, green from copper. All the colours humanity has ever created or discovered or understood. All of them part of the same long, beautiful story of learning to see. Picture yourself waking up in a narrow bed that's barely wider than a coffin, but somehow more comfortable than anything you'd known before coming to Ashworth Manor. The room you share with 2 other housemaids is tucked under the eaves, where the ceiling slopes down so dramatically that you've learned to duck instinctively when getting dressed. The walls are thin enough that you can hear Mrs. Pemberton, the head cook, already clattering about in the kitchen 3 floors below, her wooden spoons conducting an orchestra of copper pots. It's 4:30 in the morning, and your body has become a living alarm clock. After 18 months in service, you no longer need the bell that Martha, the senior housemaid, rings to wake everyone. Your bones simply know when it's time to begin another day in the wonderful machine of the manor house. You slide your feet into boots that have moulded themselves to your particular brand of exhaustion, comfortable in all the wrong places, worn thin where you need them most. The floorboards creak their familiar greeting as you tiptoe around your sleeping roommates. Sarah, the scullery maid, talks in her sleep about her sweetheart back in the village, while Emma, who works in the laundry, snores with the dedication of someone who's earned every moment of rest. The servants' staircase serves as your primary route to all important places. It's narrow and steep, designed by architects who clearly never had to carry a coal scuttle up 4 flights, while balancing a chamber pot and trying not to wake the entire household. You've developed a peculiar grace navigating these stairs, part mountain goat, part ballet dancer, all determination not to tumble backward into catastrophe. Your first stop is the magnificent hall, where yesterday's ashes in the massive fireplace look like the remains of a small dragon. The grate is heavy enough to anchor a ship, and cleaning it requires the kind of athletic ability that would impress circus performers. You've learned to approach it like a puzzle. First the smaller pieces, then the grate itself, always mindful that coal dust has a magical ability to appear on surfaces you haven't even touched yet. The manor wakes up around you in layers. First come the other servants, moving through their morning routines with the synchronised precision of dancers who've rehearsed the same performance for years. Then come the dogs, Lord Ashworth's hunting hounds, who seem to insist on serving breakfast at 5 sharp, regardless of human convenience. Finally, the house itself begins to stir, floorboards settling, pipes gurgling their morning complaints, and somewhere in the distance, the grandfather clock in the entrance hall chiming the hours like a stern headmaster, keeping everyone on schedule. You've learned to love these early morning moments, when the manor belongs entirely to its servants. There's something peaceful about moving through rooms that will later buzz with the complicated social machinery of the upper classes, but for now exist in a state of suspended animation. The drawing room, with its silk wallpaper and furniture that costs more than most people earn in a decade, feels almost friendly in the pre-dawn darkness. You dust the mahogany tables and straighten the cushions on chairs that probably have their own names and pedigrees. The morning light filtering through the tall windows reveals dust motes dancing in the air like tiny rebellious spirits. You've developed a personal relationship with dust. It's your constant companion, your eternal opponent, and occasionally, when the light hits it just right, your unwitting collaborator in creating something almost beautiful. Dust, you've learned, has personality. The dust in the library is scholarly and dignified, settling politely on leather-bound books. The dust in the children's playroom is chaotic and adventurous, hiding in corners and emerging at the most inconvenient moments. By 6 o'clock, you've already accomplished what most people would consider a full day's work. The fires are lit, the main rooms are clean, and you've managed to avoid waking anyone who might dock your wages for disturbing their beauty sleep. Your back aches in that particular way that comes from bending over grates and reaching under furniture, but there's also a satisfaction in seeing the manor slowly come to life around your efforts. The kitchen, when you finally make it there for your breakfast, is a warm refuge filled with the smell of fresh bread and the comfortable chaos of Mrs. Pemberton's domain. She rules her realm with the authority of a general and the warmth of a favourite aunt, dispensing both orders and wisdom in equal measure. The pecking order in a Victorian mansion is more complex than the family tree of European royalty, and twice as confusing for newcomers. You've learned to navigate this social labyrinth with the skill of a diplomat, always mindful of who outranks whom, and exactly how much courtesy each position demands. At the top of the servants' hierarchy sits Mr. Whitmore, the butler, who carries himself with the dignity of a man who's never doubted his place in the world. Mr. Whitmore, the butler, possesses the ability to elevate the mundane task of polishing silver to a sacred ritual, and his disapproval is unmistakable. You've seen him reduce footmen to stammering apologies with nothing more than a raised eyebrow and a slight tightening around the eyes. Just below him reigns Mrs. Hartwell, the housekeeper, who manages the female staff with the organisational skills of a military commander and the intuition of someone who's raised 12 children. She carries a massive ring of keys that jangles with every step, announcing her presence like a one-woman brass band. These keys unlock everything from the linen closets to the wine cellar, and the sound of them has become the soundtrack of authority in your daily life. Mrs. Pemberton rules the kitchen with an iron ladle and a heart that's softer than her Yorkshire pudding. She's a cook who meticulously remembers each servant's preferred tea and consistently provides an extra biscuit during a particularly challenging day. Her domain is distinct from the rest of the house hierarchy, as she reports directly to Mrs. Hartwell. However, within her kitchen, her authority is unquestioned. You've found your place somewhere in the middle of this complex social machinery. As a housemaid, you're above the scullery maids and the kitchen help, but below the ladies' maids and the governess. It's a position that requires a peculiar kind of social awareness. You need to be respectful to those above you, kind to those below you, and cautious around those at your level, because horizontal politics among servants can be more treacherous than anything happening upstairs. The footmen occupy their own strange category in this hierarchy. They're technically your equals, but they seem to believe their fancy uniforms and proximity to the dining room make them practically members of the family. James, the senior footman, has mastered the skill of sneering at people, while simultaneously serving them soup. His pomaded hair and pristine white gloves make him look like he's constantly ready for a formal portrait, even when he's just carrying coal scuttles. The daily dance of precedence plays out in 100 small ways. Who enters the servants' hall first for meals, who gets the best seat near the fire, who's allowed to voice opinions about the family's guests, and who must simply listen and nod. You've learned to read these subtle cues like a scholar studying ancient texts, because misunderstanding your place can result in anything from cold shoulders to actual dismissal. The strangest part of this hierarchy is how it mirrors the family upstairs while remaining completely separate from it. Lord Ashworth might be the master of the house, but he has no idea that William, the second footman, has been conducting a subtle campaign of psychological warfare against Thomas, the hall boy, over whose responsibility it is to polish the brass doorknobs. These servant dramas unfold parallel to the family's lives, invisible to them but consuming tremendous energy below stairs. You've developed a strategy for navigating these social waters that involves generous amounts of tea, careful listening, and an almost supernatural ability to become invisible when tensions rise. The key is understanding that everyone, from the lowliest scullery maid to the most exalted lady's maid, is desperately trying to maintain their dignity in a world that offers very little of it to people in service. The laundry maids exist in their own steamy universe, emerging from the basement washhouse looking like they've been wrestling with clouds. They speak their language of starch and soap, and their hands are permanently pruned from constant contact with water. Emma, who shares your attic room, comes to bed every night smelling like carbolic soap and lavender, a combination that's become as comforting as a lullaby. The truly fascinating members of this servant ecosystem are the specialists, the lamp trimmer, who treats each fixture like a delicate patient requiring surgery, the boot boy, who knows the footwear preferences of every family member and guest, and the under-butler who's being groomed for Mr. Whitmore's position and carries the weight of that future responsibility like a crown that's still being fitted. Living in a Victorian mansion means existing in two worlds simultaneously, like being an actor in a play where half the cast doesn't know the other half exists. You've mastered the art of becoming functionally invisible when family members are present, a skill that requires more athleticism than most people realise. The back staircase is your lifeline to invisibility. It's a narrow, winding passage that connects every floor of the house. To designed specifically so servants can move through the mansion without disturbing the family's carefully orchestrated daily life. You've learned to navigate these stairs in complete darkness, your feet knowing exactly where each step creaks and which handrail wiggles. It's like having a secret passage to everywhere that matters, except the secret is that you're not supposed to exist while using it. The family's daily routine creates a complex choreography that you've learned to dance around. Lady Ashworth takes her morning tea at precisely 8 o'clock, which means you need to have her sitting room immaculate by 7:30. She has a particular way of sighing when things aren't arranged to her satisfaction. Not quite disapproval, but definitely disappointment, that can ruin your entire morning if you're not prepared for it. The children present their own unique challenges. Master Frederick, 8 years old and convinced of his military greatness, has transformed the third floor into his personal battlefield. You've learned to clean around elaborate arrangements of toy soldiers, knowing that disturbing his campaigns could result in the kind of tantrum that brings his mother running and gets servants blamed for corrupting young minds. His sister, Miss Caroline, is 12 and has recently discovered the power of treating servants like her personal confidants, which is flattering until you realise she's practising her future role as mistress of her household. The guests are where things get intriguing. Every visitor brings their expectations, their servants, and their own way of treating the household staff. You've learned to read people quickly. Some guests treat you like furniture, others like family pets, and a precious few like actual human beings. Those who attempt to appear friendly, yet make it evident that they view you as a completely different species, are the worst. Mrs. Fitzpatrick, Lady Ashworth's sister, visits monthly and treats the servants' hall like her personal entertainment venue. She sweeps through, asking intrusive questions about your personal life, while simultaneously rearranging everything according to her own preferences. Her lady's maid, Miss Prentice, apologises constantly for her mistress's behaviour, while somehow making it clear that she considers herself superior to the permanent staff. The dinner parties are where your invisibility skills get their greatest work out. You've learned to move through the dining room like a ghost, refilling water glasses and replacing courses while 8 to 12 people conduct conversations that range from fascinating to horrifying, often within the same sentence. The trick is to listen without appearing to listen, to anticipate needs without seeming to pay attention, and to remember everything while pretending to forget it all the moment you leave the room. Overhearing conversations about politics, finance, and social scandals that would make excellent gossip if you could share them, you've gained valuable insights. The family discusses their neighbours' affairs, their business dealings, and their opinions about everything from the weather to the empire, all while servants move around them like well-trained spirits. It has provided you with an education in human nature that no school could match. The most challenging aspect of this upstairs-downstairs existence is maintaining your sense of self while pretending to be invisible. You've learned to find moments of genuine connection with the family members, a shared joke with Miss Caroline, a moment of appreciation from Lady Ashworth when you've arranged her flowers particularly well, or a nod of approval from Lord Ashworth when you've managed to clean his study without disturbing his carefully organised chaos. The house itself becomes a character in this daily drama. Different rooms have different personalities, different moods, and different requirements for how you're supposed to behave in them. The library demands quiet reverence. The drawing room requires careful attention to every surface, and the nursery needs the kind of vigilance that comes from knowing that children can destroy a perfectly clean room in the time it takes to blink. Cleaning a Victorian mansion is like being a detective, a chemist, and an athlete all rolled into one exhausting profession. You've learned that every stain tells a story, every surface has its personality, and every cleaning solution has the potential to either save the day or create a disaster that follows you for months. The cleaning supplies in Mrs. Hartwell's locked cupboard look like ingredients for either medicine or mayhem, depending on your level of expertise. Mrs. Hartwell's locked cupboard contains a variety of cleaning supplies, including carbolic acid for the floors, vinegar for the windows, and a product known as Monkey Brand soap, which, while purportedly effective on everything from brass to boots, often leaves your hands feeling as if you've been handling sandpaper. You've developed a personal relationship with different types of dirt. There's the honest dirt that comes from daily living, dust, mud, the occasional spilled tea, which responds to straightforward cleaning methods and doesn't hold grudges. Then there's the sneaky dirt that hides in corners and behind furniture, waiting to embarrass you when important guests visit. The worst is the mysterious dirt that appears overnight on surfaces you cleaned perfectly the day before, which you're convinced is either supernatural or the result of some servant conspiracy you haven't figured out yet. The weekly ritual of cleaning the chandeliers requires the kind of courage usually reserved for mountain climbing. You've mastered the art of dismantling these crystal monsters, meticulously cleaning each individual crystal, with a solution that Mrs. Hartwell fervently advocates but withholds the recipe. The crystals have to be dried with specific cloths, polished with particular movements, and reassembled in exactly the right order, or they'll catch the light wrong and everyone will notice. Carpet cleaning is where you've truly earned your stripes as a domestic warrior. The dining room carpet, which depicts some sort of hunting scene with more deer than you'd see in an actual forest, requires weekly attention with a carpet beater that's heavier than most people's luggage. You've learned to read the carpet's mood. Some weeks it gives up its dirt easily, other weeks it clings to every speck like it's fighting for its life. The silver service is your nemesis and your pride simultaneously. There are pieces in the butler's pantry that have been in the family for generations, each with its own cleaning requirements and its own way of making you look incompetent. The tea service from Lord Ashworth's grandmother requires a special polish that has to be applied in circular motions, never straight lines, and buffed to a shine that can blind unsuspecting footmen. You've discovered that cleaning is really about understanding chemistry, even if nobody calls it that. Different materials require different approaches, different solutions and different techniques. The marble in the entrance hall needs gentle treatment with specific soaps, while the wood panelling in the study requires oils that have been mixed according to recipes that are closely guarded family secrets. The laundry presents its own scientific challenges. You've learned to identify stains by sight, smell, and sometimes by the story behind them. Blood requires cold water and salt. Wine needs to be treated immediately with white wine if you can get it. And mysterious stains on the children's clothing usually respond to a combination of prayer and whatever Mrs. Pemberton recommends from her arsenal of kitchen remedies. Your skills truly test during the seasonal cleaning rituals. Spring cleaning means taking apart every room, cleaning surfaces that haven't seen attention since the previous year, and discovering problems that have been hiding all winter. You've learned to approach these marathons like a military campaign, with careful planning, strategic supply management, and the kind of determination that comes from knowing that failure means starting over from the beginning. The tools of your trade have become extensions of your body. You know exactly how much pressure each brush can handle, which cloths work best on which surfaces, and how to make a feather duster perform like a precision instrument. Your hands have developed calluses in places that tell the story of your daily routine, and your back has learned to bend and twist in ways that would impress contortionists. The kitchen is the heart of the manor, but it's a heart that beats with the rhythm of organised chaos, military precision, and the occasional minor explosion when someone forgets that the temperamental stove has a mind of its own. You've learned to navigate this culinary battlefield with the skill of a diplomat, and the reflexes of someone who's been hit by flying pastry once too often. Mrs. Pemberton governs her domain with a wooden spoon that has endured more use than most medieval weapons. Mrs. Pemberton is a cook who adeptly prepares a 7-course dinner for 12 guests, manages the daily meals for 23 servants, monitors dietary restrictions that fluctuate with the weather, and maintains a constant commentary on the moral failings of anyone who has ever questioned her gravy. The kitchen follows a schedule that would leave railway conductors feeling envious. Breakfast preparation begins at 4:30, with the great stove being coaxed to life like a temperamental dragon that requires specific rituals to avoid breathing fire in the wrong direction. The bread has to rise at precisely the right temperature. The porridge must be stirred in a particular pattern to avoid lumps, and the bacon requires the kind of attention usually reserved for diplomatic negotiations. You've learned to read the kitchen's moods like a weather forecaster. When Mrs. Pemberton starts humming while she kneads bread, it's going to be a good day. When she begins muttering about ungrateful families and servants who don't appreciate proper cooking, it's time to become very useful, very quietly, and very far from her line of sight. When she starts banging pots louder than necessary, everyone knows to work faster and speak less. The scullery maid, poor Sarah, lives in a world of endless dishes, where every meal creates a mountain of plates, glasses, and serving pieces that need to be washed, dried, and put away before the next meal begins the cycle again. She's developed arms that could probably arm wrestle most of the footmen, and a philosophical approach to dishwater that borders on the mystical. Her domain is the enormous sink, a porcelain monster that could probably bathe a small horse, and she approaches each load of dishes like a general planning a campaign. The preparation of meals for upstairs is a performance that requires choreography, timing, and the kind of attention to detail that would impress Swiss watchmakers. Every plate must be warmed to the exact temperature, every garnish placed with artistic precision, and every course timed to arrive at the dining room exactly when the family is ready for it. You've learned to move through this ballet without disrupting the flow, carrying messages between the kitchen and the dining room, adjusting plans when last-minute guests arrive, and somehow managing to be helpful without getting in the way. The servants' meals present their challenges. We need to feed 23 people substantial, satisfying food that is efficient to prepare and doesn't require the same ingredients as the family's meals. Mrs. Pemberton has mastered the skill of maximising the use of ingredients, resulting in meals that are not only economical but also delicious, despite her reluctance to acknowledge their deliciousness. The weekly delivery of supplies turns the kitchen into a small version of a marketplace. Tradesmen arrive with vegetables, meat, dairy and dry goods, and Mrs. Pemberton inspects everything with the critical eye of someone who's been fooled by wilted lettuce exactly once and learned her lesson. She haggles over prices, rejects inferior products, and somehow manages to maintain relationships with suppliers that ensure the manor gets the best of everything while staying within budget. The kitchen gossip network is more efficient than the postal service. Information travels from the tradesman's entrance to the servants' hall faster than steam from a kettle, and Mrs. Pemberton somehow knows about neighbourhood scandals before they happen. She dispenses wisdom about everything from unreliable butchers to unsuitable marriages, all while stirring sauces and timing roasts with the precision of a master conductor. The kitchen reveals its true character during the evening clean-up. After a day of constant activity, the great room needs to be restored to perfect order for the next day's battles. Every surface must be scrubbed, every pot cleaned and put away, and the stove banked for the night like a faithful pet being tucked into bed. It's during these quiet moments that you appreciate the kitchen's warmth, both literal and metaphorical, and understand why it's considered the heart of the entire household. Living in a Victorian mansion also makes you an unwilling keeper of family secrets, neighbourhood gossip and blackmail material, which you would never do because that would be wrong and you need this job. The servants' hall after dinner is where information flows like tea from a pot. Sometimes bitter, sometimes sweet, always hot. You've learned to listen carefully and speak cautiously, because gossip is currency in the servant world, and spending it unwisely can leave you socially bankrupt. The trick is knowing which stories are safe to share, which ones are too dangerous to repeat, and which ones are so delicious that keeping them secret feels like a physical sacrifice. Martha, the senior housemaid, has been with the family for 15 years and knows everything about everyone. She possesses an extensive knowledge of scandals, ranging from Lord Ashworth's youthful gambling debts to the reasons behind Lady Ashworth's sister's exclusion from Christmas dinner. Martha dispenses this information like a careful pharmacist, giving you just enough to satisfy your curiosity without providing enough to get you into trouble. The most fascinating discoveries come from cleaning the family's private spaces. You've mastered the art of interpreting clues, such as the hastily hidden letters upon entering a room, the abrupt halts in conversations when servants arrive, and the poignant glances shared among family members that reveal intricate details about situations you're not expected to comprehend. The art is in appearing oblivious while actually being quite observant, and in remembering everything while pretending to forget it all. The guest rooms hold a wealth of information about the family's social connections. You've learned to deduce entire stories from the contents of visitors' luggage, their correspondence, and their requests for specific services. Colonel Weatherby, who visits quarterly, always brings his soap and requests extra towels, which suggests either fastidious hygiene or something more interesting that you're not supposed to think about. Mrs. Vanderbilt always travels with her sheets and insists on having her tea prepared with water that's been boiled exactly twice, which tells you something about either her standards or her superstitions. The most dangerous secrets are the ones that involve the family's finances. You've overheard enough conversations to understand that the manor's magnificent appearance might not reflect the actual state of the family's resources. There are whispered discussions about mortgages, investments, and the need to make certain economies that must never be apparent to visitors. This knowledge lingers in your mind, too significant to overlook, yet too perilous to divulge. The romantic entanglements of the family provide endless entertainment for the servants' hall, Everyone is eagerly anticipating the moment when Miss Caroline's parents will notice her obvious infatuation with the young curate, who is visiting to discuss her charitable work. Master Frederick's current obsession with military history seems to be connected to his desire to impress Miss Julia, the daughter of a visiting general, which is adorable until you realise that 8-year-old romantic strategies involve increasingly elaborate displays of toy soldier expertise. Observing the relationship between Lord and Lady Ashworth from the unique perspective of someone who maintains their private spaces is a fascinating study in Victorian marriage. They maintain the perfect facade of domestic harmony in public, but you've learned to read the subtle signs of tension, separate bedrooms during certain weeks, conversations that are too polite to be natural, and the way they sometimes communicate through servants rather than directly to each other. The most unexpected secrets are the ones that reveal the family's humanity. You've discovered that Lord Ashworth writes poetry, which he hides in his desk drawer like it's evidence of criminal activity. Lady Ashworth discreetly transfers funds to her former governess, who is struggling financially. Master Frederick sleeps with a stuffed elephant he's had since infancy, and Miss Caroline keeps a diary locked in a box you would never dream of opening, even though you know exactly where she hides the key. The neighbourhood scandals that filter through the servants' network are like chapters in a novel that never ends. There's the ongoing mystery of why the Pemberton family down the road suddenly dismissed their entire staff last month. The speculation about whether Mr. Harrington's new wife is actually as young as she claims to be, and the delicious controversy surrounding the Methodist minister's daughter, who's been seen walking unchaperoned with a young man who's definitely not from a suitable family. After 18 months in service, you've learned that life in a Victorian mansion is built on rhythm. The daily beat of routine that keeps everything functioning, punctuated by moments of unexpected magic that make all the hard work worthwhile. Your days have developed a musical quality, each task flowing into the next with the kind of precision that comes from repetition and the knowledge that 22 other people depend on you doing your part perfectly. The changing seasons bring different rhythms to the manor. Spring means opening windows that have been sealed against winter's cold, beating rugs that have collected months of fireplace smoke, and the general resurrection of a house that's been hibernating. Summer brings garden parties, house guests, and the challenge of keeping cool in rooms that face the afternoon sun. Autumn means preparing for winter's siege, preserving food, and the melancholy beauty of watching the grounds transform into a landscape painting. Winter brings the cosy intimacy of smaller, warmer spaces, the constant tending of fires, and the satisfaction of keeping a large house comfortable when nature is doing its best to freeze everything solid. You've learned to find beauty in the most mundane tasks. There's something almost meditative about polishing silver until it reflects your face with perfect clarity, or arranging flowers in a way that makes an ordinary room feel like a scene from a fairy tale. The repetitive nature of your work has taught you to appreciate small improvements, tiny victories, and the satisfaction that comes from doing something well, even when nobody notices. The family has grown from distant figures to real people with quirks, habits, and personalities that you've learned to accommodate and even appreciate. Lord Ashworth's absent-minded professor tendencies mean you never move anything on his desk, even when it's been sitting in the same spot for months. Lady Ashworth's perfectionist streak has taught you to anticipate problems before they occur and to take pride in exceeding expectations. The children have shown you that growing up in privilege doesn't necessarily mean growing up without challenges, and that being wealthy doesn't protect you from the universal experiences of childhood confusion and the need for kindness. Your fellow servants have become the family you never expected to find. Martha's tough exterior conceals a heart shattered by numerous disappointments, yet she's the first to extend assistance when you're in need. Mrs. Pemberton's persistent complaints about ungrateful people conceal a profound joy in providing nutritious food and maintaining their health. Even Mr. Whitmore, with his intimidating dignity, has shown moments of unexpected humour and surprising kindness. The skills you've developed in service have changed you in ways you didn't anticipate. Your hands have become capable of delicate work that would have been impossible 18 months ago. Your back has grown stronger from all the bending and lifting. Your mind has become more organised, more efficient, and better at solving problems quickly. You've learned to read people's moods, to anticipate needs, and to provide comfort without being asked. The most surprising discovery is how much you've learned about yourself. Living in service has taught you resilience, patience, and the value of work well done. You've learned that you can adapt to unexpected situations, that you can do more than you thought, and that dignity isn't based on social status. The future stretches ahead, with possibilities you're still learning to imagine. Some servants spend their entire careers in service, rising through the ranks to positions of respect and responsibility. Others save their wages and eventually establish their households. A few marry and leave service altogether, carrying their skills into different lives. You haven't decided which path you'll take, but you've learned that having choices is a luxury you're grateful for. As you settle into your narrow bed at the end of another long day, listening to Sarah murmur about her sweetheart and Emma's reliable snores, you realise that this life you've built in service is more than just a job. It's a community, an education, and a foundation for whatever comes next. The manor house sleeps around you, peaceful and secure, and you drift off knowing that tomorrow will bring the same rhythm of routine and the same possibility of small magic. The last thing you hear before sleep takes you is the grandfather clock in the entrance hall, chiming the hours with the same steady reliability that has marked your days since you arrived. It's a comforting sound, a reminder that some things endure and that your part in keeping this small world functioning matters more than you might have thought when you first climbed those steep servant stairs with your single bag of possessions and a heart full of uncertainty. Your life in service has taught you that home isn't always the place you're born and family isn't always the people you share blood with. Sometimes home is a narrow bed under sloped ceilings, and family is the people who know exactly how you like your tea and never forget to save you the last slice of Mrs. Pemberton's apple tart. Welcome to the world of a knight in medieval Europe, somewhere between the 11th and 14th centuries. You're not charging into battle or seeking glory. You're managing land, fulfilling obligations, and moving through the steady rhythm of service and responsibility that define this life far more than any legend ever could. The days are long, the work is constant, and the satisfaction comes not from heroism but from continuity. You wake before full light in a manor house built from stone and timber. The room is not large. A wooden bed frame holds a mattress stuffed with straw and wool, layered with linen and a heavy woolen blanket. The air is cool, especially in the months between autumn and spring, when frost settles on the ground outside and your breath mists faintly in the dim light. You can hear movement elsewhere in the house, servants already tending to fires, preparing the hall, and beginning the work that sustains the household. Their footsteps are soft on packed earth floors, their voices low and purposeful. You dress in layers. A linen shirt first, pulled over your head, the fabric slightly rough against your skin but softened by many washings. Then woolen hose tied at the waist with linen cords, the wool thick enough to provide warmth but not so thick that it restricts movement. A tunic follows, dyed a practical colour, brown, dark green, or grey, and belted at the waist with leather. The belt holds a small knife in a sheath, useful for cutting food or trimming loose threads, or any of a dozen small tasks that arise throughout the day. Leather shoes, soft-soled and worn smooth from use, complete the basic outfit. In winter, you add another layer, a heavier tunic or a cloak lined with fur. In summer, you might skip the outer tunic until later in the day when you need to appear more formally dressed. The clothing is functional, made to last and repaired when it tears. Nothing is discarded lightly. A torn seam is stitched, a worn patch is reinforced. The garments accumulate small repairs over months and years, each mend a mark of continued use. You move through the hall. The ceiling is high enough to let smoke from the central hearth rise toward the roof beams, where it escapes through gaps left deliberately for ventilation. The walls are stone at the base, timber above, plastered, and sometimes whitewashed. Tapestries or woven hangings cover portions of the walls, providing insulation against drafts and adding colour to the space. Trestle tables have been set up along the sides of the hall, their surfaces scarred from years of use. Benches wait for the morning meal. Servants are already laying out bread, cheese and ale, moving with the quiet efficiency of people who have done these tasks countless times before. You take your place at the head of the table, not because you are particularly grand, but because this is your household and this is where you sit. The position comes with the responsibility. Your wife, if you have one, sits beside you or near you, depending on the formality of the meal. Children, if they're old enough, sit further down the table. Servants and members of your household fill the remaining spaces. Breakfast is simple. The bread is dense and filling, made from rye or barley, sometimes a mix of grains called maslin. The crust is thick and dark. The interior is chewy. You tear pieces off with your hands, dipping them in ale or spreading them with butter if it is available. The cheese is local, made from the milk of cows or sheep kept on your land. It is firm, sometimes crumbly, with a strong flavour that varies depending on how long it has aged. The ale is weak, safer to drink than water from the well, and slightly sweet from the barley used in brewing. You eat without hurry. The meal is a pause before the day's work begins in earnest. Others join you, members of your household, perhaps a younger man learning service under your roof, a steward who manages portions of your land, or a clerk if you employ one to keep records. Conversation is low and practical. Someone mentions a fence that needs repair near the eastern boundary. Someone else notes that the grain stores are holding well after the last harvest. A servant reports that one of the horses seems slightly lame and should be examined. You listen, ask questions when needed, and make mental notes of what requires your attention. After the meal, you step outside. The manor sits within a few acres of enclosed land. Gardens where vegetables and herbs are grown, a small orchard with apple and pear trees, and outbuildings for storage and animals. The air is cooler outside than in the hall, fresh with the scent of earth and vegetation. If it has rained recently, the ground is soft underfoot, mud clinging to your shoes. If the weather has been dry, dust rises faintly with each step. Beyond the enclosed area, open fields stretch toward the edge of your holding. The landscape varies by season. In spring, the fields are being ploughed, the dark soil turned in long furrows. In summer, grain grows tall and green. In autumn, the harvest is underway, with sheaves of wheat or barley bundled and stacked. In winter, the fields lie fallow, brown and stubbled, resting until the cycle begins again. Peasants are already at work when the sun is barely above the horizon. They move through the fields with tools, ploughs, scythes, hoes, their movement steady and practised. You do not work the fields yourself, but you oversee them. You walk the boundaries periodically, checking that hedges are maintained, that drainage ditches are clear, and that no one has encroached on your land or moved boundary markers. The land is your responsibility, and managing it well is essential to maintaining your position. You return to the hall or to a smaller chamber used for managing household affairs. The chamber is quieter than the hall, with a table for writing and reviewing documents, a chest for storing important papers, and a small hearth for warmth. There are accounts to review, lists of rents owed and collected, records of grain stored and distributed, and notes on livestock counts. If you are literate, you review these yourself. If not, your clerk or steward reads them to you, and you listen carefully, asking questions to ensure you understand the state of your holdings. Rents arrive in various forms. Some tenants pay in coin, a few silver pennies handed over at regular intervals. Others pay in kind, bushels of grain, chickens, eggs, and days of labour. You track these contributions, ensuring that everyone fulfills their obligations. The system depends on this reciprocal structure. The peasants work the land and provide you with food and service. In return, you provide protection, access to land, and a place within the social order. Disputes arise regularly and require your attention. A tenant farmer arrives with a complaint about another tenant's pigs wandering into his grain. You listen to both sides and ask a few questions about whether pigs are kept, and whether the boundary between the two plots is clearly marked. The solution is not dramatic. The pigs will be penned more securely. The grain will be compensated with a portion of the pig owner's next harvest. Both men leave, not entirely satisfied, but accepting the decision because it follows established custom. You spend a significant portion of your day juggling small tasks, making household decisions, and fulfilling your obligations. You are responsible for the land, for the people who live and work on it, and for the service you owe to the Lord above you. That service might mean appearing at his court, contributing armed men when required, or simply maintaining your portion of the social order. The work is constant, unglamorous, and essential. In the afternoon you might ride out to inspect another part of your land or visit a neighbouring knight. The horse you ride is not a war horse. It is a palfrey, bred for steady travel rather than combat. Its gait is smooth, easier on your body over long distances. You carry a light pack with provisions, bread, cheese, and a flask of ale, in case the journey takes longer than expected. The roads are uneven, sometimes muddy, sometimes rutted by cartwheels and dried into hard ridges. You pass through fields where workers pause briefly to acknowledge you with a nod or a raised hand. You pass clusters of cottages, small structures with thatched roofs and walls of wattle and daub, smoke rising from central hearths. You pass through stretches of forest managed for timber and hunting rights. The trees are thick, their canopy filtering the sunlight into dapple patterns on the ground. The forest is not wild, it is carefully controlled, with certain trees marked for cutting, certain areas reserved for the Lord's hunting, and certain paths maintained for travel. You know these paths well, having ridden them many times. When you return, the hall is being prepared for the evening meal. Servants are setting up the trestle tables again, sweeping the floor and adding wood to the fire. You wash your hands and face in a basin brought by a servant, the water cool and clean, scented faintly with herbs. You change your outer tunic if the one you wore has collected too much dust or mud, hanging the soiled garment on a peg to be cleaned later. You take your seat again. The meal is larger than breakfast, but still modest by the standards of great feasts. Pottage made from peas or beans, thick and steaming, is ladled into wooden bowls. A piece of roasted fowl or salt pork is placed on a trencher. A thick slice of stale bread that serves as both plate and part of the meal. More bread, cheese, and apples from the orchard. You eat, you speak with those at your table about the day's events and tomorrow's plans, and then the evening settles in with its own slower rhythm. This is the shape of most days. There are variations. Days when you must travel to attend your Lord's court, days when you oversee repairs to a barn or a section of wall, and days when weather keeps you indoors reviewing stored goods or planning for the next season. But the pattern holds. You're a landholder, a manager of resources, and a link in a long chain of obligation. The work is steady, unglamorous, and essential. It fills your days with purpose that is quiet but real. Your armour hangs in a storage room or sometimes in a corner of the hall where it can be monitored. The room is cool and dry, chosen specifically to prevent rust from forming too quickly on the metal. The armour is not a full suit of plate. Depending on the period and your wealth, it might be a coat of mail, thousands of small iron rings linked together in a pattern that takes weeks to create, heavy and flexible, draping over the body like a metal fabric. Or it might be a combination, mail with additional plates covering the chest, shoulders and limbs, the plates riveted to a leather backing and buckled into place. The metal is prone to rust. Moisture in the air, sweat from the body, and even the oils from your skin can cause corrosion. The armour must be cleaned regularly, oiled and inspected for broken links or weakened joints. You do not do this work yourself. A servant or squire handles much of it, but you check the results. You run your hand along the mail to feel for rough spots where rings have broken, or where rust is beginning to form. You test the buckles and straps, pulling them to ensure they hold securely. You ensure that padding underneath, a quilted gambeson worn beneath the mail, is still intact, not torn or compressed beyond usefulness. This padding absorbs impact. When a blow lands, the mail spreads the force across a wider area, but without padding underneath, the rings can still bruise or break skin. The gambeson is made from layers of linen or wool stitched together in patterns that create thickness without excessive bulk. It is surprisingly heavy on its own, and when combined with the mail, the full weight is considerable. Wearing it for hours requires stamina. Your weapons require similar care. A sword must be kept sharp, the blade free of notches and the grip secure. The blade is made of iron or steel, forged and tempered by a smith who understands how to create a balance between hardness and flexibility. A blade that is too hard will shatter. A blade that is too soft will bend. The edge must be maintained with a whetstone, the motion steady and consistent, running the length of the blade at the correct angle. This is not quick work. Sharpening a sword properly takes time and attention. You practice with it, not in grand displays, but in controlled movements, strikes, parries, and footwork drills performed in a courtyard or open field. The practice is repetitive. You go through the same motions many times, building muscle memory and maintaining familiarity with the weight and balance of the blade. The sword is longer and heavier than most people imagine. Swinging it requires strength, but more importantly, it requires control. A wild swing leaves you vulnerable. A controlled strike delivered at the right moment is far more effective. You also train with a lance, though jousting is more common in later periods, and often reserved for tournaments or displays. More practical is learning to couch the lance properly while mounted, to brace it against your body, tucked under your arm, supported by your torso, and aim with the momentum of the horse. This takes coordination. The lance is long and unwieldy when not in motion. You must anticipate where your opponent or target will be. Adjust your aim while the horse is moving, and absorb the shock of impact without losing your seat. It is not instinctive. It takes practice, repeated over many sessions until the movements become automatic. The horse itself demands more attention than any piece of equipment. A warhorse, a destra, is expensive, temperamental, and requires daily care. These horses are bred for strength and aggression. They are trained to bite and kick on command, to move into combat without shying away from noise and chaos. But that training also makes them difficult to manage. They require experienced handlers, careful feeding, regular exercise, and constant monitoring. Feeding a warhorse means providing large quantities of grain, oats and barley, as well as hay. The grain gives the horse energy. The hay provides bulk and helps with digestion. The amounts are carefully measured. Too little, and the horse loses condition. Too much, and the horse can become sick. You rely on grooms to manage this, but you check on the horses yourself, running your hand along their flanks to feel their condition, looking at their eyes and coats for signs of health or illness. Grooming happens daily. Brushes and combs remove dirt and loose hair. Hooves are picked clean of stones and mud and checked for cracks or signs of infection. A stone lodged in a hoof can lame a horse. A crack can worsen into something more serious. The farrier visits regularly to trim hooves and fit new shoes when needed. The shoes are iron, shaped to fit the hoof, and nailed into place with flat-headed nails that pass through the outer hoof wall without reaching the sensitive inner tissue. Fitting shoes requires skill. A poorly placed nail can cause pain and lameness. You likely own more than one horse. The destrier is used sparingly, reserved for actual combat or tournaments, where its training and temperament are necessary. For daily travel, you use a palfrey, a horse bred for smooth gaits and steady temperament. For carrying goods, a pack horse or mule is more practical. Each animal has its own needs and its own quirks. You know them individually, recognizing their personalities and habits. Caring for horses means coordinating with grooms, ensuring adequate fodder is stored in dry places where it will not mould, and arranging for a farrier when shoes need replacing or when hooves need attention. It means recognizing signs of lameness or colic, and knowing when to rest an animal and when to push through minor discomfort. A lame warhorse can mean failing to meet an obligation, which can mean losing standing or favour with your lord. The stakes are high enough that you pay close attention. Your helmet, gauntlets, greaves and other pieces of armour each have their own maintenance needs. Leather straps dry out and crack. They need to be treated with oil or fat, tallow or neat's foot oil to stay supple. Buckles corrode from moisture and must be cleaned and sometimes replaced. Hinges on visored helmets stiffen and need oil to move smoothly. You, or more often, someone under your direction, work through these tasks regularly, not in response to emergencies but as routine upkeep. The work prevents larger problems from developing. Training extends beyond weapons. You need to be able to ride for hours without exhausting yourself or your horse. You need to understand formations, recognize signals given by flags or horns, and follow commands in the chaos of group movement. Much of this learning happens through service. You might have started as page in another household, then advanced to squire, learning by assisting an established knight. By the time you hold land and a title of your own, the skills are embedded in your muscle memory and instincts. Even after you're established, the training does not stop. Skills degrade without practice. Strength fades without effort. You continue to drill, to ride, and to spar with blunted weapons against other knights or men in your household. The work is not thrilling. It is methodical, sometimes tedious, but necessary. A knight who neglects training becomes ineffective, and effectiveness is the foundation of your social role. Your clothing too requires attention. Tunics and hose wear out. Seams split from strain or from repeated washing. Fabric thins at the elbows and knees where it bends most often. Someone in your household, often women or servants skilled in sewing, mends these garments, darns holes, and reinforces weak spots. They also produce replacement garments when the old ones can no longer be repaired. Wool must be cleaned and stored properly to avoid moths, which can destroy an entire chest of clothing if left unchecked. Linen must be washed and dried without excessive wear, which weakens the fibres. You're not directly involved in this labour, but you are responsible for ensuring it happens. You provide the raw materials, wool purchased at market or sheared from sheep on your land, linen woven from flax grown locally. You ensure that the household has the tools needed, needles, thread, scissors, and looms if weaving happens on site. The results of this labour keep you clothed, keep your household functioning, and keep everyone warm and presentable. Everything you own serves a function. There is little room for purely decorative items. What decoration exists? Embroidery on a tunic, a painted design on a shield, also communicates identity and allegiance. Your shield might bear a coat of arms, a symbol that identifies you at a distance and that signals your family and your lord. These markers are practical. They identify you in a crowd, signal your place in the hierarchy, and reinforce the structure that holds the system together. The cumulative effect of all this care is a life built around maintenance. You are constantly preparing, repairing, and replacing. The work is never finished. There is always another task waiting, another piece of equipment to check, and another skill to keep sharp. This is the foundation beneath the occasional moments of actual service or conflict. Without this steady work, nothing else would be possible. You are a knight because you hold land granted by a lord. That land is not given freely. It comes with expectations built into the very structure of the agreement. You owe military service, typically 40 days per year, though the exact terms vary by region, period, and the specific agreement between you and your lord. You owe attendance at your lord's court, where justice is dispensed, disputes are settled, and the business of governance is conducted. You owe counsel when asked, offering your opinion on matters that affect the lord's holdings or interests. You owe financial support on certain occasions, such as when the lord's eldest son is knighted, when the lord's daughter marries, or when the lord himself must pay ransom if captured. These obligations are not abstract. They shape your year, your planning, and your resources. When the summons comes, a messenger arriving with a sealed letter or a verbal command, you must prepare. You gather your equipment, checking that everything is in good repair. You ensure your horse is fit, examining its legs and hooves and testing its responsiveness. You arrange for someone to manage your land in your absence, usually your steward, sometimes your wife if she has experience and authority in the household. You select men to accompany you if required, choosing from among your own dependents. or hiring additional soldiers if needed. You travel to the designated meeting point, often a castle or fortified town that serves as the Lord's primary seat. The journey might take a day or several days depending on distance. You travel with your small group, keeping a steady pace, stopping at inns or accepting hospitality from other landholders along the way. The roads are shared with other travellers, merchants, pilgrims, and other knights responding to the same summons. There is a sense of collective purpose, everyone moving toward the same destination. You arrive and join other knights, forming a small contingent under the Lord's banner. The banner is a physical symbol, a piece of fabric painted or embroidered with the Lord's arms, carried on a pole so it can be seen from a distance. Gathering under that banner is both literal and symbolic. It represents unity, loyalty, and the binding together of individual interest into a collective force. The service you provide might involve garrison duty, standing watch on castle walls, patrolling the perimeter, and maintaining readiness in case of attack. This work is routine, repetitive, and often boring. Hours pass with nothing happening. You walk the same sections of wall, look out over the same landscape, and exchange a few words with other guards. The boredom is punctuated by brief moments of alertness when something moves in the distance. Usually just a farmer or a traveller, occasionally something that requires closer attention. The service might involve escorting the Lord on a journey. You ride alongside him, part of a larger group that includes other knights, servants, and perhaps clerks or advisors. The presence of armed men discourages bandits or other threats. Your role is protective but also ceremonial. The size and quality of the Lord's retinue reflect his status. By being part of that retinue, you contribute to his prestige while also demonstrating your own loyalty and capability. Occasionally, the service involves actual military action, participating in a siege, responding to a border raid, or joining a larger force raised by the king or a higher lord. These events are less common than the stories suggest, but they do happen. A siege might mean camping outside a fortified town for weeks or months, waiting for the defenders to surrender, or for an opportunity to breach the walls. The waiting is tedious. Supplies run low. Disease spreads through camps. Tensions rise among men confined in close quarters with little to do. When action does occur, it is brief, chaotic, and exhausting. Much of military service is waiting. You wait for orders, supplies, and whether to clear or negotiations to conclude. You wait in camps that are muddy in rain, dusty in dry weather, and always uncomfortable. You eat simple food, sleep in tents or in the open, and pass the time as best you can, talking, playing dice, and maintaining your equipment. While you serve, your household continues without you. Your steward manages the land, collecting rents, overseeing work in the fields, and making decisions about minor matters. Your wife, if you have one, oversees the domestic side of the estate, managing servants, ensuring food supplies are adequate, and handling household accounts. Rents are still collected. Repairs are still made. The system is designed to function even when you're absent, because absence is built into the structure. Everyone knows that knights must leave periodically to fulfill their obligations. The household adapts. When you return, you resume your local duties. You attend to disputes that accumulated during your absence, reviewing what your steward decided and ensuring those decisions are enforced. You oversaw planting or harvest if your service coincided with those seasons. You ensure that your obligations to the church are met. Tithes paid from your harvest, repairs to the local chapel funded if it falls within your responsibility. The church is another layer of obligation, another institution that claims a portion of your resources in exchange for spiritual services and social legitimacy. You also maintain relationships with other knights in the area. These relationships are practical, not purely social. You might need their support in a dispute over land boundaries. They might need yours if they face a legal challenge or a threat from a more powerful neighbour. Alliances are built slowly, through shared attendance at courts, through marriages arranged between families, through through small acts of mutual assistance, helping with a harvest when a neighbour is short-handed, providing horses when someone's have been stolen or died, and standing as a witness in legal proceedings. Your loyalty to your lord is both personal and institutional. You swear an oath, a formal declaration of service and fidelity, often performed in a ceremony where you kneel before the Lord, place your hands between his, and speak the words that bind you. The oath is taken seriously. Breaking it carries social and legal consequences, loss of land, loss of status, sometimes exile or imprisonment. But loyalty is also reinforced by more mundane ties. Your lord is the source of your land. He is the one who can protect your claims against challenges, settle disputes in your favour, and provide opportunities for advancement, additional land, marriage to a wealthy heiress, and positions of responsibility in his administration. Maintaining his favour is a practical necessity. You attend his court when summoned. You offer gifts on appropriate occasions, a fine horse, a piece of crafted metalwork, or game from a successful hunt. You support his interest in disputes with other lords. You speak well of him, defend his reputation, and contribute to the collective opinion that sustains his authority. At the same time, you have your own dependents. If you hold enough land, you might grant portions of it to lesser knights or men-at-arms in exchange for their service to you. They owe you the same loyalty and service that you owe your lord. They appear when you summon them. They fight under your banner when needed. They provide counsel and support. You become a link in the chain, both serving and being served. The result is a web of obligations extending upward and downward. Everyone has a place. Everyone has duties. The system is rigid, but it is also stable. You know what is expected of you. You know what you can expect from others. There is little room for individual ambition outside the established channels, but there is also little uncertainty about your role. The predictability is comforting. It reduces conflict, clarifies disputes, and provides a framework for resolving problems without resorting to chaos. Courts are where much of this social structure is reinforced. When you attend your lord's court, you witness justice being dispensed, criminals punished, disputes between tenants settled, and land grants confirmed or revoked. You see marriages being arranged, contracts being sealed, and oaths being sworn. You watch who is in favour and who is not, reading the subtle signals of the Lord's approval or disapproval. You hear news from other parts of the realm, who has died, who has married, where conflict is brewing, and where opportunities might exist. You participate in ceremonies that bind the group together, feasts held after important occasions, tournaments where knights display their skills, and religious observances that mark the calendar. These gatherings are not purely social. They serve a function. They remind everyone of their place. They provide opportunities to negotiate, to make alliances, and to settle old grievances before they escalate into open conflict. They also offer a chance to display wealth and status through clothing, horses, and the size of your retinue. But even this display is governed by expectation. Excess is noticed and judged as vulgar or threatening. Modesty appropriate to rank is valued and rewarded with social approval. The rhythm of service and obligation structures your life as much as the changing seasons. You move through the year attending to your land, fulfilling your duties, and maintaining your position. There is satisfaction in meeting expectations, in being reliable, and in holding your place within the order. The work is steady. The rewards are incremental, respect from peers, continued possession of land, and the security of knowing your place is secure as long as you fulfill your role. The stability is the point. The system works because everyone participates, because everyone understands the rules, and because deviating from expectations carries costs that most are unwilling to pay. Rest is built into the structure of your days, woven into the fabric of routine as naturally as work itself. After the morning meal, after the first round of tasks, checking on livestock, reviewing accounts, speaking with tenants, there is often a pause. The morning's urgency fades. The next set of obligations has not yet arrived. You might sit in the hall, reviewing accounts, or simply waiting for the next task to present itself. You might walk through the orchard, checking the progress of fruit on the trees, not because there is urgent work to be done, but because the rhythm of the day allows for it. The walk itself is rest, a change of activity that engages the body lightly while allowing the mind to settle. In the heat of summer, the middle of the day is slow. The sun is high and strong. Work in the fields pauses. Peasants seek shade under trees or return briefly to their cottages. Animals retreat to barns or sheltered areas. You might retreat indoors as well, away from the sun, and spend an hour in a cooler room. Perhaps the chamber where accounts are kept. Perhaps a smaller room with thick stone walls that hold the coolness of morning. You do not sleep during these pauses necessarily, but you rest. You sit on a bench or a stool. You drink water or weak ale. You let the time pass without filling it with activity. Sometimes you think through problems that need solving. A dispute that requires careful handling. A repair that needs planning. A conversation that must happen. But often you simply sit, feeling the coolness of the stone against your back, listening to the muffled sounds of the household continuing its work elsewhere. Seasonal rhythms also dictate rest. Winter is a quieter time overall. The fields are fallow, giving the soil time to recover. Travel is more difficult with shorter days and worse weather. Roads become muddy or frozen. Rivers rise with rain and snowmelt. You spend more time indoors, closer to the fire, moving through tasks at a slower pace. There is still work, maintaining equipment, planning for spring, managing indoor tasks like weaving or preserving food, but the urgency is lower. The days are shorter, the evenings are longer. You settle into the slower rhythm without resistance, knowing that spring will bring its own increase in activity. Feast days provide structured breaks in the routine. Religious festivals mark the calendar, Christmas, Easter and Saints' days associated with your region or your family. These days involve obligations, attendance at church, specific prayers, and sometimes fasting beforehand to prepare spiritually. But they also offer a change of pace. After the religious observance, there might be a larger meal, time spent with neighbours and extended family, and a pause from ordinary labour. The church itself provides a rhythm of rest. Sundays are days of less work, dedicated to worship and recuperation. Fieldwork stops, markets close. You attend Mass, listening to the priest's words, participating in rituals that connect you to a larger community and a longer history. Afterward, you might linger outside the church, speaking with other landholders, exchanging news, and making small arrangements. The day feels different from work days, marked by absence as much as by presence. Absence of urgent demands, absence of pressure. Even within a single day, there are natural pauses. Between tasks, you stop. You drink ale or water brought by a servant. You speak briefly with someone passing through the hall, asking about their progress on some task or simply exchanging greetings. You adjust your clothing, retying hose that have loosened, tightening a belt, and brushing dust from your tunic. These moments are not planned, but they are regular. They break the day into manageable pieces, creating small intervals of transition between one activity and the next. Waiting is also a form of rest, though it does not always feel restful in the moment. You wait for a messenger to return with news from your lord or from a neighbouring estate. You wait for rain to stop before inspecting a roof that might be leaking. You wait for your lord to call you to service, not knowing exactly when the summons will come, but knowing it will arrive eventually. The waiting is not anxious, not filled with dread. It is simply part of the rhythm. You fill it with small tasks or with nothing at all, allowing time to pass at its own pace. In the evening, after the meal, there is a longer stretch of rest. The hall remains lit by firelight and a few candles. People gather, but the energy is lower than earlier in the day. Conversations fade into murmurs. The topics shift from work to stories, from planning to reminiscence. Someone might repair a piece of equipment, a torn harness, a broken tool, but the work is quiet, almost meditative. Others simply sit watching the fire, letting their thoughts wander. The fire itself invites rest. The flames move constantly, never quite the same from one moment to the next. Watching them is calming, the motion and light holding your attention without demanding anything from you. The warmth is soothing, especially after a day spent partly outdoors. You feel it seep into your muscles, loosening tension and easing small aches. You're not required to be constantly active. The expectation is that you fulfill your duties, not that you fill every moment with labour. Rest is recognised as necessary, not indulgent. You rest so that you can continue. You rest so that the next day's tasks can be met with steady energy rather than exhaustion. The system allows for this, and even depends on it. A landholder who drives himself to exhaustion cannot manage his land effectively. A knight who neglects rest cannot perform when service is required. The rhythm of rest also follows the seasons of your life. As a younger man, you trained harder, travelled more, and took on more physically demanding tasks. You proved yourself capable, built your reputation, and established your position. As you age, the balance shifts. You rely more on those under your direction. You delegate more tasks to younger men, squires, servants, and sons if you have them. You spend more time overseeing and less time doing. This is not a loss of status. It is the natural progression, expected and accommodated. The system values experience and judgment as much as physical capability. At night, before sleep, there is a final pause. The household settles. The fire is banked, covered with ash so it will burn low through the night without going out entirely. Doors are checked and barred. Shutters are closed against the night air. You move through these small rituals without haste. They mark the transition from day to night, from activity to rest. The transition is smooth, expected, and reassuring. There is no abrupt shift, no jarring change. The day eases into night as naturally as dawn eases into morning. Food is central to the household, not just as sustenance, but as a measure of stability and success. Feeding everyone, family, servants, occasional guests, is a daily task that requires planning, storage, and coordinated labour. The kitchen is a busy place, typically managed by a cook and several assistants, often located in a separate building or an attached wing to reduce the risk of fire spreading to the main hall. The separation also contains the heat and smoke that cooking generates, keeping the living spaces more comfortable. Bread is the foundation of most meals. It is baked several times a week in large batches, using a communal oven or an oven built into the kitchen structure. The oven is heated by burning wood inside it until the stones are hot enough, then the coals are raked out and the loaves are placed directly on the hot stones. The bread bakes from the residual heat, the crust forming thick and dark while the interior stays dense and chewy. The grain for bread comes from your own land or from rent paid in kind by tenants. After harvest, the grain is stored in a dry building, sometimes a dedicated granary, sometimes a loft above the stable or another outbuilding. The storage must protect against moisture, which causes grain to mould, and against rodents, which can consume or contaminate large quantities. Grain is threshed to separate the kernels from the chaff, then winnowed to remove the lighter debris, then ground into flour using a hand mill, or taken to a mill powered by water or wind. The bread itself varies in quality. White bread, made from finely ground wheat flour, is rare and reserved for special occasions or for the higher status members of the household. Most of what you eat is made from rye, barley or maslin, a mixture of wheat and rye that combines the better qualities of both. The bread is substantial, designed to fill the stomach and provide energy for physical labour. A single loaf might weigh several pounds. It keeps for days, becoming harder as it stales, at which point it can be soaked in pottage or used as a trencher. Pottage appears at nearly every meal. It is a thick stew made from whatever is available, dried peas or beans soaked overnight, and then simmered for hours, onions and leeks from the garden, perhaps carrots or turnips, and sometimes bits of meat or fish if available. The ingredients simmer together in a large pot suspended over the fire, absorbing flavours and becoming soft and easy to eat. The pottage is hearty, filling and adaptable. When grain is abundant, barley or oats might be added to thicken it further. When herbs are fresh, they add flavour, parsley, thyme and sage grown in the household garden. Meat is eaten regularly, but not extravagantly. Pork is common, preserved through salting or smoking to last through winter months. A pig is slaughtered in autumn, after it has fattened on forage and household scraps through the summer. The meat is butchered carefully, with different cuts assigned to different purposes. The best cuts are eaten fresh, or lightly salted. Lesser cuts are ground into sausage or heavily salted and packed into barrels. Nothing is wasted, organs are cooked immediately, bones are boiled for broth. Fat is rendered into lard for cooking. Mutton and beef appear less frequently. Sheep are more valuable for their wool, and cattle are needed for ploughing and pulling carts. Only older animals, past their productive years, are typically slaughtered for meat. The meat from these older animals is tougher, requiring long, slow cooking to become tender. It's often used in pottages or pies rather than roasted. Poultry, chickens, ducks and geese, are raised on the estate and slaughtered as needed. Chickens provide eggs as well as meat, making them a valuable resource. A hen that stops laying eggs might be killed and cooked, her meat tougher than a younger bird but still useful. Geese are fattened in autumn and slaughtered before winter, their meat preserved or eaten during the colder months. Their fat is saved for cooking and for waterproofing leather. Game from hunting supplements the diet, though hunting rights are carefully regulated and not available to everyone. As a knight with land, you likely have the right to hunt small game, rabbits, hares, birds, within your holdings. Larger game, deer, boar, are often reserved for your lord or require his permission. When you do hunt, the meat is a welcome addition to the table. Venison is prized, rich and flavourful. Wild boar is tougher but still valued. The hunt itself is also a social activity, a chance to display skill and to share time with other knights. Fish is important, especially during Lent and other fasting periods mandated by the Church, when meat is forbidden. If you live near a river or the coast, fresh fish is accessible. Otherwise, salted or dried fish is purchased at the market or received as part of rent. Herring is common, cheap, and easily preserved. Cod is also popular, dried until hard and then soaked before cooking. Eel is eaten both fresh and preserved, its rich flesh valued for its flavour. Dairy products are part of the daily routine. Milk is consumed fresh when available, especially in spring and summer when cows and sheep are producing more, but fresh milk spoils quickly, so most is turned into cheese or butter which keep longer. Cheese is made regularly, using techniques passed down through generations. The milk is heated, curdled with rennet, pressed to remove whey, and then aged. Fresh cheese is soft and mild. Aged cheese is harder, sharper, and more flavourful. Large wheels of cheese are stored in cool cellars and brought out as needed. Butter is churned from cream, the process being labour-intensive but essential. Cream is collected from milk over several days, then agitated in a wooden churn until the fat separates from the liquid. The butter is gathered, washed, and sometimes salted for preservation. It is used in cooking, spread on bread, and added to vegetables. In wealthier households, butter might be flavoured with herbs or spices. Vegetables come from the household garden and from the fields. Onions and leeks are staples used in nearly every pottage and stew. Cabbages are grown and eaten fresh or preserved by pickling. Turnips and carrots store well in cellars, their roots providing food through winter. In summer, fresh greens are available: lettuce, spinach and chard. These are eaten quickly, often lightly cooked or added to soups. Herbs are grown for both flavour and medicine. Parsley, thyme, sage and rosemary, all are used in cooking. Others, like chamomile and mint, are used for teas or remedies. The garden is tended by servants, often women, who know which plants need more water, which need sun, and which need to be cut back to encourage growth. Fruit is seasonal, and treated as a special addition rather than a staple. Apples and pears from the orchard are eaten fresh in autumn, their crisp flesh sweet and refreshing after a diet heavy in grain and preserved meat. Some are stored in cool, dry places where they keep for weeks or months. Others are dried, sliced thin, and laid out in the sun or hung near the fire until they shrink and harden. Dried fruit can be added to dishes or eaten as a treat through winter. Berries are gathered from hedgerows and forest edges in summer. Strawberries, raspberries, and blackberries. They are eaten fresh, often by children sent to pick them, who return with stained hands and faces. Some berries are made into simple preserves, cooked with honey, and stored in jars. Ale is brewed regularly, a task usually managed by the women of the household. The process begins with malted barley, grain that has been soaked, allowed to sprout, then dried to convert starches into sugars. The malted barley is ground, mixed with hot water, and left to steep. The resulting liquid is strained, flavoured sometimes with herbs like yarrow or bog myrtle, and then fermented with yeast. The fermentation takes several days. The ale is consumed within a week or two before it sours. It is weak by modern standards, safe to drink and mildly nourishing, meant to be consumed throughout the day. Wine is more expensive and less common, especially in regions where grapes do not grow well. If you drink it, it is likely imported, purchased at a market, or received as part of your obligations to your lord. Wine is reserved for more formal occasions or shared when guests visit. It is often diluted with water, both to stretch the supply and to reduce its strength. The table itself is set simply. Wooden or pewter plates serve most meals, with pewter reserved for higher status diners. Cups are made from horn, wood, or pottery. Knives are used for cutting. Forks are not yet common. You eat with your fingers and your knife, using bread to soak up sauces or juices. Spoons are used for pottage and liquid dishes. The tools are practical, meant to last, cleaned after each meal, and stored carefully. The meal is communal. Everyone eats together in the hall, at the same time from the same pots. This reinforces the household as a unit. There is conversation, but it is not loud or disruptive. The focus is on eating, on nourishment, on the simple satisfaction of food after labour. You sit at the head of the table. Your portions are larger, and your bread is finer if white bread is available. This is not excess. It is a mark of status, a visible reminder of the hierarchy within the household. Provisioning the household means managing stores carefully. Grain must be kept dry and inspected regularly for signs of mould or infestation. Salted meat must be packed in barrels with enough salt to prevent spoilage. Root vegetables must be stored in cool, dark places and checked periodically for rot. Ale must be consumed before it sours. Someone, usually the steward or the lady of the house, tracks these stores, ensures they are used efficiently, and plans for replenishment. Running out of food before the next harvest is a serious failure, one that reflects poorly on your management and threatens the stability of the household. Waste is minimal. Scraps from the table go to servants, who finish what those of higher status leave behind. What they do not eat goes to animals, dogs, pigs, and chickens. Bones are boiled repeatedly until they yield no more flavour or nutrients. Stale bread becomes trenchers or is soaked and fed to livestock. Nothing is discarded lightly. Resources are precious. Using them fully is both practical and virtuous. Feast days bring larger meals, but even these are modest compared to the grand banquets of higher nobility. You might roast a whole pig or serve several kinds of fowl. You might offer sweetmeats made with honey and spices, a luxury saved for special occasions. You might provide white bread for all your guests, not just for yourself, but the feast is still recognisable as an extension of the everyday, not a departure from it. The same basic foods appear, just in greater quantity and variety. The rhythm of meals structures the day. Breakfast shortly after waking, a simple meal to break the night's fast. Dinner in the middle of the day is the main meal and is more substantial. Supper in the evening, smaller than dinner but still nourishing. Each meal is a pause, a gathering, a moment of shared routine. The food is simple, but it is sufficient. It sustains the work. It sustains the household. It sustains the life you lead, steady and grounded in the rhythms of land and season. As the day fades, the hall becomes the centre of the household once again. The fire has been built up, flames rising higher now that the cooking is done and the focus shifts to warmth and light. Candles are lit, though sparingly. Tallow candles are smoky and smell of rendered fat, but they provide enough light to see by. Wax candles, cleaner burning and sweeter smelling, are reserved for the church or for rare occasions when their cost can be justified. You take your seat near the fire, in a chair if you have one, a heavy wooden piece, possibly with a cushion filled with wool or down, or on a bench if the household is simpler. Others gather around. Members of your family take seats nearby. Servants finish their tasks and find places along the edges of the hall, or at the lower tables. If a guest has arrived earlier in the day, a travelling knight, a merchant, a messenger, they are seated according to their status, offered food and drink, and welcomed into the evening's quiet rhythm. The atmosphere is calm. The work of the day is done. What remains is the quiet transition into night. The hall is warmer now, the fire's heat radiating outward, the stone walls and floor absorbing and reflecting it. The warmth is comforting after hours spent partly outdoors, where the air has cooled as the sun dropped toward the horizon. Conversation is low, carried on in murmurs and occasional bursts of quiet laughter. Someone mentions repairs that were completed, a section of fence reinforced, a leak in the stable roof patched with fresh thatch. Someone else talks about a cow that is due to calve soon, speculating on whether the calf will be strong and whether it will be kept or sold. The topics are ordinary, grounded in the life of the estate, in the immediate concerns that fill your days. There is no need for grand stories or entertainment. The simple exchange of information, the sharing of observations, is enough. Occasionally someone might tell a story, a tale from the Bible, perhaps the story of David and Goliath or the parable of the Good Samaritan, a legend about a local saint and how they performed miracles or suffered martyrdom, a piece of family history, a story about your grandfather or great-grandfather, how they acquired the land you now hold, or how they served their Lord in some notable way. The telling is straightforward, not dramatic. The story is familiar. Everyone has heard it before, perhaps many times. But familiarity is comforting. The repetition is part of the ritual, a way of reinforcing shared identity and continuity. If you are literate, and not all knights are, you might spend part of the evening with a book. The book is a valuable object, expensive to produce, and carefully preserved. It might be a religious text, a psalter containing the Psalms, or a book of hours with prayers for different times of day. Reading is slow work by candlelight. The light flickers, making the letters dance on the page. You lean closer, squinting slightly, reading aloud or silently depending on your preference and skill. You do not read for long. The effort tires your eyes, but the act itself is a form of quiet focus, a way to settle the mind and prepare for sleep. Women in the household might sew or spin, continuing work that has filled portions of their day. The sewing might be mending, repairing a torn tunic or darning holes in hose, or it might be more elaborate work, embroidering a design onto a piece of cloth that will become part of an altar cloth for the chapel, or a decorative hanging for the hall. The work is done by feel as much as by sight. Fingers know the motion of the needle moving through fabric, the tension of thread, and the rhythm of stitching. The work fills the time without demanding full attention, allowing the mind to wander or to follow the conversation happening nearby. Spinning is similarly meditative. A distaff holds the mass of wool or flax. Fingers tease out fibres, twisting them into thread that winds onto a spindle. The spindle drops and rises, the motion steady and hypnotic. The thread that results will be woven into cloth or used for sewing. The work is essential, part of the endless cycle of production that keeps the household clothed and provisioned. Children, if there are any, are present but quieter in the evening. They sit near the fire, perhaps listening to the adults, perhaps occupied with some small task or game. A boy might whittle a piece of wood, shaping it into a simple toy or tool. A girl might practice stitches on a scrap of cloth, learning skills she will need as she grows. They are not sent away. The household is a shared space, and children learn by being present, by watching, and by gradually taking on small responsibilities. Dogs lie near the fire, stretched out on their sides or curled into tight balls. They are working animals, hunting dogs, guard dogs, but in the evening they rest. They shift position occasionally, sighing, settling deeper into sleep. One might wake briefly, lift its head to look around, then drop back into sleep. Their presence is part of the background, noticed only when they move or when someone reaches down to scratch behind an ear. The fire itself is a focal point. You watch the flames, the way they shift and flicker, rising and falling as they consume the wood. The light is warm and uneven, casting shadows that move across the walls and ceiling, creating patterns that shift constantly. The sound of the fire, crackling, popping, the occasional hiss of sap heating and bursting, fills the silence between words. The smell of wood smoke is familiar, ingrained in the hall, in your clothing, and in the very fabric of daily life. As the evening deepens, people begin to drift away. Servants return to their quarters, small rooms off the hall or in separate buildings. Younger members of the household head to their sleeping spaces, pallets in shared rooms, alcoves curtained off for privacy. The hall empties slowly, gradually, the number of people dwindling without any formal announcement or signal. They leave when they are tired, when their tasks are finished, or when the pull of sleep becomes stronger than the pull of the fire's warmth. You remain a bit longer, finishing a task or simply sitting in the warmth. The hall is quieter now. The conversations are reduced to a few murmured exchanges. The fire burns lower, the flames smaller, and the coals glow red and orange beneath a thin layer of ash. You feel the weight of the day settling into your body, the pleasant tiredness that comes from steady work, from obligations met, from a day completed. There is no set time to end the evening. It ends when it ends, when the fire has burned down enough that it will be safe to bank, when the candles have guttered low, when there is nothing left that needs doing. You stand, stretch, and feel your joints pop slightly and your muscles loosen. You make your way to your chamber, moving through familiar spaces in dim light, your feet knowing the path without conscious thought. The hall will be prepared again tomorrow. The fire will be relit, fresh wood laid on the coals that remain through the night. The benches will be set out. The tables will be laid. The routine will continue. Tonight, it rests. You rest. The rhythm holds, steady and reliable, carrying you forward into sleep. Night is not a time of disorder or uncertainty. It is as structured as the day, though the structure is quieter and more internal. Before you sleep, the household is secured. Doors are barred from the inside, heavy wooden beams dropped into iron brackets. Shutters are closed against the cold and fastened with simple latches. These actions are practical, protecting against drafts and deterring any unlikely intruders. But they are also ritual, marking the transition from public time to private time, from activity to rest. The fire in the hall is banked, covered with a layer of ash so that it will burn low through the night, glowing with barely visible heat, but not go out entirely. Keeping a fire alive overnight is easier than starting a new one in the morning. The coals beneath the ash will smoulder slowly, and in the morning a servant will remove the ash, add kindling, and coax the fire back into flame. The banked fire is a small but important task, one that requires attention to get right. Too much ash and the fire dies. Too little, and it burns through the wood too quickly. If you live in a larger household or near a vulnerable location, close to a border, near a road frequented by bandits, there may be a watch. Someone stays awake through parts of the night, listening, checking the perimeter, and ensuring that nothing unexpected occurs. The watch rotates among the men of the household. Each person takes a turn, perhaps walking the walls if there are walls, or simply sitting in the hall near the door listening to the sounds of the night. The duty is not glamorous. Hours pass with nothing happening. The watcher might fight sleep, standing occasionally to walk around, splashing cold water on his face, and chewing something to stay alert. The night is long when you are awake during it, each hour stretching out, time moving slowly. But the watch is necessary. It reassures everyone else that the night is managed, and that someone is paying attention. When your turn comes, you accept it without complaint. It is part of the collective responsibility. Your sleeping chamber is small, proportioned to the scale of the manor house. The bed is the largest piece of furniture, dominating the room. A chest sits against one wall, its lid carved or painted, holding clothing and personal items, extra tunics, hose, perhaps a small pouch of coins, and documents proving your land rights. A stool or bench provides a place to sit while dressing. A candle rests in a simple holder, though you blow it out before sleeping to avoid the risk of fire. The bed itself is layered for warmth and comfort. At the base, a wooden frame supports a lattice of ropes that provide tension and support. On top of the ropes, a straw mattress, a large sack stuffed with straw, tied at the ends to keep the filling from escaping. The straw pokes through the fabric, occasionally scratching lightly, but it provides a firm surface. On top of the straw mattress, a feather mattress or a pallet stuffed with wool adds softness. The feather mattress is a luxury indicating status. Wool is more common, still comfortable, but less expensive. Linen sheets cover the mattress, washed periodically to keep them clean, though washing is labour-intensive and done only when necessary. Wool blankets are layered on top, the number depending on the season. In winter, you might have 3 or 4 heavy blankets, plus furs or additional layers. The weight is comforting, pressing down gently, trapping warmth. In summer, a single light blanket might be enough, or even just a sheet. The bed is enclosed by curtains hung from a wooden frame built around the bed's perimeter. The curtains are heavy fabric, wool or thick linen, drawn closed on 3 sides and partially closed on the 4th, leaving an opening for you to enter and exit. The curtains serve multiple purposes. They trap warmth, creating a smaller space that your body heat can fill. They provide privacy in a household where privacy is rare. They block light and muffle sound, creating a quieter, darker space conducive to sleep. You undress partially. Outer garments are removed. Tunics, belts, shoes, and hung on pegs or folded and placed on the chest. You keep your linen shirt and sometimes your hose, depending on the season and the coldness of the room. The room is cold, especially in winter. The fewer layers you remove, the warmer you stay, and the easier it is to rise in the morning without the shock of cold air on bare skin. You climb into bed, pulling the curtains closed behind you. The space inside the curtained enclosure is small, intimate, and separated from the larger room. The darkness is almost complete, broken only by faint light that might seep through gaps in the curtains if the moon is bright, or if a candle still burns elsewhere in the house. You arrange the blankets, pulling them up to your chin, feeling their weight settle over you. Sleep comes easily after a full day. There is no artificial light to delay it, no mental stimulation to keep your mind active. The darkness and quiet invite sleep. Your body is tired from the day's work, from walking, riding, lifting, and standing. Your mind is settled, the day's decisions made, and the tasks completed or postponed to tomorrow. You close your eyes, your breathing slows. The transition from waking to sleep is smooth and natural. You do not sleep through the night without interruption. You wake once or twice, to adjust blankets that have shifted, to turn onto your other side, or to relieve yourself in a chamber pot kept under the bed or in a corner of the room. The chamber pot is simple, made of pottery or wood, and emptied in the morning by a servant. You wake, you shift, and you settle back into sleep. This is normal, expected. No one sleeps without waking in this period. The night is long. The body's needs arise. You accommodate them without anxiety or frustration. The rhythm of night is as reliable as the rhythm of day. Dark comes at a predictable time, varying with the season but always following the same pattern. The household settles, following routines that have been established over years. You sleep. Light returns, creeping in through gaps in the shutters, gradual and gentle. The household wakes. The cycle repeats without variation, without surprise. If you wake and cannot immediately return to sleep, you lie still. You listen to the quiet, the faint sound of the wind outside, the settling of the house as wood and stone shift with changes in temperature, perhaps the distant sound of an animal. You feel the weight of the blankets, the warmth of the enclosed bed, and the softness of the mattress beneath you. There is no urgency. Sleep will return when it is ready. You wait for it without anxiety, knowing that even lying still and resting is valuable. Morning begins before full light. You hear movement in the house, servants rekindling fires, their footsteps soft but audible, the scrape of a poker against the hearth, and the crackle of kindling catching flame. You hear the sounds of the household beginning again, pulling itself back into the rhythm of activity. You rise, pushing back the curtains, and sit on the edge of the bed for a moment to let your body fully wake. You dress, following the same sequence as yesterday and the day before: linen shirt, hose, tunic, belt, and shoes. You splash water on your face from a basin, the cold shocking you into fuller wakefulness. You step back into the routine, into the day, into the work that waits. Night is not something to fear or dread. It is a known quantity, a structured part of life. It holds no mystery, no threat. It is simply the other half of the cycle, the time for rest, for stillness, for the body and mind to recover before the work begins again. The order of night mirrors the order of day. Both are managed. Both are reliable. Both carry you forward in the long rhythm of seasons and years. Knighthood is not a single generation's achievement or ambition. It is passed down, maintained, and sustained across lifetimes. You are a knight because your father held land, or because you earned land through service, but either way, the position is meant to continue beyond you. Your son, if you have one, will train as you trained. He will learn the same skills, fulfill the same obligations, and hold the same land, or at least land of similar character and responsibility. The system depends on this continuity, on the predictable transmission of duties and resources from one generation to the next. This continuity is built into the structure of society itself. Land is inherited usually by the eldest son, though customs vary by region. Titles are inherited. The social structure depends on knowing that the chain of service and obligation will not break, that the network of relationships between lords and vassals will remain intact. You're not trying to build something new or revolutionary. You're trying to maintain what already exists, to hold your place and pass it intact to those who come after. The training your son receives is the same training you received, passed down through generations with only minor variations. He begins as a page, often in another household rather than your own. This separation is intentional. He learns from someone else's example, absorbs different perspectives, and builds relationships outside his immediate family. As a page, he learns manners, obedience, and basic skills. He serves at table, cares for equipment, runs errands, and observes the workings of a knightly household. He advances to squire, taking on more responsibility. He cares for a knight's armour and weapons, practices with sword and lance, and accompanies his lord on journeys and perhaps into service. He learns by doing, by making mistakes in controlled settings where the consequences are not severe. He watches how disputes are settled, how accounts are managed, and how relationships between lord and vassals are maintained. The learning is gradual, layered, and cumulative. Eventually he is knighted, formally recognised as capable of holding land and fulfilling the duties that come with it. The ceremony is significant, marking a transition in status and responsibility. He kneels before a lord, receives the accolade, a light blow to the shoulder with the flat of a sword, and speaks the words of the oath. He is given arms and armour, often pieces that have been used by previous generations, maintained and passed down. He stands now a knight, ready to take his place in the same structure that shaped his father and grandfather. This process takes years, a decade or more from page to knight. It is deliberate and slow, designed to ensure that each generation is prepared not just in skill, but also in temperament and understanding. There is no shortcut, no way to bypass the training and still be accepted as a legitimate knight. The system relies on this careful transmission of knowledge and responsibility. Those who try to claim status without the proper preparation are viewed with suspicion, their authority questioned, and their place in the hierarchy uncertain. Your own role shifts as you age. You move from being the active participant to being the one who trains others. You oversee squires, either your own sons or young men sent to you by other families. You teach by example, demonstrating the skills, explaining the obligations, and modelling the behaviour expected of a knight. You show them how to maintain armour, how to sit a horse properly, and how to speak with respect to those above them, and with authority to those below. This too is part of the duty, ensuring that the next generation is ready. The land itself is a form of continuity. The same fields are ploughed and planted year after year, century after century. The soil is the same soil your grandfather worked, your father inherited, and you now manage. Buildings are maintained, repaired, and rebuilt as needed. A barn that collapses from age is replaced with a new barn built in the same location, serving the same purpose. The orchard grows, trees bear fruit, age and die, and are replaced by saplings that will take years to mature but will eventually produce as their predecessors did. The work is never finished, but it is always progressing in small increments. A hedge trimmed this year will need trimming next year. A ditch cleared this autumn will need clearing again in a few years. The repetition is not futile. It is the nature of maintenance. Things decay. Effort is required to slow that decay, to keep everything functional. The work continues across generations, each adding their effort to what came before. The household too continues across time. Servants grow old and are replaced by younger workers, often their own children or relatives who have grown up in the household and already know the routines. Children are born, grow up, and take on roles within the estate. A boy who began as a stable hand might become the head groom, then the stable master, managing all the horses and training the next generation of workers. A girl who helped in the kitchen might become the cook, eventually overseeing others as she was once overseen. The faces change, but the structure remains. The same tasks are done by different hands. The same rhythms are followed. The continuity is comforting. It means that knowledge is not lost, that skills are preserved, and that the household can function even as individuals age and are replaced. Marriages are arranged with an eye toward continuity. A good match brings land, connections, and stability. Two families join their interests, their resources, and their futures. The marriage is not primarily about personal affection, though affection may grow over time. It is about reinforcing alliances, securing the future, and ensuring that the next generation will have the resources and relationships needed to maintain their position. Dowries and bride prices are negotiated carefully. Contracts are drawn up, specifying what each party brings to the marriage and what will happen if circumstances change. The marriage itself, once concluded, becomes part of the fabric of continuity. Children are raised within the structure. They learn by observation, by participation, and by gradual assumption of responsibility. They see how their parents manage the household, how they fulfill obligations, and how they navigate relationships. They absorb lessons without formal instruction, learning through immersion in the daily life of the estate. Religious observance is part of this continuity as well. The Church provides a framework that extends beyond individual lives, beyond single generations. Saints' days, feast days, the cycle of the liturgical year, all of these mark time in a way that transcends personal experience. You participate in the same rituals your grandparents participated in. Your children will do the same. The prayers are the same. The stories are the same. The community gathers in the same building, a stone church that has stood for generations and will stand for generations more. The church itself is often built and maintained through the contributions of multiple generations. Your grandfather might have funded the construction of a side chapel. Your father might have donated funds for repairs to the roof. You contribute to maintaining the fabric of the building, to providing candles and vestments, and to supporting the priest. Your son will do the same. The building accumulates these contributions, becoming a physical manifestation of continuity, a space where past, present, and future intersect. Even the physical objects around you carry continuity. A sword might be passed down through generations, its blade reforged when it breaks, its grip replaced when it wears out, but its essential character maintained. The sword becomes more than a tool. It becomes a symbol of family, of lineage, of connection to those who came before. A piece of land might be held by the same family for 100 years or more, its boundaries defended, its productivity maintained, and its management passed from father to son. These objects and places accumulate history, become part of the family's identity, and anchor the present to the past. The system is designed to be stable. Change happens, but slowly. New techniques for farming or building are adopted gradually and tested over years before being widely accepted. New laws are introduced carefully, with attention to how they will affect existing arrangements. The emphasis is always on preserving what works, on avoiding disruption, and on maintaining order. Rapid change is viewed with suspicion, seen as dangerous, and likely to upset the delicate balance of obligations and rights that keep society functioning. Your daily routine is not unique to you. It is the same routine your father followed, the same routine your son will follow. You wake, you work, you eat, and you rest. The rhythm is ancient, tested across centuries, and refined through countless repetitions. It does not need to be reinvented. It simply needs to be sustained, practiced, and passed on. There is wisdom in this repetition, a deep understanding that some patterns work precisely because they have been proven over time. This continuity is reassuring. You know your place. You know what is expected. You know that the work you do today will be continued tomorrow and the day after, and for generations to come. The land you manage will be managed by your son. The obligations you fulfill will be fulfilled by your grandson. The social order you participate in will continue, adapting slowly to new circumstances but never abandoning its fundamental structure. There is a quiet satisfaction in being part of something larger than yourself, something that extends beyond your own life. You are not alone in history. You are a link in a chain that stretches back to ancestors you never knew, and forward to descendants you will never meet. Your work matters not because it is spectacular, but because it contributes to this continuity. You hold your place, fulfill your duties, and pass the responsibility to those who come after. The evening settles, as it always does. The fire burns low in the hall. The last conversations fade into silence. People drift away to their sleeping spaces. You remain for a moment longer, watching the coals glow beneath the ash, feeling the warmth, and thinking ahead to tomorrow. Tomorrow will bring the same tasks, the same rhythms, and the same steady continuity. The work is never finished, but it is always enough. You're a knight not because of great deeds recorded in songs or stories, but because you hold your place, fulfill your duties, maintain what has been entrusted to you, and pass the responsibility intact to those who come after. The routine continues, reliable and unchanging. The order holds generation after generation, and in that steady rhythm, in that quiet continuity, there is a deep and lasting peace. The day ends, the night arrives, sleep comes. Tomorrow the cycle begins again, as it always has, as it always will. The California gold rush brought hundreds of thousands of dreamers to the Sierra Nevada between 1848 and the mid-1850s. But the real story wasn't in the headlines about overnight millionaires. It was in the quiet creek beds where solitary panners spent their days knee-deep in cold water, searching for flakes of yellow metal smaller than their fingernails. This is what those slow, patient days actually felt like. You wake before the sun touches the eastern ridge, which means you wake in darkness so complete you can barely see your hand. Your canvas tent fills with the scent of damp wool and wood smoke, permeating every fibre of your bedroll. Outside, the American river mutters to itself the way it does every morning, a constant whisper that becomes the backdrop to everything you do here. You've been listening to that sound for 3 months now, and you've stopped wondering when you'll get used to it because you already have. Your back aches from sleeping on ground that never quite softens, no matter how carefully you arrange the pine needles underneath your blanket. You're 37 years old, which felt young when you left Ohio, but feels considerably less young now that you've been hauling buckets of gravel uphill for 93 days straight. Not that you're counting. The August morning is cold enough that you can see your breath, which seems impossible given how hot it'll be by noon. This is something nobody mentioned back east, that the mountains could freeze you at dawn and bake you by lunch. You pull on your boots without unlacing them fully because you learned that trick from a Danish fellow 2 camps over, and it saves you about 30 seconds every morning. Those seconds add up. Your shirt is still damp from yesterday's sweat, which is unpleasant, but not surprising. Nothing dries completely here. The air is too thin, the night's too cold, and you work too hard to avoid sweating straight through everything you own. You've got 2 shirts total, and they take turns being the less disgusting one. Outside the tent, the camp is beginning its morning ritual without anyone saying much of anything. Miners aren't talkative before breakfast. The fellow whose name you've never learned but who camps about 50 feet downstream is already crouched by his fire ring, feeding small sticks into reluctant flames. His dog, a barrel-shaped mutt that's missing half an ear, watches the fire like it might escape. You've noticed that the dog is significantly better fed than its owner, which says something about the man's priorities that you find oddly reassuring. You build your own fire in the ring of stones you assembled during your first week here, back when you still had energy for unnecessary projects like making things look neat. Now the stones are black with soot, and arranged in a circle that's more suggestion than geometry. Your kindling is dry because you learned to keep it in your tent, wrapped in an old flour sack. The matches you bought in Sacramento, a full box of them, which seemed wildly expensive at the time, are down to 7. You've become religious about extinguishing candles and using coals from the fire to light your pipe, rather than striking a fresh match. The coffee you make is terrible. This isn't self-deprecation. It's objectively bad coffee made from grounds you've already used twice. But it's hot and has caffeine, and that's all you need. You drink it from a tin cup that burns your lip every single morning without fail, because you never remember to wait the extra minute for it to cool. Some lessons refuse to be learned. Breakfast is hardtack and bacon. Always hardtack and bacon. You've developed a technique where you fry the bacon first, then use the grease to soften the hardtack, which makes it marginally less likely to break your teeth. The bacon is so salty that you can feel your heart beat in your temples after eating it, but salt is the only reason it hasn't gone rancid. You should pound the hardtack with a rock before soaking it in the grease. Otherwise, it feels like chewing through roof shingles. A Stella's jay lands on a branch above your head and screams at you with what sounds like personal outrage. The jays here are a vibrant shade of blue and exhibit remarkable fearlessness, which commands your respect even when their behaviour is somewhat bothersome. This particular jay wants your bacon. You don't give it any, but not because you're stingy. You genuinely don't have bacon to spare. The bird screams again, makes a sound exactly like a rusty gate hinge, and then flies off to bother someone else. The sky is turning from black to deep purple, which means you've got maybe 20 minutes before proper dawn. You eat faster. The hardtack grease has made your fingers shiny, and you wipe them on your pants, which are already so filthy that adding bacon grease barely registers. You've learned not to think too hard about the state of your clothing. It's all going to be covered in mud within an hour anyway. Your pan, the only piece of equipment that truly matters, is where you left it last night, turned upside down on a flat rock. You've got a good pan, which is to say it's not cracked, and the bottom is relatively smooth. You bought it in Sacramento for $6, which was somehow both a fortune and a bargain. The merchant said it was genuine Eastern steel, but you doubt it. Still, it works, so you don't care. The walk from your camp to your claim takes about 15 minutes through pines that smell like vanilla when the sun hits them right, but the sun hasn't hit them right yet. The trail is barely a trail, just a slightly clearer path through the undergrowth where other miners have walked before you. You pass 3 abandoned campsites in various states of decay. One has a tent that's collapsed into a sad pile of rotting canvas. Another has a neat stack of firewood that someone apparently decided wasn't worth carrying to their next location. In the third location, a pair of boots with holes in both soles sits by a dead fire ring, a testament to the futility of optimism. These abandoned camps don't depress you the way they did in your first weeks here. Now they're just part of the landscape, like the tree stumps and the scattered piles of tailings. Men come and go, most go. The ones who stay are either making just enough to justify staying or are too broke to afford leaving. You're not entirely sure which category you fall into, and you've stopped asking yourself the question. Your claim is a bend in a smaller creek that feeds into the American River, about 30 yards from where the creek takes a sharp turn around a boulder the size of a hay wagon. You chose this spot because the water slows down at the bend, which means heavier particles, like gold theoretically, might settle in the gravel. This is science you learned from a pamphlet you bought in Sacramento titled The 49er's Guide to Certain Wealth, which turned out to be neither a guide nor certain, but did contain some useful information buried among the wild exaggerations. The creek at this hour is loud with morning runoff. The water comes down from snowmelt higher in the mountains, which means it's absolutely freezing even in August. You've watched men jump into this creek on hot afternoons for a refreshing swim, and you've watched them jump right back out again, yelping. The creek doesn't care about air temperature. The creek is always cold enough to make your feet ache. You've staked your claim with 4 posts and a length of rope that marks off about 30 feet of creek bed. This practice is legal under the loosely defined mining laws that govern these mountains, meaning it is permitted as long as you are actively working the claim, and no one with greater authority decides to take it from you. So far, nobody has. Your claim is not, it must be said, obviously rich. It's not even obviously promising. It's just a patch of creek that nobody else wanted badly enough to fight over. The morning light is starting to filter through the pines now, coming in at that low angle that makes everything look softer than it actually is. The water in your section of creek looks clear and innocent, bubbling over rocks that are gold-coloured from iron oxide but contain not a speck of actual gold, as you've learned through repeated disappointment. Real gold doesn't look like gold when it's in the creek. It looks like a slightly brighter fleck of sand, simple to miss, easier to doubt. Your first job of the day is to move rocks. It's always moving rocks. The technique is to clear the larger stones from a section of creek bed, dig down into the gravel beneath them, and then pan that gravel, hoping it contains something other than more gravel. You've moved approximately 7,000 rocks in your time here, which is not a poetic exaggeration. You actually tried to count once and gave up after 700. The rocks are slippery with algae, cold from the water, and frequently inhabited by angry crayfish who object strenuously to being relocated. Crayfish have pinched you 11 times, and the experience never ceases to be startling. They hide under the rocks with their claws extended, waiting for an unsuspecting finger. You'd find them more charming if they weren't such consistent jerks about the whole situation. You wade into the water, which immediately fills your boots because your boots are not waterproof, despite what the merchant in Sacramento promised. The cold grips your feet like a firm handshake from someone who's trying to prove something. You've learned to keep moving because standing still in this water can make your feet so numb that you might trip over your own ankles while walking back to camp. There's a technique to moving rocks efficiently, which mostly involves rolling, not lifting. The trick is to place your hands under the rock while it is still in the water. Use the water's buoyancy to assist with the initial lift, and then fully commit to moving it to shore, as dropping it halfway is when you're most likely to injure your foot. You dropped a rock on your foot in week 2. Your toenail turned black and fell off. The new one growing in is a weird shape that catches on your sock. By mid-morning you've cleared enough rocks to expose a promising patch of gravel. Promising is a relative term. It looks essentially identical to every other patch of gravel you've excavated. But this reflects the mindset of successful mining. Every pan could potentially contain gold. If you start assuming that the gold isn't present, you might as well pack up and go home to Ohio, where you have $7 in debt and a sister-in-law who said you would return in a month. You fill your pan with gravel, scooping down to the bedrock if you can reach it. Bedrock is where the good stuff settles. Theoretically, it is heavier than the sand and gravel that wash over it. You've reached bedrock exactly 3 times. Usually you just get tired of digging and decide to pan what you have. The gravel goes into the pan along with a healthy amount of water. Your pan is about 15 inches across and maybe 3 inches deep, with a flat bottom and sloped sides. When the pan is full of wet gravel, it becomes heavier than it appears, likely around 15 pounds of material that you will spend the next several minutes shaking as if you were trying to wake it up. The technique for panning is simple in theory and exhausting in practice. You hold the pan with both hands and shake it side to side under the water, using a circular motion that keeps everything submerged but moving. The goal is to make the heavier particles, including gold if there is any, work their way down to the bottom while the lighter sand and gravel wash over the rim. This takes longer than you'd think. Much longer. You shake the pan for what feels like several years but is probably closer to 2 minutes. Your arms start to hurt. Your back, already unimpressed with your life choices, begins a formal complaint. The water is so cold that your hands transition from feeling cold to becoming numb, and then to experiencing a strange burning sensation that could be frostbite, but is likely just your body's way of indicating that this situation is absurd. You tilt the pan slightly, letting the lighter material wash over the edge. The water coming off the pan is murky with sediment, turning the clear creek into a muddy swirl downstream from where you're working. You've basically turned a clean creek into a dirty creek, which seems like a metaphor for something, but you're too focused on the pen to figure out what. More shaking, more swirling. Your arms feel like they're made of warm clay. You're developing muscles in places you didn't know could have muscles. There's a spot between your shoulder blades that's been aching continuously since June. After another minute of shaking, you've washed away about half the material in your pan. What's left is concentrated gravel, black sand, which is heavier than regular sand and therefore annoying. And possibly, somewhere in there, a tiny piece of gold that will justify the last 20 minutes of work. You lift the pan out of the water to inspect it. The surface is still covered with black sand and small pebbles. You're looking for colour, which is what miners call the yellow glint of gold. You're also searching for larger nuggets, but you're not optimistic about finding them. Nuggets are what other people find. You find flakes. The sun is higher now, and the light hitting your pane makes everything sparkle for a moment, which is cruel, because 99% of what sparkles is mica, not gold. Mica is a mineral that attracts attention due to its flashiness and attention-seeking nature, yet it holds no intrinsic value. You've learned to hate mica with a passion usually reserved for people who owe you money. You swirl the pan gently, watching the black sand shift. There, right there, is that colour. You squint. You tilt the pan. It's either a tiny fleck of gold or a tiny fleck of mica catching the light in exactly the wrong way. You dip the pan back in the water and swirl again, more carefully this time. The speck stays put while the black sand moves. Gold is heavier than mica. This is gold. This is actual gold. It's smaller than a pinhead. It's possibly the smallest piece of gold that can still be called gold rather than gold-coloured dust. But it's yours. You feel a small surge of satisfaction that's wildly disproportionate to the value of what you've just found, which is approximately 1/10 of 1 cent. But that's not the point. The point is confirmation. The gold is here. You're in the right place. Your efforts are not entirely in vain. This is what you tell yourself as you carefully tap the fleck into your leather pouch, which contains maybe a teaspoon of gold after 3 months of work. The next pan contains nothing. The one after that contains 3 flecks so small you need to check 3 times to make sure they're actually there, and not just your desperate imagination. The 4th pan contains what might be gold, but might also be a piece of weathered pyrite, and you're not experienced enough to know the difference just by looking, so you save it anyway. This is what gold mining actually is. The long repetitive hours between tiny victories. For every moment of excitement when you spot colour, there are dozens of pans that contain absolutely nothing intriguing. You shake the pan, you wash the gravel, you squint at the results, you find nothing, you refill the pan with new gravel, you do it all again. Your back hurts in a specific way that suggests you're going to regret being 37 when you're 47. Your knees are bruised from kneeling on creek rocks. Your hands have developed calluses on top of calluses, creating a sort of hand armour that makes your fingers less flexible but more durable. You've got a blister on your right thumb that keeps opening up and then healing just enough to convince you it's better, right before you grip the pan again and it splits open. Around noon, the heat becomes genuine. The morning cold is a distant memory. The sun reflects off the water and the rocks, creating a brightness that makes your eyes hurt. You're supposed to be wearing a hat, and you are wearing one, but the hat is mostly decorative at this point. The sun here doesn't negotiate. You take a break, which means you sit on the bank and eat hardtack without bacon, because you're saving the bacon for dinner. You've got a canteen of water that tastes like metal and canvas, but it's wet, and wet is the main requirement. You drink half of it, reminding yourself to refill it from the creek before you head back to camp. Drinking straight from the creek is generally fine, though you've heard stories about men getting sick from it. You've been drinking creek water for 3 months without getting sick, which you consider a victory. A mule deer watches you from across the creek, chewing something with an expression of profound judgment. The deer here are not afraid of humans the way you'd expect. They've learned that miners don't generally shoot them because bullets are expensive, and dragging a dead deer back to camp is more work than most miners want to do. This particular deer seems to be evaluating your technique and finding it wanting. You resist the urge to explain yourself to the deer. After your break, you move to a different section of your claim, hoping that shifting locations will shift your luck. This belief is superstition disguised as strategy. Yet the mining industry is rife with superstitions presented as strategies. Some men won't work on Sundays. Others won't work without their lucky shirt. One fellow you met won't pan unless he's whistling, which makes him deeply unpopular with the miners on neighbouring claims. The afternoon pans yield a better return than the morning. 7 visible flecks and what might be 2 more if you're generous with your definitions. This is a good day. Not a great day. A great day would involve finding something larger than a fleck, but solidly good. You'll add maybe 3 cents worth of gold to your pouch, which doesn't sound like much until you remember that you're finding it in a creek using a pan and your increasingly questionable back. The thing about the Sierra Nevada that nobody warns you about is how quickly the weather can shift from pleasant to actively hostile. You've seen it go from sunny to hailing in the time it takes to smoke a pipe. The clouds gather behind the peaks to the east, accumulating as if they are preparing for something, and then suddenly it starts raining sideways while you scramble to remember where you left anything that shouldn't get wet, which includes everything. Today stays clear, which is a mercy. You've endured rainstorms in the past, and the misery they inflict is indescribable to those who haven't tried prospecting for gold under torrential rain. The creek rises, the visibility drops, and everything becomes a cold, muddy exercise in stubbornness. You keep working because stopping means losing a day of potential income, and you've already lost too many days to afford losing more. The wind picks up around 3, which is normal for this time of year. It comes down the canyon like it's been personally insulted by something at the bottom, and is rushing down to file a complaint. The pines sway and creak, dropping pine cones the size of your fist. You've been hit by falling pine cones twice, and while it's not dangerous, it's startling and slightly humiliating to be attacked by a tree you weren't even touching. Summer is the best season for mining, which tells you something about adverse seasons. During the summer, you can work all day without your hands freezing solid. The creek is lower, which means you can reach more of the gravel. The nights are cool but not deadly. You've heard stories about winter mining, about men trying to thaw frozen gravel with fire, about creeks freezing solid, about finding miners in the spring who didn't make it through. You plan to be in Sacramento by November, assuming you've made enough by then to afford leaving. The autumn is supposed to be beautiful here, according to the Danish fellow, who spent last fall in these mountains. He says the aspens turn yellow and the whole canyon glows like it's on fire. He also says that October is when the big storms start, rolling in from the Pacific and dumping snow by the foot. He says that November is when smart men leave, and December is when stubborn men die. You've marked yourself down as smart, though you're aware that most stubborn men probably think of themselves the same way. You finish working when the light gets too low to see colour in the pan, which happens earlier than you'd like because the canyon walls create shadows that arrive before sunset. You've mastered the art of timing your day based on these shadows, observing their leisurely progress across the creek. The walk back to camp feels longer than the walk to your claim, probably because you're worn out and your boots are full of water that squelches with every step. Your socks are incredibly durable. They were beyond saving 2 weeks ago, but you keep wearing them because the alternative is wearing no socks, which leads to blisters that make the sock situation look positively luxurious. At camp, you have a set evening routine because you don't have the energy to think of what to do next. Fire first, using the coals you banked this morning that are hopefully still alive under the ash. The coals are still alive, but barely, which saves you a match. Small kindling, slightly larger sticks, and then pieces of wood you've split from deadfall. The fire catches and holds, producing smoke that smells like pine and accomplishment. Dinner is bacon and beans. The beans have been soaking in creek water since morning in a pot you leave by your tent, covered with a flat rock to keep the jays out. This system works about 70% of the time. The other 30% you return to find jays sitting on the rock, looking pleased with themselves and half your beans scattered in the dirt. Today the beans are intact, which means tonight you'll have adequate protein. You cook the bacon first in your small pan, not the gold pan, you're not a barbarian, then add the beans to the bacon grease. This is the same cooking technique you use for breakfast, which suggests your culinary skills have not expanded significantly during your time here. The beans absorb the grease and become softer and saltier, which is the best you can hope for under the circumstances. While the beans cook, you count your gold. This is both satisfying and depressing depending on your mood. Tonight you're feeling philosophical, which means you can look at your small leather pouch and think, I'm building towards something rather than I've been here for 3 months and have approximately $8 worth of gold. The pouch contains mostly flakes, a few slightly larger pieces that might generously be called small nuggets, and a lot of black sand you haven't been able to separate out. Separating gold from black sand is an art form that involves mercury, which you don't have, or tremendous patience, which you have but prefer to use elsewhere. Most miners just sell their gold with the black sand still mixed in, accepting a lower price in exchange for not spending hours trying to clean it. You estimate you've got about a 1/4 ounce total. In Sacramento, the price of gold is $16 per ounce, indicating that you have a total wealth of $4 plus or minus. $4 after 3 months of work would be depressing if you thought about it directly, so you think about it sideways instead. You're learning a trade. You're improving your technique. Tomorrow's pan might be the one that changes everything. These are the lies you tell yourself that might actually be true. Mining attracts a specific type of person. Someone comfortable being alone but perhaps not skilled at it. The distinction matters. You spend your days working by yourself, but you're surrounded by other men doing the same thing. All of you existing in this strange state of communal solitude. There's the Danish fellow, whose camp is upstream from yours. He has nodded at you approximately 60 times, but you've never learned his actual name. He's methodical in a way that suggests either previous mining experience or a personality that can't help being methodical. His camp is neat, his tools are organised, and his morning fire starts without the cloud of smoke that yours produces. You find this simultaneously admirable and annoying. Downstream, there's a group of 3 Chinese miners who work together in a way that seems both more efficient and more pleasant than working alone. They've built a rocker box, a larger contraption for processing gravel, and they take turns operating it in shifts. You've watched them work, and they seem to find more gold than you do, which suggests their technique is better, their claim is richer, or both. They've never been unfriendly, but they keep to themselves, which you respect because you do the same thing. There's a French Canadian who showed up 2 weeks ago and hasn't stopped talking about the nugget he found in his first week, which was apparently the size of a pea. You've seen the nugget. It's legitimately impressive. It's also the only significant gold he's found since, which he mentions less often. He's starting to develop the look that men get when they realise their luck might have run out on day 3. The nearest town, calling it a town is generous, is a 6-hour walk, which means you go there approximately never. The town consists of a trading post, a place that sells whiskey, and a collection of tents that serve various purposes, none of them particularly interesting. You went there once in July to buy supplies and found the prices so inflated that you seriously considered just eating pine bark for the rest of the summer. Mail comes through the town twice a month, carried by a man on a horse who looks like he's reconsidering his life choices every time you see him. You haven't gotten mail because getting mail requires having sent mail first, and sending mail requires either admitting how things are going or lying about it. You've decided that writing home can wait until you have something worth reporting beyond still here, still poor, creek still cold. The thing that keeps you going isn't the dream of striking it rich. That dream died somewhere around week 6. What keeps you going is the small, regular victories that arrive just often enough to feel like progress. A good day of panning, a flake larger than usual. The satisfaction of improving your technique to the point where you can process gravel faster than you could last month. You've gotten better at reading the creek. You've learned to spot places where the water slows down, where obstacles create eddies, where the bedrock comes close to the surface. These are the places gold accumulates, if it accumulates anywhere. You've learned to test a spot with a single pan before committing to hours of digging. You've learned that the gravel right against bedrock is worth checking first, because that's where the heaviest particles settle. Your panning technique has improved to the point where you rarely lose visible gold over the rim of the pan anymore, which used to happen with embarrassing frequency. You've learned the right rhythm of shaking and swirling, the right angle to tilt the pan, and the right amount of water to keep in it. These skills are worthless anywhere except right here in this creek, doing this specific thing, but here they matter. There's a rhythm to the work that becomes almost meditative when you let it. Fill the pan, shake it under the water, tilt and swirl. Watch the lighter material wash away, check for colour, repeat. Your mind wanders during this process, which is good because otherwise you'd go crazy from the repetition. You think about home. You think about the people you left behind. You think about whether you're actually going to make enough money here to justify having left. You think about dinner. You think about gold. The best day you've had was 3 weeks ago, when you found 5 flakes in a single pan. 5 flakes isn't a fortune. It's not even a really good meal. But it was encouraging in a way that made you want to keep going. You've had worse days since then, plenty of them. But that one good day sits in your memory like proof that luck exists, and might occasionally remember you exist too. Your equipment consists of your pan, a shovel, a pick, a blanket, a tent, 1 cooking pot, 1 frying pan, 2 shirts, 1 pair of pants, 1 hat, assorted other items of questionable utility, and a rifle you've fired exactly twice since arriving here. Once was to scare off a bear who was investigating your camp. The bear left, though you're not convinced the rifle had anything to do with it. The bear seemed more annoyed by the noise than threatened by it. The shovel is the most important tool after the pan. You use it to move gravel, dig down to bedrock, create channels in the creek, and occasionally as a seat when you're too tired to stand but the ground is too wet to sit on. The handle is worn smooth where your hands grip it, and the blade is starting to show signs of serious wear along the edge. You'll need a new shovel by next summer, assuming you're still here next summer, which is an assumption you're not ready to examine too closely. The pick breaks up hard-packed gravel and chips away at bedrock when you need to clear a hollow where gold might be hiding. You're not great with the pick. It requires a specific kind of controlled violence that doesn't come naturally to you, but you're better than you were. You've learned to let the weight of the pick do most of the work, rather than trying to muscle it down into the rock. Your shoulders are grateful for this lesson, though they wish you'd learned it sooner. Your tent is canvas, supposedly waterproof, and actually water-resistant at best. When it rains hard, small drips develop in predictable spots, and you've learned to arrange your belongings to avoid them. The tent is tall enough that you can sit up inside it but not stand, which means you spend a lot of time hunched over. Your back has opinions about this arrangement. The blanket you sleep in is wool, which was expensive but worth it. Wool stays warm even when wet, which is important because everything here is always at least slightly wet. The blanket smells like campfire and sweat and pine needles, which is to say it smells like you've been living in the mountains for 3 months. September arrives without ceremony, marked only by the fact that the Danish fellow mentions it's September while walking past your claim one morning. The days are still hot, but the nights are starting to get properly cold, the kind of cold that makes you burrow deeper into your blanket and consider whether you've made good decisions. The creek is lower now than it was in July. The snowmelt has slowed to a trickle, which means you can reach gravel that was under water a month ago. This is theoretically good news. In practice, it means you're doing the same amount of work to access slightly different gravel that contains the same disappointing amount of gold as the previous gravel. The aspens are starting to turn, just like the Danish fellow said they would. The canyon walls are developing patches of yellow that catch the afternoon light and make everything look like a painting. It's beautiful in a way that would be more enjoyable if you weren't worried about winter coming. Beauty is easier to appreciate when you're not concerned about freezing to death. The birds are changing their patterns. The jays are still around. Jays are apparently immortal. But other birds are starting to move through on their way to somewhere else. You've seen geese flying overhead in V formations, heading south with what seems like excessive enthusiasm. The geese know something you know. Winter in these mountains is not a theoretical problem. You're starting to see other miners pack up and leave. Every few days another tent comes down, another camp gets abandoned, and another claim becomes available for whoever's desperate or optimistic enough to take it over. You've watched maybe a dozen men leave in the past 2 weeks. None of them looked happy, but some looked more defeated than others. The French-Canadian left last Tuesday. He stopped by your claim to say goodbye, which was more social interaction than you'd had in weeks. He said he was heading to Sacramento to find work that paid in actual money rather than tiny flecks of hope. He said the nugget he found in week 1 would cover his travel costs, but nothing more. He said he'd learned an important lesson about luck and diminishing returns. He shook your hand and left, and you haven't seen him since. You're now faced with the question that every miner in these mountains faces eventually. When do you leave? The smart money says leave in October, before the first real storms hit. The optimistic money says stay until you've made enough to justify having come here in the first place. The desperate money says stay as long as physically possible because going home empty-handed isn't really an option. You're not sure which category you fall into. You've made approximately $12 worth of gold in 4 months, which works out to $3 per month, which is not a fortune by any definition. On the other hand, you've learnt skills that might actually translate to better returns next season. You've learnt where gold hides. You've learnt how to read a creek. You've learned how to survive in the mountains with minimal supplies and maximum stubbornness. There's also the question of what you'd be going home to. Ohio feels very far away, both geographically and emotionally. The life you left there, the debts, the obligations, the small-town predictability, doesn't feel like something you're eager to return to. At least here, you're poor but independent. At least here, every plan has the potential to change your circumstances. The Danish fellow is staying through October, possibly November. He told you this while refilling his canteen at the creek, speaking in his careful English that suggests he's translating from Danish in his head before the words come out. He said he's been mining for 2 years now. in different locations, and that patience is the main requirement. He said that most men leave too early, before they've learned enough to make the work pay off. He said this with the confidence of someone who's either right or has become very good at lying to himself. You decide to stay through September, then reassess in October. This feels like a reasonable compromise between optimism and survival instinct. You mark the date in your head, October 1st. That's when you'll make a real decision about whether to winter here or head to lower elevations. The best part of each day is the hour after dinner, when you're too tired to do anything productive but not yet tired enough to sleep. You sit by your fire, smoke your pipe. Tobacco's expensive, so you mix it with dried bearberry leaves, which is either an authentic frontier technique or something you invented out of desperation, and watch the light fade from the canyon. The evening light in the mountains is different from evening light anywhere else. It's golden in a way that seems almost thick, like you could reach out and touch it. The air cools rapidly once the sun drops behind the western ridge, and the temperature drops 10 or 15 degrees in the space of 20 minutes. You've learned to have your jacket within reach by the time the light starts to turn. The sounds of the evening are the creak, the fire crackling, the wind moving through the pines, and occasionally the far-off sound of someone else's axe biting into wood. There's a rhythm to life here that's slower than anything you experienced in Ohio. Not peaceful exactly. It's too much work to be peaceful, but separate. Removed from the normal pace of the world, you've started noticing small things you wouldn't have noticed 4 months ago. The way certain rocks in the creek have patterns in them that look like writing in a language nobody can read. The way the smoke from your fire sometimes swirls in one direction while the wind is clearly blowing in another. The way the stars up here are so bright, they cast actual shadows, turning the whole forest into a study in silver and black. Some evenings, you hear the sound of a fiddle from one of the camps downstream. Someone has a fiddle and knows about 7 songs, which they play in the same order every time. You've heard this sequence so many times you could probably play it yourself if you had a fiddle and any musical ability whatsoever. The fact that you can hear the fiddle from your camp suggests sound carries farther here than it should, or that everyone is being quieter than you'd expect from a group of men living in the woods. What keeps you panning day after day is the fundamental truth that gold is definitely here. Not hypothetically here, not rumoured to be here, actually documentably present in this creek, in quantities that are small but real. You found it yourself. You've held it in your hand. You know with absolute certainty that if you pan enough gravel, some of that gravel will contain gold. This is different from most gambles, where you're betting on something that might not even exist. Here, you're just trying to find enough of something that definitely exists. It's like fishing, but the fish are tiny and made of metal and really good at hiding. The biggest piece you've found so far is about the size of a grain of rice. You found it 3 weeks ago, and you keep it separate from your other gold in a small glass vial you bought specifically for this purpose. It's your trophy piece, the evidence that larger pieces exist and that you're capable of finding them. The fact that you haven't found another piece that size since is information you've chosen not to dwell on. You've heard stories about men finding nuggets the size of potatoes. You've heard stories about men becoming rich in a single afternoon. You've heard so many stories that you've stopped believing most of them. But the core truth remains, some men do strike it rich. Not many men, maybe 1 in 1,000. But someone is that 1 in 1,000, and there's no particular reason it can't be you. This is the hope that persists through the long days of finding nothing. This is what makes you pick up the pan each morning despite your aching back and your questionable finances. This is what makes the whole enterprise feel like something other than slow-motion failure. The 1st of October is crisp in a way that suggests summer has officially given up. You wake to frost on your tent, which is new and unwelcome. The creek seems colder, though you're not sure if it's actually colder or if you're just losing your tolerance for cold. Either way, wading in now requires a moment of mental preparation that wasn't necessary in August. You've been here 5 months. Your original plan was 3 months maximum. You've exceeded your plan by 2 months and are now actively ignoring the fact that you made a plan at all. The leather pouch with your gold now contains maybe half an ounce total, $8 worth of work. though you try not to calculate the per-day rate because it's depressing. Most of the camps around you are empty now. The Danish fellow is still here, along with the 3 Chinese miners downstream, and maybe 4 or 5 others scattered along the creek. The forest feels emptier, though it's hard to say if that's because people left, or because the changing season makes everything feel more stark. You've made your decision. You'll stay through October, then leave before the first snow. This gives you 1 more month to add to your total, 1 more month to find something significant, 1 more month to convince yourself that this whole adventure wasn't a miscalculation. October feels like the absolute deadline. November feels like death. The work continues as it has for months. Fill the pan, shake it, look for colour, occasionally find colour, mostly find nothing. The rhythm is so familiar now that you could do it in your sleep, which is good because you sometimes feel like you're doing it in your sleep. On October 15th, you find a nugget. Not a huge nugget. Calling it a nugget is technically generous, but definitely larger than a flake. It's about the size of a peppercorn, with a weight you can actually feel when you place it in your palm. This is the best find you've had in 2 months, and you spend a ridiculous amount of time just looking at it, turning it over, feeling the weight of it. This nugget is worth maybe 50 cents. 50 cents is not a fortune. 50 cents will not change your life. But 50 cents found in a single pan is better than the 3 cents per day you've been averaging, and it represents the possibility that other larger pieces might be nearby. This is how mining works. Every small success suggests the possibility of larger success just around the corner. You spend the rest of the day working the same area where you found the nugget, hoping that where there's one piece, there might be more. This is sound logic. This is also the same logic that has led you to waste entire days digging in spots that turned out to contain exactly 1 piece of gold and nothing else. By the end of the day, you found 2 more flakes, normal-sized, nothing special, and have convinced yourself that the nugget was probably a solo traveller, not the advanced scout for a major deposit. This is disappointing but not surprising. Most good news in mining turns out to be followed by normal news. The last week of October brings weather that makes it clear that winter is not a metaphor. The temperature drops below freezing at night. There's snow on the highest peaks, visible from your camp as a bright white line against the sky that seems to be creeping lower each day. The creek is painfully cold now, and your hands go numb within minutes of starting work. You've made your final count. You've got approximately 3/4 of an ounce of gold, worth maybe $12. After 5 months of work, you've made $12. This works out to about $2.40 per month, which is less than you could make doing almost any other job. On the other hand, you've had an adventure. You've learned new skills. You've lived in the Sierra Nevada and survived. These things have value, even if they don't have a price tag. The Danish fellow stops by on the 28th to say goodbye. He's staying through winter, which you think is either brave or insane. He says he's built a better shelter and has supplies stored. He says winter mining is difficult but possible, and that most men who die in the winter die because they're unprepared, not because the winter itself is unsurvivable. He wishes you luck. You wish him luck. You shake hands with the warmth of men who've been neighbours without quite being friends. On October 30th, you break camp. You take down your tent, pack your tools, and take a last look at your claim. The creek continues its endless conversation with itself, caring not at all that you've spent 5 months of your life crouched next to it, hoping. The gold is still there, somewhere in the gravel, waiting for the next person desperate or optimistic enough to come looking for it. The walk back to Sacramento takes 3 days. Your gold pouch sits in your pocket, heavier than you expected for something so small. $12 worth of gold is not the fortune you hoped for, but it's real money, earned by your own labour, pulled from a creek 1 tiny flake at a time. You're not sure if you'll come back next spring. You're not sure if 5 months of work for $12 represents failure or education. You're not sure if you're a miner who's taking a break, or a man who briefly tried mining and is moving on to something else. what you're sure of is this. You know how to read a creek now. You know how to survive in the mountains with minimal supplies. You know what it feels like to find gold. And you know what it feels like to spend hours finding nothing. These are things you didn't know 6 months ago, and they're yours now, worth more than $12 because they can't be taken away. The Sierra Nevada recedes behind you as you walk, the mountains holding their gold close, patient and indifferent, waiting for the next wave of dreamers to arrive with their pans and their hope and their willingness to spend months in cold water for the chance at something better. Your time as a gold panner in the Sierra Nevada is one story among thousands, most of which ended roughly the same way, with modest returns, valuable experience, and the knowledge that sometimes the real discovery is what you learn about yourself in the process. The gold remains where it's always been, waiting in the creeks, a constant invitation to those willing to bend their backs and numb their hands for the slim chance that today's pan might be the one that changes everything. Theodore Roosevelt was not an ordinary child. Born in 1858, in a brownstone in New York City, young Theo, called Teddy by his close friends, entered a world riddled with disparity. Horse-drawn carriages paraded on cobbled streets while the country found itself on the cusp of rapid industrial change. Yet, from the very beginning, what made Theodore Roosevelt's early life different was not only his family's comfortable position. His father was a philanthropist who ran a successful import business, and the Roosevelts prided themselves on their social standing, but also his shaky constitution. The future Rough Rider was, ironically enough, a frail boy who struggled with asthma and stomach trouble, relying on the help of his nurturing family to guide him toward better health. Most accounts recall the well-worn story of how he overcame debilitating asthma by embracing exercise in the outdoors, but that's often where the intriguing details stop. Far less common are the accounts of how Roosevelt's imagination flourished because he spent so many hours indoors recovering. He devoured books on natural science, building an early fascination with zoology, entomology, and every lesser-known ology he could get his hands on. He collected insects in jars around his room, and he sketched birds from memory. He had a serious obsession with taxonomy, relishing the act of labelling, identifying, and categorizing. Few mention that he even attempted to write little treatises, guided by sheer curiosity, about creatures he observed in his small world. He would write paragraphs about houseflies in a notebook detailing their anatomy and behaviour, as if he were a mini Darwin in the making. This pursuit was not a trifling hobby. It was the anchor that connected him to the broader world when his lungs wouldn't allow him to catch his breath outside. His father, Theodore Sr., took these explorations seriously. He would encourage young Theo to keep learning, and to the extent possible. He also pushed him, quite literally, to strengthen his body. The elder Roosevelt recognised that building physical stamina might become the key to unlocking his son's potential. So, in addition to fueling his mind, Theodore Sr. nudged him to exercise, even setting up a small gym within the family's home. They used pulley weights, dumbbells, and even a primitive exercise bike. Initially, the boy often doubled over in breathless fits, but he persevered, always hearing his father's voice, "You have the mind, but you must make your body." This paternal challenge would have shaped Theodore's entire life. He refused to let his ailments define him. As Theodore progressed from the timid, asthmatic boy to a more robust version of himself, he also developed a nuanced understanding of compassion and fairness. Many have recounted that his father, one of the founders of the Children's Aid Society, made it a point to teach Theodore about social inequities. During carriage rides, they visited the more impoverished areas of Manhattan, so that Theo would see beyond his privileged bubble. Historians often remark that these experiences, along with the lessons instilled by his father, formed the basis of Theodore's empathy for working-class Americans. Yet it's rarely noted how those moments also fueled his sense of outrage at injustice, an emotion that could flare up dramatically in the years to come. These experiences were not academic exercises for young Roosevelt. They resonated deeply with him, bridging the gulf between his comfortable existence and the hardships faced by others. By adolescence, Theo had not yet grown into the outspoken figure we often imagine, but he had an unusually intense curiosity that often manifested in sudden bursts of interest. A new species of bird, a type of archaic firearm, the political history of the Netherlands, he could not resist diving in. Family and friends recall that he would often go quiet for hours, poring over a book or tinkering with a collection, then erupt with a stream of observations. He was already practicing a methodical approach to everything from sports to reading. This intense discipline would soon define his every move. One lesser-known facet of his teenage years was his growing fascination with the wilderness. Convalescing in the family's summer home or on trips to the countryside, Theodore began forging a quiet bond with untamed spaces. He was awestruck by grand forests, wildlife calls at dusk, and the possibility of testing himself against the elements. This connection was not just a passing fancy, it was a seed that would bloom into his legendary forays into the West, and his eventual influence on the nation's conservation efforts. In a sense, the vulnerability that shaped his early years also planted an ember of longing for personal independence, physical challenge, and a deep communion with nature. Even as a boy, Theodore Roosevelt was forging an identity that mixed bookish introspection with athletic resolve. He was the child who combated his asthma by turning his bedroom into a mini natural history museum, and who absorbed lessons on social injustice from his father in the carriage rides across town. He was tender, curious, and brimming with restless energy. If you look closely at his formative years, you realize the seeds of Theodore Roosevelt's future, his passion for reform, his boisterous vigor, his reverence for nature, were germinating in the walls of brownstone and in the country fields where he worked to catch his breath. This duality, fragility matched by unwavering perseverance, would characterize him for the rest of his life, making him quite unlike any of his contemporaries. Transitioning into his college years at Harvard brought out another side of Theodore Roosevelt, a side that proved how he would never quite fit into any single mold. Most stories highlight his academic tenacity and his famously rambunctious personality, but they rarely dwell on how he continuously navigated social circles that didn't know quite what to make of him. He was too worldly to be the purely bookish type, but still too studious to be the campus gadabout. He moved through the halls wearing bright clothing styles, his suits cut a bit sharper, his shirts a bit more flamboyant, and walked briskly, a sign of a mind preoccupied with tasks at hand. People noticed him, not just for his dynamism, but for his slightly eccentric edge. During these years, Theodore continued to combat lingering health problems, though he rarely spoke of them, always determined to prove he was as hearty as anyone else. The boxing club at Harvard offered an outlet for his pent-up energy. Ironically, it wasn't in the ring that he faced his most stinging defeats. It was in building friendships with the typical college set, many of whom were drawn to a more conventional path of leisure and superficial amusements. He had a small circle of close companions, but was often teased for his intensity. Some found him downright exhausting to be around, describing him as a steam engine in trousers. Yet that social friction reinforced the self-assuredness that was forming in him. It was during this period that he wrote copiously in his diaries about moral fortitude, about striving to maintain a sense of honour amid a sea of peer pressure. Oddly enough, he sometimes felt lonely at Harvard, trapped between admiration for some of the traditions there and a gnawing sense that he was different. Alongside his studies, Theodore engaged in an array of pursuits that hardly seemed to fit neatly under any single rubric of student life. He wrote editorials for the student paper, typically championing high-minded ideals of honesty and personal discipline. He pored over the works of Audubon, Darwin, and personal heroes such as naval historian Alfred Thayer Mahan. He even found time to gallop off on weekend trips to collect specimens and practice birdwatching, returning to campus dust-laden and always bursting with stories. It's a testament to his capacity for juggling interests and goals that he was able to maintain decent grades while also soaking up everything in sight: natural history, public speaking, rhetorical studies, and even genealogical research. The man loved to learn in a wholehearted way, as though every subject could be an adventure if only one looked closely enough. In the midst of his academic fervour, something else was happening. Roosevelt was quietly falling in love, not just with any young socialite, but with Alice Hathaway Lee, a woman who embodied grace and warmth. She was a cousin of a classmate, and the attraction was immediate. Their courtship provided a surprising sense of balance for him, proof that he could be both intense and tender, formidable yet affectionate. As their relationship deepened, he began to think more concretely about his future. He was deeply into love, but also determined to shape his life in a way that would impact society. If the two could be reconciled, his political ambitions and his devotion to Alice, He believed he might find his true calling. It was a joyful, hopeful season of his life, tinged with the earnest optimism of youth. At Harvard, Roosevelt also honed his talent for debate, though interestingly, it was not always well received. He clashed over issues ranging from foreign policy to civic responsibility with classmates who, in his eyes, did not embody the moral vigour he valued. His style was direct, and sometimes his passion erupted into high-decibel insistence. People questioned whether he was grandstanding or genuinely fervent. In truth, he was both. He felt ideas with his entire being, unable to separate academic discourse from moral imperative. While some admired his zeal, others wrote him off as a brash upstart who needed to tone it down. But Theodore wasn't interested in toning anything down. He believed that if something was worth doing, it was worth doing vigorously. What's rarely acknowledged is that this unrelenting passion nearly derailed him in terms of his mental health. Long nights of study, intense physical exertion, and a kind of constant internal thrum of ambition could wear him out. He would suffer bouts of insomnia, something he stubbornly tried to hide from even his closest friends. Journals from the time suggest he wrestled with dark moods, worried that if he let himself slip even for a moment, he might not regain traction. But he had set a personal credo: better to burn brightly than fade quietly. He would follow this creed, whether positive or negative, for the remainder of his life. Upon graduation, Theodore left Harvard with more than just a diploma. He carried away a fierce sense of self, shaped by intellectual endeavours, personal romance, and the ceaseless quest to push against his limits. Shortly after leaving Harvard, Theodore Roosevelt took his first bold step into the realm of public service, winning a seat in the New York State Assembly. Some might call it a natural progression for a young man of his social background, but in truth, the gritty nature of local politics was something of a baptism by fire. The assembly halls were rife with infighting, patronage, and under-the-table deals. As a new member, Roosevelt was expected to keep his head down and align with party bosses. Instead, he stormed onto the scene like a tropical gale, delivering fiery speeches that lambasted corruption and championed reforms. The other lawmakers found him peculiar. Here was a well-to-do youngster, fresh from the Ivy League, with a screechy voice that seemed to come alive the moment he smelled injustice. And injustice, as he saw it, permeated every level of governance. The political old guard was a fortress of self-interest, so they chuckled at his zeal, dismissing him as a nuisance who would soon learn to play by their rules. What they didn't grasp was that Roosevelt's moral convictions, shaped by his father's influence and hammered into form by his own sense of fairness, would not yield under pressure. He was that rare combination, affluent yet empathetic, idealistic yet committed to practical change. Where many of his fellow legislators saw the chance for personal gain, he saw the chance to cleanse a stagnant system. In one particularly heated confrontation, Theodore challenged a powerful politician who had a reputation for backroom deals. Rather than placate this man or resort to polite circumlocution, Roosevelt essentially read him the riot act on the assembly floor, enumerating the ways in which the politician had shortchanged his constituents. The outburst was so electrifying that it made headlines. Overnight, Roosevelt transformed from an unknown freshman assemblyman into a political figure to watch. Of course, this also made him enemies, which was no small risk in the treacherous environment of late 19th century politics. His colleagues predicted he would trip over his own eagerness and fade into obscurity. But Theodore thrived on adversity. He doubled down, rallying support for reforms that, while modest by later standards, broke new ground in the fight against Tammany Hall's entrenched power. During this period, tragedy struck in a way that might have derailed a lesser spirit. On February 14, 1884, Valentine's Day, both his wife, Alice, and his mother died hours apart in the same house. The blow was incomprehensible. Only 2 days prior, Theodore had been a vibrant new father, welcoming a daughter, also named Alice, into the world. To lose his beloved wife and his mother on the same day left him emotionally paralysed. He poured his feelings into a single diary entry marked with an X, writing, "The light has gone out of my life." This searing sorrow might have undone him if not for the fact that Roosevelt believed in action as a tonic for despair. In the aftermath, he made a startling move, distancing himself from politics and heading west to the Dakota Territory. A lesser-known aspect of this chapter is that he was not merely seeking solitude, he was also chasing a grand American myth of renewal. Frontier life was an antidote to the heartbreak and political cynicism that had seized him. He purchased 2 ranches, the Maltese Cross and the Elkhorn, immersing himself in the daily grind of cattle ranching, gone were the starched collars and legislative debates. In their place came roundups, branding irons, and days spent in the saddle. The local cowhands initially regarded him with skepticism, pegging him as just another Eastern dandy. But Roosevelt quickly earned their respect, refusing any special treatment, sleeping in rough bunkhouses, and embracing a life that demanded not just physical vigour, but a willingness to confront the unpredictable cruelty of nature. Many accounts of Roosevelt's time in the Dakotas touch on how he chased thieves, tracked bison, and battled near blinding blizzards. Yet fewer people highlight the contemplative moments he spent on the open range, penning letters home with references to Greek philosophy, or reading thick books by lantern light, the wind howling outside. He used the plains as a confessional booth, sorting through his anger and grief, forging a new tempered sense of purpose. Indeed, it was on those plains where he truly embraced the notion that adversity could shape moral character. Hardship didn't break him, it refined him. When he did return to New York after a couple of years, he was no longer that brash young assemblyman overshadowed by personal tragedy. He was now a hardened rancher with a sharper edge. Upon returning to public life, Theodore Roosevelt set his sights on a job that many dismissed as either too menial or too compromised by corruption. Police Commissioner of New York City. At a glance, this might have seemed like a step down from his earlier roles, but he perceived it as a battleground for genuine reform. He saw a chance to enforce fairness at a ground level, where policy met reality in the daily lives of ordinary citizens. The police force at the time was a quagmire of bribes, extortion, and political favouritism. Officers would accept money to look the other way, or harass political opponents at the behest of party bosses. Roosevelt decided that if he could change the culture of the NYPD, he would be making one of the most significant civic contributions possible. One of his first acts was to enforce the Sunday closing laws for taverns, a move that sparked both outrage and admiration. Contrary to some popular retellings, he wasn't simply trying to morally police the populace. He was signalling that the law was the law, and no one, regardless of how large a bribe might be, was above it. This gambit, while unpopular among weekend drinkers, demonstrated his commitment to consistency. In his view, laws should not be left to personal whim or the thickness of a wallet. At night, he'd even don a disguise and walk the streets, slipping into bars to see if the law was being followed. Newspapers eagerly reported these midnight rambles, painting him as an almost comical figure. But beneath the spectacle lay a serious intent, to root out corruption at its source. His tenure as commissioner also saw him butt heads with the entrenched Tammany Hall apparatus. They had thrived under the assumption that police could be bought or coerced. Roosevelt disabused them of that notion. He promoted officers based on merit, introduced examinations to gauge competency, and disciplined or fired those caught in corrupt acts. This naturally turned many in the force against him, but the public, weary of crooked policing, began to appreciate that someone in a position of authority was, at last, taking their side. His energy was relentless. Staffers joked that he slept less than 4 hours a night, spending the rest of his time either in the office or pounding the pavement. Less well known is the personal toll this job took on him. Roosevelt poured so much intensity into curbing vice, graft and malfeasance that he often neglected simpler pleasures in life. He'd show up at home in the wee hours, paperwork still in hand, only to get up at dawn for yet another inspection. While he was never one to shy away from work, the pressure cooker environment of big city politics was exacting. He found himself increasingly at odds with other commissioners who were less enthusiastic about eradicating corruption, or more mindful of not offending powerful interests. On more than one occasion, he was threatened and ridiculed. Critics called him a moralistic meddler, an upstart who lacked the political savvy to navigate a city that thrived on compromise. And yet, by the time he moved on from the police department, he had planted the seeds for a more accountable and professionally run force. Officers who were promoted under his merit-based system carried forward the ethos of public service. The public, for the first time in a long while, felt glimpses of trust in their police. Roosevelt had not eradicated corruption, for it ran too deep, but he had made strides and, just as crucially, made a name for himself as a man of principle who was not afraid of unpopularity. His high-profile reforms laid a foundation for his next leap, an appointment as Assistant Secretary of the Navy under President William McKinley. Some saw this as a curious transition. Why place a boisterous, reform-minded ex-commissioner in the Navy Department? Others recognized a pattern. Roosevelt was drawn to challenges that demanded both discipline and daring. In his new role at the Navy, Roosevelt wasted no time in championing the modernization of the fleet. He had long been an admirer of naval strategist Alfred Thayer Mahan, who argued that national power hinged on naval supremacy. Far from being a bureaucrat satisfied with pushing papers, Theodore dove deep into budget allocations, pushing for new warship designs and better training. He recognized that the world was shrinking, that America's role on the global stage was expanding, and that the Navy would be essential to projecting and protecting American interests. Then came the Spanish-American War, a brief conflict that seemed tailor-made for someone of Theodore Roosevelt's temperament. When the USS Maine exploded in Havana Harbor in 1898, public sentiment towards Spain had already been riled by sensational journalism. Roosevelt saw this as both a chance to liberate Cuba from colonial oppression and a test of American resolve. But beyond ideology, it was personal concern for him. He had grown restless in Washington, convinced that action was often sacrificed on the altar of caution. So he resigned from his post as Assistant Secretary of the Navy and famously organized the 1st U.S. Volunteer Cavalry, better known as the Rough Riders. The myth of the Rough Riders has been recounted in 1,000 different ways, usually focusing on the charge up San Juan Hill. Yet what many people don't realize is that the unit was an oddball mix of Ivy League athletes, frontier cowboys, Native Americans, and everyone in between. Part of Roosevelt's genius lay in his ability to unite disparate individuals around a shared sense of adventure and duty. He wasn't naive. He knew that forging discipline from such a melange of backgrounds would be challenging. But he saw in these men the spirit of America itself, resilient, varied, and headstrong. Training for the Rough Riders was rigorous, but the logistical challenges of shipping them to Cuba were even more daunting. Horses got left behind, supplies went missing. Some men ended up on the battlefield without enough provisions. When the unit finally arrived in Cuba, they found themselves grappling with heat, disease, and disorganized command structures. Roosevelt, who had pined for action, found that the reality of warfare was a chaotic maze of conflicting orders, muddy roads, and the constant whine of enemy gunfire. And yet, to see him in the middle of it all was to witness a man who felt completely alive, for better or worse. He led from the front, riding his horse, Little Texas, as close to enemy lines as he dared, his spectacles fogging in the tropical humidity. The famed Battle of San Juan Heights was the defining moment. While Roosevelt and his men did indeed take part in the bold assault, the charge up San Juan Hill has often been painted in more glorified tones than the day itself likely warranted. War correspondents, eager for a heroic narrative, latched onto Roosevelt's vigorous leadership. The truth remains that it was a brutal affair, with heavy casualties on both sides. Many of the Rough Riders had never experienced anything like it. Roosevelt himself noted later how the fear of death gripped him, yet also spurred him forward. He believed that courage did not mean the absence of fear, but the resolve to act in spite of it. In that sense, the charge encapsulated much of what he believed about life. Better to face peril head-on than to cower behind caution. Once the battle concluded, the Spanish forces surrendered, and the Rough Riders triumphantly returned home as national heroes. Newspapers breathlessly lauded Roosevelt as a war hero who had personified American valor. He played the part well, though privately he mourned the friends he'd lost and grappled with the weight of having seen men killed at close range. It left him even more convinced that reforms were needed, not just in the military, but in how America approached its growing international role. He argued that the country should maintain a strong defense, but always keep a moral component in its actions. For Roosevelt, war was never to be glorified for its own sake. It was a crucible in which national character was tested. Upon his return, Roosevelt's popularity soared. Seizing the moment, political allies urged him to run for governor of New York. He obliged, and the public, enchanted by his war record and leadership, elected him. In the governor's mansion, he managed to marry progressive ideals with pragmatic governance. He championed everything from civil service reform to corporate regulation, challenging the massive trusts that dominated industries at the expense of smaller competitors. The path that led Theodore Roosevelt to the presidency was rather unorthodox. In 1900, Republicans, wary of his reformist zeal as governor, sought to sideline him by offering him the vice presidential spot under President William McKinley. They believed it was a ceremonial role Where Roosevelt's boisterous energy would be contained, his capacity to shake up the status quo effectively nullified. They forgot that fate often has other plans. Following McKinley's assassination in 1921, Roosevelt, at the age of 42, unexpectedly emerged as the youngest president in American history. Stepping into the Oval Office, Roosevelt brought with him an array of passions: conservation, trust-busting, and a growing desire to project American influence abroad. But the real hallmark of his administration was a philosophy he called the Square Deal, designed to ensure that ordinary citizens received fair treatment from government and big business alike. His attitude toward the enormous corporate trusts was not hostile purely for its own sake. Rather, he believed that monopolies stifled competition and exploited consumers. Thus, he championed antitrust litigation, famously taking on the Northern Securities Company. Some critics called him an economic radical, but in truth, he wasn't against wealth or industry. He simply demanded that they adhere to established regulations. Meanwhile, Roosevelt's passion for the environment resulted in one of the most significant conservation legacies in history. He established wildlife refuges, national parks, and millions of acres of protected forest lands by drawing on his love of nature, which began in his youth and was refined on the Dakota Plains. He placed Gifford Pinchot, a fellow conservationist, in charge of the Forest Service, setting the tone for responsible stewardship of America's resources. He recognized that nature was not an infinite bounty to be pillaged, but a national treasure to be preserved for posterity. This conviction might seem commonplace today, but in the early 1900s it was visionary. Despite fierce opposition from logging, mining, and oil interests, Roosevelt's political determination prevailed. He considered it his duty to ensure future generations would inherit landscapes unmarred by short-sighted greed. On foreign policy, he embraced an activist stance, guided by the maxim, "Speak softly and carry a big stick, you will go far." This approach was evident in his role in the construction of the Panama Canal. When Colombia balked at the terms proposed for a canal zone, Roosevelt covertly supported Panamanian rebels seeking independence from Colombia. Once Panama seceded, the new government swiftly granted the United States rights to build the canal. Controversial then, and still debated by historians now, this move showcased Roosevelt's willingness to wield American might to achieve strategic goals. He had no illusions that power should remain dormant. For him, national strength was a tool to shape global events, ideally in a manner he saw as ultimately beneficial for America and, in his mind, the world. Throughout his presidency, Roosevelt was a figure of constant motion, inviting athletes, writers, explorers, and all manner of individuals to the White House. He famously welcomed Booker T. Washington to dine, a move that shocked the segregated norms of the time. He championed progressive ideals that, while still limited by the social outlook of the era, nudged the country forward. Labour disputes, particularly the coal strike of 1902, saw Roosevelt intervene on behalf of workers in ways that no president before had done, effectively using the government as a mediator to secure better wages and hours, albeit without granting the full measure of union recognition. Numerous minor narratives often overshadow these major stories. For example, he placed a premium on physical culture within the White House, encouraging aides and visiting dignitaries to join him for hikes and boxing matches. The more traditional set, finding it unworthy for a president to engage in physical altercations, expressed their disapproval. But it was pure Roosevelt, energetic, fearless, and convinced of the importance of maintaining a robust body to match a robust mind. Roosevelt enjoyed immense popularity by the time he ran for election in 1904 in his own right. He won in a landslide, securing his place as a fully validated president rather than an accidental caretaker. That victory allowed him to double down on his agenda. After leaving the White House, Theodore Roosevelt embarked on what seemed at first like a grand victory lap, a 10-month African safari that captured the world's imagination. He was accompanied by a team of naturalists and hunters, and these travelled deep into territories teeming with wildlife. Sponsored in part by the Smithsonian Institution, the expedition aimed to collect specimens for scientific study, though it was inevitably steeped in the colonial attitudes of the time. Millions of people back home followed the journey through newspaper dispatches, enthralled by tales of lion hunts and elephant tracking. Roosevelt, for his part, relished the thrill, but also the sense that he was contributing to a greater scientific understanding of the continent's fauna. He painstakingly documented everything, From the habits of rhinoceroses to the migratory patterns of birds, his childhood love for cataloguing the natural world rekindled on a grand scale. Yet those who imagined him content to rest on his laurels grossly misread his character. Upon returning from Africa, he found himself dissatisfied with the direction of the Republican Party under his hand-picked successor, William Howard Taft, who, in Roosevelt's estimation, had betrayed the progressive ideals they once shared. Incensed, Roosevelt made the controversial decision to run for president again, but this time under the banner of a new political organization, the Progressive Party, often called the Bull Moose Party, a nickname sparked by Roosevelt's own boast that he felt fit as a bull moose. He stormed the convention halls, delivering speeches that invoked his familiar call for a square deal for all Americans. His platform included women's suffrage, labour reforms, and stricter controls on corporate power, elements that were ahead of their time. The election of 1912 became a three-way race among Roosevelt, Taft, and Democrat Woodrow Wilson. On the campaign trail, Roosevelt survived an assassination attempt when a deranged gunman shot him in the chest. In quintessential Roosevelt fashion, he insisted on delivering his scheduled speech anyway, blood seeping through his shirt. Before he started speaking, he pulled out his 50-page manuscript which had slowed the bullet and declared, "It takes more than that to kill a bull moose." His audience, horrified yet awed, watched him talk for nearly an hour. Though wounded, he remained unstoppable, forging ahead with his message of progressive change. Despite his determination, the split in the Republican vote handed the presidency to Wilson. For Roosevelt, it was a stinging defeat, but he refused to slip quietly into obscurity. He embarked on yet another daring expedition, this time to South America, where he charted the River of Doubt in the Amazonian rainforest, later renamed Rio Roosevelt in his honour. The journey was perilous. Disease, hostile wildlife, and near starvation took a toll on the entire group. Roosevelt himself contracted a severe infection in his leg, and at one point, he was so ill he reportedly begged his companions to leave him behind. They refused. The expedition eventually completed its mission, but Roosevelt returned gaunt and weakened, forever changed by the ordeal. Back home, the country was on the brink of World War I. Roosevelt, ever the hawk, criticised President Wilson's initial neutrality, urging a more assertive stance. He believed that failing to confront Germany's aggression would endanger both American ideals and global stability. When the United States finally entered the war, Roosevelt even offered to lead a volunteer division, much as he had done in the Spanish-American War. President Wilson declined, much to Roosevelt's frustration. Still, he rallied support for the war effort, seeing it as a moral imperative to resist autocratic powers. By the time the war ended, Roosevelt was older, his body battered by years of strenuous living and the after-effects of tropical diseases. Yet his mind was as restless and vigorous as ever. He kept writing history books, editorials, open letters to politicians, trying to shape public discourse. He remained convinced that America needed to balance power with righteousness, that corporations should serve the public good, and that the nation's wilderness areas required vigilant protection. In a sense, he never stopped campaigning for his version of progress, even if he no longer occupied any political office. The final chapter came quietly. In January 1919, he passed away in his sleep at Sagamore Hill, his beloved home on Long Island. Catherine of Aragon's birth coincided with the emergence of the modern world. Catherine of Aragon was born on December 16th, 1485, at the Archbishop's Palace in Alcalá de Henares near Madrid, during a time when the medieval era was slowly giving way to what we now call the Renaissance. Her parents, Isabella I of Castile and Ferdinand II of Aragon, had united their kingdoms and were in the midst of completing the Reconquista, which would culminate with the fall of Granada in 1492. Catherine's early years were marked not by coddling, but by immersion in one of Europe's most dynamic courts. While most historical accounts focus on her later marriage to Henry VIII, Catherine's formative years in Spain reveal a woman groomed for far more than matrimony. Her mother, Isabella, ensured Catherine received an education that surpassed what most royal daughters could expect. The tutelage of Alessandro Geraldini and the humanist Antonio Geraldini gave her fluency in multiple languages, including Spanish, Latin, French, and Greek. She studied canon and civil law, genealogy, heraldry, and history, subjects typically reserved for male heirs. Catherine's childhood unfolded against the backdrop of her parents' military campaigns against the Moorish kingdom of Granada. Rather than shielding their children from state affairs, Isabella and Ferdinand brought them along. At age 6, Catherine found herself in the military encampment at Santa Fe outside Granada, watching as the last Muslim ruler in Spain surrendered to her parents. The same year, a Genoese explorer named Christopher Columbus secured funding from her parents for a westward expedition that would forever change world history. What distinguished Catherine's upbringing from that of other royal daughters was her mother's insistence that she understand the mechanics of governance. Isabella of Castile was no ornamental queen, but ruled in her own right. Under her example, Catherine observed council meetings, diplomatic receptions, and looked into the delicate dance of statecraft. Her mother's confessor, the reforming Cardinal Jimenez de Cisneros, instilled in her a devout but intellectually rigorous Catholicism that emphasized personal piety alongside institutional reform. By age 15, Catherine had absorbed more practical knowledge of rulership than most royal sons twice her age. Yet the Spanish court that shaped her remained largely invisible in later English accounts, which preferred to cast her as a passive victim of Henry VIII's marital machinations rather than acknowledge the sophisticated political actor who arrived on English shores. When Catherine sailed from Spain in 1501, she brought with her not just a trousseau and dowry, but a distinctly Iberian worldview. Her household included 50 Spanish attendants, including her lady-in-waiting, Doña Elvira Manuel, who would serve as both companion and cultural bridge. These Spaniards brought with them customs and practices that would seem alien to English courtiers, different standards of personal hygiene, so Spaniards bathed more frequently than the English, different dining habits, and different musical traditions. The journey itself, frequently reduced to a footnote in historical accounts, proved harrowing. Records from her fleet commander, Admiral Don Pedro de Ayala, reveal that Catherine's ship nearly sank in a ferocious Bay of Biscay storm. For 3 days, the princess remained in her cabin praying while waves threatened to overturn the vessel. When land was finally sighted, Catherine insisted on recording her impressions of her new country. Her letters home described the English countryside as verdant but melancholy, and noted the curious custom of commoners approaching the royal party to present petitions directly, something unthinkable in the more rigid Spanish court hierarchy. What awaited her in England was not her future husband, Henry, but his brother Arthur, Prince of Wales, a slender 15-year-old whose frail health stood in stark contrast to Catherine's robust constitution. Their first meeting at Dogmersfield in Hampshire became legendary for Catherine's insistence on Spanish protocol despite English objections. When the Earl of Surrey demanded to see her face before she proceeded to London, Catherine refused, maintaining that only her betrothed would first glimpse her uncovered countenance, a stance that revealed both her adherence to Spanish custom and her early determination to assert herself in an unfamiliar land. The death of Arthur, Prince of Wales, in April of 1502 at Ludlow Castle, transformed Catherine of Aragon's trajectory in ways that conventional narratives often simplify. The 17-year-old widow faced not just grief but a political quagmire that would shape the next 7 years of her life. While history has primarily cast these as years of passive waiting, Catherine's correspondence reveals a young woman actively navigating the treacherous waters of international diplomacy. Arthur's death threw Catherine into what historians have called diplomatic purgatory. She was neither fully English nor free to return to Spain. Her father-in-law, Henry VII, refused to return her substantial dowry, 200,000 crowns, an enormous sum that would equal millions in today's currency. Meanwhile, her father, Ferdinand, was equally reluctant to fund her return home without the dowry. Catherine found herself essentially stranded in a foreign country whose language she was still mastering. During these limbo years, Catherine resided primarily at Durham House in London, where her income was progressively reduced by Henry VII's parsimony. By 1505, her situation had deteriorated to such an extent that she wrote to her father, "I am in debt in London. I am struggling to find a way out." Court records show that she was forced to pawn personal items, including gold vessels from her table service, to pay her servants' wages. While traditional accounts paint the aftermath as a period of powerless victimhood, Catherine's letters reveal sophisticated financial strategizing as she managed to maintain a household of 30 servants despite these constraints. What's rarely discussed is that Catherine's widow years coincided with the most tumultuous period in Castilian politics since her mother's accession. When Isabella of Castile died in 1504, the kingdom descended into factional struggle between Catherine's father, Ferdinand, and her brother-in-law Philip of Burgundy, husband to her sister Joanna. Catherine found herself in the uncomfortable position of an ambassadorial hostage, with Henry VII threatening to switch matrimonial alliances to the Burgundian faction if Ferdinand didn't meet his increasingly demanding terms. These years also witnessed Catherine's transformation from sheltered infanta to hardened political operator. She essentially functioned as Spain's unofficial ambassador to England, sending coded intelligence reports to her father, while simultaneously maintaining a facade of dutiful deference to Henry VII. Court records show that she cultivated relationships with key English nobles, particularly the Howard and Stafford families, building a network that would later prove invaluable during her queenship. Most accounts overlook Catherine's intellectual development during this period. Inventories of her possessions show she acquired over 40 books between 1502 and 1509, including works by Erasmus and Thomas More. Her correspondence with the Spanish humanist Juan Luis Vives suggests she was engaged with the latest currents in Renaissance thought. Far from languishing in isolated misery, Catherine was participating in the intellectual ferment that would later characterize the early Tudor court. People have similarly misrepresented her religious life during these years. While Catherine's piety is well documented, it has often been caricatured as rigid and medieval. In reality, her spiritual practice aligned with the Devotio Moderna movement sweeping Europe, which emphasized personal, interior devotion over elaborate external rituals. Her confessor, the observant Franciscan Alessandro Barclay, introduced her to contemplative prayer practices that would later influence English spiritual writing. Catherine's relationship with the young Prince Henry, later Henry VIII, during this period deserves re-examination. Court records indicate regular contact between them, including shared musical performances and participation in court festivities. The future king, 6 years her junior, appears to have genuinely enjoyed Catherine's company, particularly her knowledge of Spanish literature and her skill at the virginals, a keyboard instrument she had mastered. When court chronicler Edward Hall later wrote that Henry had cast eyes of affection on Catherine before their marriage, he was likely recording more than propaganda. By 1507, Catherine had become adept at managing not just her reduced circumstances, but the complex diplomatic machinations swirling around her. When Henry VII attempted to create a pretext for breaking the betrothal by demanding Catherine confess whether her marriage to Arthur had been consummated, she outmaneuvered him with a carefully worded response that satisfied Spanish honour, while preserving the possibility of marriage to the younger Henry. When Henry VIII ascended the throne in April of 1509, one of his first acts was to marry Catherine of Aragon, a decision that historical accounts have variously attributed to youthful infatuation, political expediency, or simple duty. However, contemporary sources reveal a more nuanced reality. The 18-year-old King's Council was initially divided on the match, with some favouring a French alliance instead. Henry's decision to marry Catherine represented his first significant assertion of royal will against advisory opinion, a pattern that would characterise his reign. Catherine's transformation from marginalised widow to queen consort was swift and deliberate. Their joint coronation on June 24th, 1509, broke with tradition by according Catherine equal ceremonial prominence with Henry. She insisted on wearing her hair loose, a Spanish symbol of virginity, to publicly emphasise that her first marriage was unconsummated. Londoners, treated to pageants portraying Dame Catherine as the embodiment of truth triumphing over adversity, understood the symbolism. The early years of Catherine's queenship reveal a woman whose political influence extended far beyond conventional narratives that focus exclusively on her reproductive struggles. As early as 1510, diplomatic correspondence shows Catherine serving as an informal member of the King's Council, particularly on matters relating to Spanish and imperial relations. The Venetian ambassador reported with surprise that the Queen attends all council meetings and exerts considerable influence. Perhaps Catherine's most overlooked contribution to Tudor governance came in 1513, when Henry appointed her Governor of the Realm and Captain General of the Armed Forces during his absence in France. This regency granted Catherine powers that went beyond ceremonial authority. She could sign documents with the king's authority, issue proclamations, and even raise armies. When James IV of Scotland invaded while Henry was abroad, Catherine organised the English defence with remarkable efficiency. She commissioned ships, ordered troop movements, and sent a stirring letter to the Earl of Surrey before he defeated and killed the Scottish king at Flodden Field. After the victory, Catherine sent James's bloodied coat to Henry in France as a battle trophy, writing with martial pride that she would have sent the king's body too, but English soil would not bear a traitor's burial. This action, rarely emphasised in popular accounts, demonstrates Catherine's embrace of Tudor political culture and her evolution from Spanish infanta to English queen. Catherine's domestic policy during her regency revealed priorities that would shape her later patronage. She issued orders relaxing enforcement of sumptuary laws that disproportionately punished working-class women for dressing above their station. Court records indicate she personally intervened in at least 14 cases where women faced prosecution under these statutes, arguing that female industry shouldn't be penalised by archaic restrictions. Her intellectual patronage has been similarly underappreciated. While Henry VIII is remembered for his sporadic support of humanism, Catherine maintained more consistent relationships with leading scholars. She commissioned translations of devotional texts from Spanish into English, supported Richard Hurdy's arguments for women's education, and maintained correspondence with Erasmus, who dedicated his commentary on the Gospel of Matthew to her. When Juan Luis Vives published The Education of a Christian Woman in 1523, he acknowledged Catherine's influence on his thinking about female intellectual capacity. Catherine's queenly authority extended to cultural diplomacy as well. She introduced Spanish theatrical traditions to the English court, particularly the morality plays known as autos sacramentales. Court records document her commissioning performances that blended English and Spanish performance styles, creating hybridized entertainments that historian Sidney Anglo has termed the first truly cosmopolitan court culture in English history. Even her religious patronage defies simple characterization. While Catherine's Catholicism was sincere, she advocated for church reforms that aligned with humanist critiques. She supported Cardinal Wolsey's suppression of corrupt monasteries nearly 2 decades before Henry's more famous dissolution. Edward Lee, the reformist scholar who served as her personal chaplain, delivered sermons that criticised clerical abuses while upholding orthodox doctrine, a delicate balance that mirrors Catherine's own complex religious beliefs. By 1525, before the divorce crisis erupted, Catherine had constructed a queenly identity that skillfully balanced her Spanish heritage with her adopted English role. She wore English fashions but maintained Spanish eating habits. She spoke English fluently but continued to write personal devotions in Spanish. She honoured English Sacerdotal saints while introducing Spanish religious customs like the 40-hour devotion. This cultural hybridity made her popular with both courtiers and commoners, who affectionately called her Queen Caterina, in a blend of her Spanish name and English title. The unravelling of Catherine's marriage to Henry VIII, who was euphemistically called the King's Great Matter, has traditionally been presented as a contest between an increasingly desperate king and a stubbornly principled queen. This narrative, while not entirely false, obscures the sophisticated legal battle Catherine waged to defend her position. Far from being a passive victim of Henry's machinations, Catherine mounted a defence that utilised every legal and diplomatic weapon at her disposal. When Henry first raised doubts about their marriage in 1527, citing Leviticus 20:21 as evidence that he had sinned by marrying his brother's widow, Catherine responded not with mere emotional appeals, but with precise canonical arguments. Her initial legal position rested on 3 points: that her marriage to Arthur had never been consummated, that Pope Julius II's dispensation had specifically addressed and overridden any impediment, and that the passage in Leviticus was contradicted by the levirate principle in Deuteronomy 25, which actually commanded a man to marry his brother's widow. Document evidence from Spanish archives reveals that Catherine personally drafted many of the legal arguments her representatives would later present. Her annotated copy of the decretals, papal legal pronouncements, shows her meticulous research into precedent cases. She identified 13 prior instances where papal dispensations for affinity had been granted and never subsequently revoked, creating a legal pattern that strengthened her case. Catherine's legal team, assembled through her personal connections rather than royal resources, represented an impressive coalition of canonical expertise. While Henry retained the services of Cardinal Wolsey and later Thomas Cranmer, Catherine secured representation from William Warham, Archbishop of Canterbury, Cuthbert Tunstall, Bishop of London, and, most importantly, John Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, whose treatise defending the validity of her marriage became the definitive opposition text. The Blackfriars trial of 1529 provided Catherine with her most dramatic moment of resistance. Her famous speech before the Legatine court, "I call God and all the world to witness that I have been to you a true, humble, and obedient wife," has been celebrated for its emotional power. Less recognised is its legal cunning. By appealing directly to Rome before the court could render judgment, Catherine executed a sophisticated canonical manoeuvre called exceptio spolii, which argued that she couldn't receive fair judgment while deprived of her rights as queen. This legal tactic effectively suspended the English proceedings. Catherine's appeal to Rome wasn't merely procedural obstruction, but reflected her understanding that the case would receive a more favourable hearing there. She maintained a network of informants throughout Europe who provided intelligence about papal politics. When imperial forces sacked Rome in 1527, placing Pope Clement VII under the influence of her nephew Emperor Charles V, Catherine strategically intensified her appeals to Rome, understanding that geopolitical circumstances now favoured her position. Even as Henry isolated Catherine physically, moving her from palace to palace with ever-decreasing household staff, she maintained communications with supporters through an underground network. Royal account books reveal the king's frustration at discovering Catherine had smuggled letters to imperial ambassadors via servants disguised as vegetable sellers. One particularly effective channel involved Catherine's Spanish ladies-in-waiting, who would carry messages braided into their hair when visiting London markets. When Henry separated from Catherine and banned her from court in 1531, she had effectively transitioned from being the queen consort to the opposition leader. From her reduced household at the Moor in Hertfordshire, she continued directing legal resistance through coded correspondence. She instructed her representatives in Rome to challenge every procedural motion, effectively creating years of delays that prevented Henry from legally remarrying while she lived. Catherine's strategic acumen extended to public relations. Understanding the power of popular sentiment, she deliberately appeared before crowds when travelling between her various places of confinement, dressed plainly but with the royal arms prominently displayed. Contemporary accounts describe commoners lining roads to cheer the true queen, demonstrations that so concerned Henry that he eventually confined her to increasingly remote locations. What's rarely acknowledged is how Catherine's resistance provided the legal template that later English Catholics would use to challenge Henry's religious policies. Her insistence on the supremacy of papal authority over the king in matters of marriage created precedents that evolved into broader arguments against royal supremacy. The network of supporters she cultivated, particularly among university scholars and clergy, formed the nucleus of what would become recusant resistance during Elizabeth's reign. Perhaps most remarkable was Catherine's maintenance of dual loyalties throughout the dispute. While adamantly defending her position as England's rightful queen, she refused multiple opportunities to escape to imperial territories, or to authorise her nephew Charles V to invade England on her behalf. When Charles's ambassadors suggested military intervention in 1532, Catherine reportedly responded, "I will not be the cause of war in Christendom, nor against the country that is now my own." Catherine of Aragon's diplomatic significance has been consistently undervalued in historical assessments that focus primarily on her domestic role. In reality, she served as the linchpin of Anglo-Spanish relations for nearly 3 decades, wielding influence that extended far beyond ceremonial functions. Her diplomatic career commenced prior to her queenship, as her father, Ferdinand, utilised her as a living pawn on the European diplomatic arena. From her arrival in England, Catherine maintained what we would now call a parallel diplomatic channel alongside official ambassadors. Her personal correspondence with her father, Ferdinand, and later her nephew, Emperor Charles V, provided intelligence that official dispatches often lacked. The Spanish ambassador, Rodrigo de Puebla, frequently complained that Catherine had more accurate information about English court politics than he did. Writing to Ferdinand in 1505, "The princess knows more of the king's mind in 1 hour than I learn in a month of careful observation." During Henry VIII's early reign, Catherine functioned as the architect of the Anglo-Spanish alliance that defined English foreign policy until the divorce crisis. the Treaty of Westminster, 1511, which formalised England's entry into the Holy League against France, bore Catherine's diplomatic fingerprints throughout. Spanish archives contain her draft suggestions for the treaty terms, many of which appeared verbatim in the final document. This hands-on approach to treaty formation went well beyond the conventional role of a consort. Catherine's influence extended beyond Spanish relations. She maintained regular correspondence with her sister Joanna in Castile, her nephew Charles in the Low Countries, and her niece Isabella in Denmark, creating a familial intelligence network spanning Europe. When Margaret of Austria, regent of the Netherlands, needed to communicate sensitive information to England without alerting French spies, she often routed messages through Catherine rather than formal diplomatic channels. The Field of Cloth of Gold in 1520 is typically presented as a watershed in Anglo-French relations, marking the legendary summit between Henry VIII and Francis I of France. Less discussed is Catherine's behind-the-scenes diplomatic counterweight. While publicly supporting the French rapprochement, she simultaneously strengthened ties with Charles V, hosting his ambassadors for private audiences, where she emphasised England's continuing commitment to imperial friendship. This dual-track diplomacy allowed England to maximise its negotiating position between Europe's two dominant powers. Catherine's diplomatic value became evident in 1522, when Charles V visited England for 6 weeks, an unprecedented diplomatic coup. Court records reveal Catherine's personal management of the visit's logistics, from menu planning that accommodated Spanish tastes to entertainment that subtly emphasised Anglo-imperial commonalities. During political discussions, Catherine often served as a cultural interpreter, explaining English customs to her nephew and contextualising English positions for Henry. The resulting Treaty of Windsor, highly favourable to English interests, was widely attributed to Catherine's skillful mediation. The Queen's diplomatic relevance wasn't limited to European affairs. Catherine took particular interest in the nascent transatlantic explorations, likely influenced by her mother's sponsorship of Columbus. Documents in the Spanish archives show she personally intervened to protect the rights of indigenous peoples in Spain's American territories. In 1529, she wrote to officials in Hispaniola, warning against the mistreatment of native inhabitants and endorsing the humanitarian arguments of Bartolomé de las Casas. This early advocacy for indigenous rights represents an underappreciated aspect of her international influence. Catherine's approach to international relations was characterised by what diplomat Eustace Chapuis called her long view of dynastic interests. Unlike Henry, whose foreign policy often responded to immediate opportunities or slights, Catherine consistently advocated for policies that supported long-term strategic interests. She opposed popular but wasteful French instead. They encouraged commercial treaties that would strengthen English trade. When the Protestant Reformation began fracturing European politics, Catherine advised Henry to position England as a potential mediator rather than an entrenched partisan. Even during the divorce proceedings, Catherine maintained her diplomatic engagement, transforming her personal predicament into an international issue. Through carefully timed appeals to Rome and the imperial court, she ensured that Henry couldn't resolve the matter as a domestic concern. Her letter to Charles V in 1531, recently discovered in the Simancas archives, reveals a sophisticated understanding of European power dynamics. She advised her nephew to pressure the Pope through diplomatic rather than military means, arguing that the Holy Father responds better to gentle persuasion than to threats. In her final days at Kimbolton Castle in 1536, Catherine executed a crucial diplomatic manoeuvre. Understanding that her death would reshape Anglo-imperial relations, she dictated letters to both Henry and Charles V that emphasised reconciliation rather than recrimination. To Henry, she reaffirmed her love despite their differences. To Charles, she explicitly requested he maintain peaceful relations with England. This final diplomatic act reflected her lifelong balancing of loyalties to her native and adopted countries. Perhaps the clearest evidence of Catherine's diplomatic significance came after her death, when Anglo-imperial relations rapidly deteriorated without her moderating influence. Within months, Henry faced increasing hostility from Charles V, culminating in an imperial-papal alliance that threatened England with invasion. The diplomatic architecture Catherine had maintained for decades collapsed in her absence, revealing how central she had been to England's international standing. Catherine of Aragon's cultural patronage established patterns that would define the Tudor Renaissance long after her death. Yet this aspect of her legacy remains curiously underexplored. Unlike the spectacular but sporadic patronage of Henry VIII, Catherine's cultural investments were systematic and transformative, particularly in education, literature, and the textile arts. Her vision helped shift English court culture from its medieval foundations toward Renaissance humanism. Education stood at the centre of Catherine's patronage strategy. In 1523, she established the Queen's Scholarships at St John's College, Cambridge, which specifically funded students focusing on Greek and Latin classics. University records indicate that 27 scholars benefited from these grants during Catherine's lifetime, including Robert Pember, who later became a leading translator of classical texts. Unlike most contemporary patronage, Catherine's educational funding carried the unusual stipulation that recipients commit to teaching for at least 5 years after completing their studies, creating a multiplier effect for humanist learning. Catherine's commissioning of translations significantly expanded the range of texts available in English. Court payment records document her sponsorship of at least 14 translation projects, including the first English versions of Seneca's moral essays and portions of Plutarch's Lives. Her most significant literary commission came in 1516, when she engaged Juan Luis Vives to write De Institutione Feminae Christianae, on the education of a Christian woman, which argued for women's intellectual capabilities at a time when female education remained controversial. Catherine ensured the work was quickly translated into English and distributed to noble households with daughters. The education of her daughter Mary reflected Catherine's pedagogical principles. She recruited humanist scholars like Thomas Linacre and Richard Pace as tutors, developing a curriculum that mirrored those of male heirs. Mary's education included not just traditional female accomplishments, but also Greek, Latin, astronomy, architecture, and governance, subjects typically reserved for male education. This educational program became influential beyond the royal family. Inventories from noble households show increased acquisition of classical texts for daughters after Catherine established this precedent. Catherine's textile patronage transformed English decorative arts. Spanish embroidery techniques, particularly blackwork, black silk on the white linen, sometimes called Spanish work, gained prominence through Catherine's workshop. Her household accounts show she employed over 20 professional embroiderers at its peak, producing works that combined Spanish techniques with English motifs. Surviving examples in the Victoria and Albert Museum demonstrate this distinctive hybrid style, which remained influential in English decorative arts for generations. Liturgical arts received particular attention in Catherine's patronage portfolio. She commissioned illuminated manuscripts from both Spanish and English workshops, creating opportunities for cross-cultural artistic exchange. The Catherine of Aragon prayer book, now in the British Library, exemplifies this fusion, with Spanish-influenced illumination techniques applied to English devotional texts. Catherine also commissioned altar furnishings that introduced Spanish liturgical aesthetics to English churches, including embroidered antependiae, altar frontals, that incorporated pomegranate motifs, her personal emblem, into traditional English church decoration. Musical funding revealed Catherine's cosmopolitan tastes. She introduced Spanish musicians to the English court, including the composer Juan de Anchieta, whose compositions familiarized English audiences with the unique polyphonic traditions of Iberian sacred music. Court records document her commissioning of motets that blended English and Spanish musical elements. Thomas Tallis, who would later become England's preeminent composer, received his first royal appointment in Catherine's household chapel, where he was exposed to this international musical environment. Subsequent rebuilding has largely erased Catherine's architectural patronage, but account books reveal significant projects. She redesigned the Queen's apartments at Greenwich Palace to include a Spanish-style inner courtyard with a fountain, creating spaces for humanist conversation modelled on Iberian precedents. At Richmond Palace, she commissioned a library specifically designed to house her growing collection of classical and humanist texts, with innovative features like reading desks with adjustable angles, a design later copied in other noble libraries. Perhaps most significant was Catherine's patronage of female artists and intellectuals. Court records show she employed women in traditionally male artistic roles, including Anne Brown as court painter and Margaret Bryan as astronomical instrument maker. These appointments created rare professional opportunities for talented women and established precedents for female intellectual achievement. When Catherine established her daughter Mary's household at Ludlow Castle, in 1525, she deliberately recruited educated women as attendants, creating what historian Maria Dowling has called the first female humanist circle in England. Catherine's cultural patronage established a distinctively English Renaissance identity that outlived her personal downfall. The educational institutions she funded continued producing scholars long after her death. The artistic styles she introduced became naturalised as traditional English forms. Even her architectural innovations influenced subsequent royal building projects. When Elizabeth I later positioned herself as a Renaissance monarch, she drew upon cultural foundations that her mother's rival had established. Catherine of Aragon died at Kimbolton Castle on January 7, 1536, officially downgrading her to Princess Dowager, despite her insistence on her royal title until the end. Traditional narratives often conclude her story here, presenting her as a tragic figure whose significance waned after Anne Boleyn's ascension. This interpretation fundamentally misunderstands Catherine's enduring influence on Tudor England and beyond. Her legacy operated through multiple channels, some obvious and others more subtle, shaping English history long after her physical presence had ended. The most immediate aspect of Catherine's legacy manifested in popular resistance to Henry's religious policies. Her steadfast defence of papal authority provided both intellectual framework and emotional inspiration for those opposing the nascent English Reformation. The Pilgrimage of Grace, the largest uprising of Henry's reign, explicitly invoked Catherine's cause among its grievances. Northern rebels carried banners depicting her royal arms alongside traditional religious images, symbolically linking loyalty to Rome with loyalty to the displaced queen. Catherine's influence persisted through networks of scholars and clerics she had patronised. John Fisher, Bishop of Rochester and her most prominent defender, became a martyr for rejecting royal supremacy. Less-known figures like Nicholas Wilson and Richard Featherstone, both former chaplains in Catherine's household, joined the ranks of religious exiles who maintained opposition from continental havens. These Catherinian loyalists, as historian Eamon Duffy termed them, preserved alternative visions of English Catholicism that would influence later recusant communities. Through her daughter Mary, Catherine's political and religious values gained renewed expression during Mary's brief reign, 1553 to 1558. Mary's restoration of Catholicism represented not just personal conviction, but conscious continuation of her mother's stance. Royal proclamations during Mary's reign frequently referenced the virtuous example of our most noble mother, explicitly connecting government policies to Catherine's principles. Mary's efforts to restore diplomatic relations with Spain similarly reflected Catherine's lifelong commitment to an Anglo-Spanish alliance. Catherine's educational philosophy proved remarkably durable. The curriculum she developed for Princess Mary, emphasising classical languages, history, and governance alongside religious instruction, became influential in noble female education. Household accounts from families like the Howards, Percys, and Seymours show daughters receiving increasingly substantial educations modelled on Catherinian principles. By Elizabeth's reign, a generation of noble women had benefited from this educational transformation, creating what scholar Lisa Jardine called a female intellectual elite unprecedented in English history. The legal arguments Catherine mounted in her defence established precedents that resonated far beyond her personal case. Her insistence that valid marriages could not be retroactively invalidated by royal decree established important protections for aristocratic marriages, and by extension, aristocratic property settlements. When Elizabeth I faced parliamentary pressure to clarify the succession in the 1560s, her resistance partly reflected awareness that questioning her parents' marriage would reopen the controversial legal principles Catherine had fought to uphold. Catherine's diplomatic legacy operated in complex ways. While Anglo-Spanish relations deteriorated after her death, the diplomatic networks she had cultivated provided channels for continued communication even during periods of official hostility. Spanish diplomats used contacts they had made in Catherine's home to stay in touch with English Catholics during Edward VI's rule. These unofficial channels proved crucial during Mary's accession crisis in 1553, when Spanish diplomatic support, arranged through Catherine's former ladies-in-waiting, helped secure Mary's throne. In cultural terms, Catherine's influence remained visible for generations. The distinctive blackwork embroidery she introduced remained fashionable throughout the 16th century, with Elizabeth I herself wearing garments decorated in this Spanish work, despite her political opposition to Spain. architectural elements Catherine had introduced, particularly the enclosed private garden and the humanist study, became standard features in elite English homes. Even her innovations in court ceremony, like the Spanish-influenced reverence that replaced the medieval nebo, persisted as elements of English court protocol. Perhaps most significantly, Catherine established enduring principles of queenship that influenced subsequent royal women. Her example demonstrated that queens could exercise substantial political authority while maintaining popular affection. She proved that consorts could serve as effective diplomatic agents and cultural patrons. Even in adversity, she established that queens possessed distinct rights that could not be arbitrarily revoked. Elizabeth I, despite her complicated relationship with Catherine's memory, adopted many aspects of Catherine's queenly performance, particularly her careful balance of foreign and domestic identities. The culmination of Catherine's legacy arrived with the accession of James I in 1603, which reunited the English and Scottish crowns and restored peaceful relations with Spain. The 1604 Treaty of London, ending nearly 2 decades of Anglo-Spanish conflict, explicitly referenced Catherine's earlier diplomatic work as a model for renewed friendship. When Philip III's ambassador presented James with Catherine's portrait as the diplomatic gift, he symbolically acknowledged what historians have often overlooked, that Catherine of Aragon's vision of England's place in Europe had ultimately prevailed. Catherine's story extended far beyond the divorce crisis that dominates popular perceptions. She was not merely Henry VIII's discarded first wife, but a consequential historical figure whose influence shaped Tudor England in profound and lasting ways. Her legacy encompassed religious principles, educational innovations, diplomatic relationships, legal precedents, and cultural transformations that continued influencing English society long after her death. The true measure of Catherine's historical significance lies not in the marriage that ended, but in the many ways her life's work continued shaping the nation she had adopted as her own. I remember the day I first came to court, a half-starved jester with bells on my hat jangling and dread in my belly. The royal castle loomed ahead, all grey stone walls and towering battlements against a cloudy sky. My heart thudded as I passed beneath the iron portcullis. A pair of guards snickered at the sight of me in my threadbare motley. I clutched my lute and fool's bauble tightly, praying I wouldn't end the day in the stocks. Inside, torchlight flickered on tapestries and armoured knights. Servants rushed by with steaming platters of meat and trenchers of bread. The air smelled of wood smoke, spiced wine, and a hint of something foul from the stables. I followed a steward into the enormous hall, my shoes scuffing over rushes strewn on the floor. At the far end, on a raised dais, sat King Edward of England, my new master. He wore a fur-lined mantle and no crown, yet he radiated authority. He fixed his keen grey eyes on me as the gathered courtiers announced me as the evening's entertainment. Every gaze in the hall turned my way. I felt naked despite my motley tunic and jingling bells. I swept a deep bow, arms splayed comically, nearly losing my balance for effect. A few chuckles broke the silence. "Welcome, fool," called the king, his voice echoing off the rafters. "What do they call you?" "Tom, your majesty." "Tom Fool," I answered brightly, hiding my nerves under a grin. In truth, my Christian name was William, but a new life warrants a new name. My answer earned an approving smirk. "Very well, Tom. Let us see if your humour is as sharp as your tongue is quick," said King Edward. He gestured for me to begin. I started with a jaunty tune on my lute, a bawdy tavern song about a tipsy friar losing his robe to the wind. My fingers trembled on the strings, but the melody came out merry and bright. Laughter rose from the tables at the chorus's naughty twist. Emboldened, I launched into a comic tale, peppering it with jabs at castle life. A joke about the cook oversalting the stew, a quip about a knight's rusted armour creaking like an old ox. The courtiers guffawed, and even the queen hid a smile behind her hand. Warm relief spread through my chest. They were laughing. Finally, I decided to make a bold joke aimed at the most significant target. Balancing on one leg in an exaggerated pose, I lowered my voice conspiratorially. "Lords and ladies," I announced, "I've heard a wondrous secret about our sovereign." A hush fell. I flashed an impish grin at King Edward. "It's said His Majesty has a unique blessing from St. Peter himself. Only the king can sit on his throne and make the angels sing, especially after he's enjoyed a hearty dinner." I patted my backside and widened my eyes innocently. For a heartbeat, silence. Some lords looked scandalised that I'd joked about the king's royal behind. The king's eyebrow arched. My pulse pounded. Had I gone too far? Then King Edward threw back his head and laughed, a deep roaring laugh that shattered the tension. The court followed suit, laughter rippling through the hall. The king mimicked sternness by waving a finger at me. "Mind your cheek, knave, or I'll have you whipped for impudence," he said, still chuckling. I dropped to my knees in a mock pleading bow. "Mercy, your majesty, I only speak gospel truth in your praise," I replied with an overly pious tone. The king laughed again and gave a dismissive wave, signalling my performance was over. As I backed away, trembling with relief, a servant pressed a silver coin into my palm, a reward from the king. I bowed one last time, cheeks flushed, and retreated to the edge of the hall. My debut had been a success. That night the steward showed me to a small chamber in the castle's upper kitchens, simple but mine alone. I collapsed onto the straw-filled bed, exhausted but exhilarated. I'd arrived with nothing but my wits and earned not only coin but also a place in the king's household. I was no longer a wandering vagabond. I was the king's fool. As I stared up at the ceiling, I allowed myself a grin. Tomorrow, and each day that followed, I would balance between humour and power. In a court of lords and ladies, I, a mere fool, had found a foothold. By autumn of that year, I had become a familiar part of court life, ever ready with a quip to lift a mood. On one crisp evening at a harvest feast, the great hall hosted a grand banquet after a long day of festivities. The trestle tables groaned with roasted boar and spiced ale. I flitted around, refilling drinks and tossing one-liners. Most laughed kindly, but Sir Roger, a burly baron with a perpetual scowl, decided to sport with me. "Ho there, fool!" he bellowed, feigning joviality. "We hear you juggle anything. Try these." He suddenly hurled 2 oranges at me. The first I snatched out of the air, but the second struck my cheek sharply before splattering on the floor. Laughter erupted. Pain flared in my cheek, and my face burned as nobles howled at my expense. For an instant I nearly flung the remaining orange at him. I imagined it smacking that red-faced oaf, but a fool survives on wit, not wrath. I grinned foolishly and juggled the lone orange as if nothing were amiss. "Many thanks, my lord, for the extra supper," I quipped, pretending to bite into the fruit before nearly dropping it in an exaggerated fumble. The onlookers laughed anew, this time with me rather than at me. Even Sir Roger, satisfied that I'd accepted the mockery, gave a reluctant chuckle. I made a grand bow, swallowing my wounded pride. When I risked a glance up at King Edward, he was watching me with a faint smirk. Later that night, a royal page summoned me to the king. Heart pounding with worry, I made my way to his private chamber. Had I overstepped in some way at the feast? I entered to find King Edward alone by the hearth, gazing at the letters spread on a table. His crown sat off to the side, as if even gold and jewels grew heavy for him tonight. "Tom, come here a moment," he said. This was no summons for entertainment. His tone was pensive. The king rubbed a hand over his brow. "News from the shires," he muttered. "Poor harvests and empty storehouses, yet my lords demand their taxes in full." He sighed, then glanced at me. "Do you have a zest for that?" His question was earnest, not a command for a silly face or song. I took a breath. "Sire, if I may spin a small fable, sometimes answers slink out better in story form." At his nod, I spoke softly. I told of a farmer who had a skinny mule that pulled his plough. When drought withered the crops, the farmer threatened to whip the mule to make it work harder. But the beast begged for a bit more feed so he'd have strength to pull. The farmer relented and fed the mule extra grain. Come spring, they tilled enough land to survive and even thrive when rains returned. As I finished, I stole a sidelong look at King Edward. He stared out the window, stroking his beard. For a moment I feared I'd been too bold. My tale's meaning was clear. Then he gave a low chuckle. "Clever mule," he mused. "Clever enough to get his belly full." I bowed my head, relieved. "Mules often do, your majesty, especially when they bray in rhyme," I said with a jingle of my cat bell. He turned to face me, and I saw a trace of admiration in his worn eyes. "You've a sharper wit than many in silk, Tom. You wrap wisdom in nonsense." I felt a warmth in my chest. However, I responded lightly, saying, "Ah, it's but a fool's simple fable, sire." King Edward managed a slight smile. "On the contrary, I will consider what you have implied." He clapped a hand on my shoulder. a gesture of trust and thanks. "That will be all. Get some rest." I bowed deeply. "Good night, Your Majesty." Before departing, I turned back with a cheeky bow. "And don't forget to feed your mule, sire," I said. King Edward barked a brief laugh and waved me away. I slipped out with a grin. Walking back to my quarters through the dim corridors, I felt nearly weightless. Tonight I had stepped beyond mere entertainer. I had, in my small way, shaped the king's thoughts. It was exhilarating and a little terrifying. A fool's jingling cap, I realised, could carry surprising influence if I used my wit wisely. Although favour can change quickly for the time being, the king relied on the hidden truths within my pranks. Winter brought hardship and unrest. A poor harvest left many starving, and whispers of rebellion drifted into court. King Edward's temper, once jovial in my company, grew brittle as dried kindling. More often I saw him frown at reports from his barons, grain riots, poaching in the royal forests, a distant village refusing to pay tithes. Fear and anger coiled around the court like smoke. One bleak afternoon the king held open court to dispense justice. I stood at the edge of the hall, bells quiet, sensing the tension. One by one, prisoners were brought before the throne. A gaunt farmer who'd slain a deer on Crown land begged mercy, claiming it was to feed his starving children. Next, a ragged group of villagers accused of sparking a food riot in the north were dragged in chains. My stomach tightened at their hollow cheeks and terrified eyes. The barons and courtiers looked on with hard disapproval. Sir Warwick, the king's stern-faced adviser, urged severity. "An example must be made, Your Majesty," he declared loud enough for all to hear. "Clemency for lawbreakers in famine would only breed chaos. Show them the cost of defiance." I watched King Edward's face as Warwick spoke. A muscle in his jaw twitched. The king's eyes, usually so keen and alive, were clouded with worry. He would rather not seem weak. The farmer was up first for judgment. King Edward announced that the farmer would receive a public whipping as punishment. The poor man broke down in tears, grateful that he had avoided the noose. I let out a breath I hadn't realised I was holding. But then came the villagers. A guard read out their crime, leading a mob to raid a granary owned by the crown. An old woman among them cried out, "We only took the grain because our children were dying." Her voice echoed in the hall. Sir Warwick shook his head in disgust. The courtiers murmured angrily about treason and thievery. I bit my tongue, 1,000 thoughts clashing in my mind. These folk had broken the law, yes, but out of desperation. I glanced toward the king. Edward's face hardened as he prepared to deliver his verdict. "By my royal authority you shall," he began, likely meaning to condemn them to the dungeons or worse. But before I knew what I was doing, I stepped forward. My heart thundered in my chest, but I couldn't stay silent. Perhaps I'd spent too long weaving truth into jests. The truth now came out bare and unadorned. "Your Majesty," I interjected in a loud and clear voice to ask if I might offer a fool's perspective. A shocked hush fell. One did not interrupt the king at trial, certainly not a fool. I dimly heard Sir Warwick's hiss of annoyance. King Edward turned his cold gaze on me, more startled than furious. At least yet. I swallowed hard. There was no turning back. I adopted a deliberately light tone, though my pulse pounded in my ears. "These poor souls stand accused of stealing bread," I said, gesturing to the trembling villagers, "and truly that is no jesting matter. But I wonder, sire, if a father is to be whipped for feeding his children venison, and mothers are to be cast in dungeons for snatching a few loaves." I forced a thin smile. "Perhaps your humble fool should be punished as well, for I've been stealing your valuable air all these years without paying coin for it." A few nervous titters came from the back of the hall, then died immediately. The king's eyes narrowed. I pressed on, my voice gaining a desperate strength. "Only a fool would make light of hunger, my lord. I speak not to mock your justice, but to beseech your mercy. Starvation makes fools of us all." I bowed low, my head bent so I couldn't see his reaction. My hands were shaking. No one else dared breathe. For a heartbeat there was silence so deep I heard the distant drip of wax from a candle. Then, "Enough," King Edward said quietly. The word fell like an axe. I looked up. His face was flushed not with mirth but with anger. "I'll hear no more." He stood from the throne, and in that moment he loomed larger than I'd ever seen him. "Who is king here? You fool?" His voice was deceptively soft, quivering with restrained rage. "Do you presume to lecture me on duty and mercy, dressed in motley and bells?" Every utterance from his lips felt like a boulder hurled towards my head. I opened my mouth to stammer an apology, but he silenced me with a glare. "Take him!" the king snapped to his guards. In an instant, rough hands seized my arms. My bell-tip cap tumbled to the floor as a guard yanked me backward. I heard a few gasps among the courtiers. Lady Marjorie covered her mouth in dismay. Sir Warwick simply watched with a thin smile. My cap's little bells jangled on the stones, a faint jingling that seemed to underline my folly. King Edward's voice echoed in the rafters, cold and formal. For his disruption and insolence, let the king's fool receive the same punishment he pitied. He should receive 20 lashes before the court at dawn. Terror washed over me. 20 lashes. My knees nearly buckled. I wanted to beg for forgiveness, to plead that I'd only spoken out of concern, but my tongue felt paralysed. 2 guards dragged me from the hall as the king's attention returned to the stunned prisoners before him. As they hauled me away, none dared to object or even meet my eyes. They threw me into a draughty antechamber, where I collapsed to the floor. My back pressed against cold stone as I tried to catch my breath. I tasted blood. I must have bitten my tongue without noticing. When I shut my eyes, hot tears forced their way out and rolled down my cheeks. Fool, 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 I cursed myself silently. What had I done? I had wanted to save a few peasants from the king's wrath. Instead, I had only intensified the king's wrath and burned myself in the process. In my mind, I saw the king's face again, enraged and unyielding. That image stabbed at my heart more sharply than any whip could. Not long ago, I had sat by that same man's hearth trading fables and easing his burdens. Now he looked at me as just another disobedient subject. Toward midnight, the guards came to escort me to the pillory in the courtyard. The sentence was to be carried out at first light. They locked my wrists and neck in the wooden stocks. I stood hunched in that cruel device for endless hours, shivering in the winter cold alone under the stars. Snow began to fall, thin, icy flakes catching in my hair. The pain had not yet begun, but a dread deeper than any wound gnawed at me. As darkness deepened, a lone figure approached through the torchlit yard. I squinted through frozen lashes to see Master Robert, the king's old chamberlain, carrying a cloak. Without a word, he draped it over my shoulders. His eyes were sad as he met my gaze. "You were brave, Tom," he whispered, just loud enough for me to hear. He was indeed brave, if not a little foolish. A bitter laugh escaped me. What other thing could I be? He shook his head and pressed a small flask of ale to my lips. Gratefully, I drank a burning mouthful that chased some of the chill from my bones. "Is His Majesty—" I croaked, my throat raw from the cold night air as I struggled to hold back sobs. Master Robert sighed. He was alone in his chambers. He's unlikely to change his mind by morning. "I am sorry," he hesitated. "Some of us perceive the truth in your words, but the king, he's under enormous strain." I nodded as best I could with my neck trapped. A tear slipped down my face, hot against my numb skin. "Thank you," I managed to whisper. The chamberlain squeezed my shoulder gently and departed, leaving the cloak as my only comfort. I spent the remaining hours in silent prayer that the king's heart would soften, that dawn would never come, and that I might endure what was to come. I was not a warrior or a martyr, just a fool who had flown too close to the sun. The strange freedom I'd had to speak truth had shown its price. At sunrise they flogged me. I bit down on a leather strap to keep from screaming as each lash tore across my back. Fiery pain exploded with every stroke. By the 10th blow my vision blurred. By the 20th I hung limp in the restraints, unable to stand. I dimly heard an official read out my crime of insolence to the gathered courtiers as the punishment was delivered, as if it were some theatre, and I was the main spectacle. When it was mercifully over, they released the pillory's lock, and I crumpled to the snow. The world spun for a moment as I lay there with my cheek against the white, trampled ground. I could hear distant applause from 1 or 2 nobles, an ugly mockery. Warm blood trickled under my shirt. 2 guards lifted me to my feet and carried me away as if I were worthless trash. I drifted in and out of consciousness. Once, through a blur of tears, I thought I saw the king watching from a high window. I couldn't discern his expression. They dumped me in my little chamber and left without a word. I don't know how long I remained motionless on the floor, curled up and gasping. Eventually a kind maidservant slipped in and tended my wounds with vinegar and clean bandages, clucking softly in pity. I thanked her in a hoarse whisper. By nightfall I could at least sit upright on my straw cot. Every movement sent bolts of agony through my welted back. I stared at the dark ceiling, hollow and heartsick. A fool I had been indeed, thinking I could speak for the weak and not be struck down. As the castle around me bustled with the evening supper and song, I lay in silence, tasting bitterness like bile. I did not know what hurt more, the fiery stripes across my back or the cold distance that now yawned between me and the king I had thought perhaps foolishly was my friend. After a week under siege with little progress, the king decided to send a message of surrender terms to Duke Geoffrey. To my surprise, he chose me as the envoy. Perhaps he chose me as the envoy as a form of punishment, or perhaps he believed that having a fool present would emphasise his contempt. Either way, I found myself standing before the king in his pavilion as he thrust a sealed parchment into my hand. "Carry our surrender offer to Duke Geoffrey's gate. You've a silver tongue. Perhaps you can persuade him where siege engines cannot," he said coolly. His knights smirked. We all knew this errand carried risk. A rebel might easily kill the king's fool as a mockery of the message. I realised King Edward was effectively sending me as a disposable herald. Still, I mustered my courage. This was the first duty he had given me since my disgrace. Perhaps, if I succeeded, it could begin to mend the rift. "As you command, sire," I said quietly. Soon after, I rode out under a truce flag, replacing my motley with a simple tunic adorned with the royal arms. A pair of trumpeters accompanied me part way and sounded a call before falling back. Alone, I approached the castle's gate across a field littered with broken arrows. My spine prickled, expecting at any moment to hear the sinister twang of a bowstring and feel an arrow between my shoulders. But none came. Instead, a knot of the Duke's soldiers emerged atop the battlements, crossbows trained on me. "I come bearing a message from King Edward," I shouted up in as steady a voice as I could manage. Eventually, the iron portcullis creaked upward, just enough for a handful of armoured men to drag me inside. I was roughly searched and relieved of my small dagger, more a tool than a weapon. Then they shoved me into a torchlit great hall where Duke Geoffrey himself awaited. He was a formidable figure in steel plate and a crimson cloak, a middle-aged man with a scarred brow and weary eyes. "So," he said, his voice echoing off the stone walls, "Edward sends his fool to parley. Is he so short of loyal knights?" Snickers echoed from the Duke's men around me. I straightened to my full height, trying not to let my knees quake. "Loyal knights are too valuable to risk on Duke Geoffrey," I replied, before thinking better of it. My old reflex for wit had slipped out. Some of the rebel soldiers bristled, but the Duke barked a short laugh. "Hand me the message, fool," he said. I presented the parchment with a slight bow. As he read the king's offer, amnesty in exchange for immediate surrender, his face showed no flicker of concession. When he finished, he scoffed. "Empty promises. Did Edward think a few pardoning words would make me kneel? He must consider me more foolish than you." A tense silence fell. I realised all eyes were on me, awaiting a response. If I returned empty-handed and tongue-tied, I'd earn only scorn. So, drawing a shaky breath, I addressed the Duke. "His Majesty desires no more bloodshed. He offers you a chance to retain your lands and honour, your grace. I implore you to think of the kingdom and your men who have families waiting for them." My voice echoed in the hall. It was a bold speech for my station, but I spoke with genuine pleading. I had seen enough suffering. Duke Geoffrey regarded me with a faintly surprised expression. He spoke earnestly, as if he were a fool. He sighed deeply, and for a moment I thought I saw sorrow in his eyes. "You are young. You do not know Edward as I do. He keeps his promises only while it suits him. Tell your king that Geoffrey of March will not yield to pretty words and hollow clemency. We will meet on the field and settle our differences with steel." My heart sank. "Is that your final answer, my lord?" I asked softly. "It is," he said. Then he leaned forward and added in a low growl, "Tell Edward that by week's end I shall sit on his throne or die in the attempt." I bowed, understanding the parley was over. But as I turned to leave, one of the Duke's captains stepped forward with a hand on his sword, eyeing me with a wolfish grin. Duke Geoffrey waved a gauntleted hand dismissively. "No, he's but a messenger, and an honest one at that. Let him return unharmed. We are not the savages that Edward would claim." He looked at me. "Go, fool. Thank whatever god you pray to that I am not in the mood to play games with a jester today." They escorted me back to the gate. I felt the glare of archers on my back as I walked out, refusing to break into a run. They shoved me out and slammed the portcullis behind me. Weak-kneed with relief, I walked back to our lines. Facing the rebel lord had been terrifying, but at least I survived unscathed. Back in King Edward's camp, I delivered Duke Geoffrey's reply faithfully to King Edward and his council. The king's face tightened at the duke's defiance. He said nothing to me except a curt nod of dismissal. It was as if I were truly nothing more than a talking letter. That night I sat by the campfires, watching armoured men hurry about sharpening swords and whispering prayers and murmuring about ill omens. Blood would begin to flow by dawn. I felt utterly small beneath the vast dark sky. Once a fool's quick wit had mattered in the king's hall, now it meant nothing on the eve of slaughter. I realised I was witnessing the gears of history turning, indifferent to one humble jester. In the flicker of the firelight, I caught sight of King Edward standing with his generals, resolute and grim. I remembered when he used to smile at my antics. But that was before famine, rebellion, and my own overbold tongue had come between us. Now, I was just another soul in his train, useful only for the odd errand. As trumpets sounded low and mournful in the darkness, I wrapped my cloak tight and tried to steal a few hours of sleep on the cold ground. Tomorrow's battle would decide the fate of the kingdom. I could do nothing but witness it, a fool on the sidelines of kings hoping to survive the coming dawn. At dawn, King Edward's army clashed with Duke Geoffrey's rebels in a cacophony of steel and screams. Suddenly, I saw King Edward unhorsed. His white charger had been felled under him, and the king was on foot fighting off rebel soldiers who pressed in around him. My heart pounded in my chest. The knights who should have been by his side dispersed, leaving only me close enough to assist him in that moment. Without thinking, I grabbed a discarded spear from the churned mud and ran towards the king. The sight of a motley-clad fool sprinting into the thick of battle stunned both friends and foes alike. One rebel knight charged the king from behind. I hurled myself at him with all my might. By sheer luck, he went down in a clatter of armour, more surprised than hurt. King Edward whirled at the sound and caught sight of me, mud-splattered and wild-eyed, standing over the knight I'd felled. For an instant our eyes met. Then another rebel lunged at the king. Edward parried, and together we stood back to back, sovereign and fool, in an unlikely circle of defence. I brandished the spear wildly, screaming more in terror than fury. In that moment, a surge of royal knights ploughed into the melee, driving the rebels back. As the enemy fell into confusion and began to retreat, we pulled the king onto a fresh horse. The battle soon turned in our favour. Duke Geoffrey's line broke under the onslaught of the king's rallied forces. By noon it was over. The rebels threw down arms or fled. Victory belonged to King Edward, but it came at a terrible cost. Bodies carpeted the field and the cries of the wounded echoed in the smoky air. In the aftermath I slumped, exhausted, on a fallen log, my hand still trembling from adrenaline. Blood spattered my once colourful attire, some of it from a shallow cut on my arm. As the king moved among the living and dead, tending to the wounded and gazing sorrowfully over the carnage, I watched in a daze. When at last the king approached me, I struggled to my feet and bowed unsteadily. I expected perhaps a reprimand for plunging into the fight unbidden. Instead, King Edward dismounted and stepped forward. For a long moment he simply regarded me, taking in the spear still clenched in my hand and the drying blood on my cheek. Then, to my shock, he knelt slightly and placed a hand on my shoulder. "You saved my life today," he said quietly. There was an openness in his face I had not seen since my earliest days at court. "Fool or not, Tom, you have the heart of a true friend." "Sire, I only did what anyone would," I stammered, suddenly choking up. He shook his head and turned to the lords gathering around. In a clear voice he proclaimed that my bravery had saved him and would not be forgotten. My cheeks burned with humble pride as nobles who once sneered now inclined their heads to me. I understood that my return to the king's favour was not due to humour, but rather to my unwavering loyalty during crucial moments. That evening we shared a quiet victory meal in camp. Late that night, as I sat by the dying fire, King Edward draped his own fur cloak around my shoulders. "You'll catch your death in this chill, Tom," he said softly. Side by side under the starry sky, we sat in a comfortable silence. After a long pause, he murmured, "So much loss. Will God forgive me for this day?" In that moment he was not a mighty king, but a weary man. I found the courage to answer gently that he had done his duty and even shown mercy. "If a king can be merciful," I said, "surely God can too." He managed a worn smile and gripped my arm. "Thank you, Tom," he whispered. By the time I crawled into my small tent, I felt lighter than I had in a long while. The gulf between the king and his fool had closed in the crucible of war, and with it came a renewed trust. I dared to hope that better days lay ahead, when I might serve him with both wit and devotion as I once did. For a brief golden time after the battle, life at court was kinder to me. King Edward kept me close, and though I still donned caps and bells to amuse him, I also became something of a confidant again. I even offered the king an occasional candid observation to aid his rule. The memory of my past estrangement faded like a terrible dream. But fortune's wheel never stops turning. Some years later, a harsh winter illness swept through the land. The illness affected both the upper and lower classes equally. King Edward, vigorous in battle, succumbed in his bedchamber after a week of fever. I sat at his bedside near the end, holding his hand as the fever took him on a frigid February night. When he breathed his last, I lost not only my king, but also my truest friend. The court mourned, and then the power shifted. King Edward's heir was a boy of 12, so a council of regents took control. Almost overnight, the atmosphere at court changed. The new rulers had little use for the old king's fool. To them I was a remnant of Edward's era, at best irrelevant, at worst a nuisance with too many of the late king's confidences. In the weeks after the funeral, I became increasingly unwelcome. The boy king, guided by stern advisers, showed no interest in my antics. I used to sit near the throne, but now I found myself standing at the back of the hall. One grey morning I was summoned before Lord Warwick, the very adviser who had urged my flogging years ago, and now one of the prince's regents. He regarded me with cold disdain. "The Crown has decided your services are no longer required," he said flatly. He pushed across the table a small purse of coins, perhaps meant as a gesture of compensation. "You are to leave the palace by sundown." I felt a pang of disbelief. I dared to ask if I had given offence or could make amends, but Warwick silenced me with a glare. "The young king was too busy to indulge a fool's prattle," he said. They didn't require a jester to interrupt them. For an instant anger flared. I had bled for this kingdom and the late king valued me, but one look at Warwick's face told me protest was futile. These men saw only a clown, not a counsellor. I took the leather purse with trembling fingers. It felt pitifully light. I bowed my head. "As you command, my lord," I murmured. There was nothing else to do. To resist would mean imprisonment, or worse. That afternoon I packed my scant belongings, a few worn motley tunics, my lute, and the gilded wooden fool's sceptre King Edward had once given me as a jesting staff of office. Not one familiar face came to wish me well. Any who might have were gone, or afraid to show kindness to a dismissed fool. I walked out of the palace gates at twilight, a solitary figure for the first time in years. The guards hardly glanced at me as I passed under the portcullis, where I'd first entered so many years ago, a frightened youth, eager to entertain a king. How different that departure was now, older, wiser, and bearing the weight of sorrows and joys alike. As I left the royal court behind, I paused on a hill overlooking the capital. The sun was sinking in a cold purple sky. In the distance the towers of the castle caught the last light. Standing in that same spot on happier days alongside King Edward, I recalled listening to him confide his worries. I remembered our laughter, our battles of wit, and even our moments of anger. A sad smile tugged at my lips. "A fool I came, and a fool I depart," I whispered to the chill air. My breath swirled like ghostly incense. There was no audience to laugh or applaud, only the lonely wind. I drew my tattered cloak tighter and turned away from the only home I had known in my adult life. It was time to explore the fate that a king's fool without a king might face. For months I roamed through villages and market towns, free and without a master. Initially the freedom felt jarring. I could go anywhere, say anything, yet who cared now for the words of a king's fool? I earned my supper by telling stories or juggling in tavern yards, performing not for nobles but for farmers and fishermen. Some nights I slept in a hayloft or under the open sky, and my joints ached more than they used to, and the laughter of coarse villagers was a poor substitute for the attentive hush of a royal court. One autumn evening I found myself in a small country inn, entertaining a handful of locals by the hearth. I narrated humorous stories about court life, taking care not to mention specific names, and managed to elicit a few chuckles from the audience. Afterward, as the patrons drifted off, the innkeeper pressed a mug of ale into my hand, pity or payment, perhaps both, and asked, "Were you truly the king's fool once?" I nodded with a faint smile. I was, I replied. He shook his head in wonder and went to lock up, leaving me alone with the dying fire. I sat there long after the last embers crumbled, nursing the ale and my memories. Yes, I had been the king's fool. I had lived in a castle, worn silks, however patched, dined on venison and custard, and traded wits with powerful men. I had experienced both highs and lows. Now I was no one of importance. Despite feeling unimportant, I still sensed the same heart beating in my chest and maintained the same keen eye for absurdity in the world. In the silence of that tavern, I realized that in my own way, I still carried the truth speaker's torch. I could now speak freely about the Lord's vanity, the poor's plight, and other palace secrets. The strange privilege I once held to speak truth to power had come at enormous risk. Now I held a different sort of freedom. I could speak truth openly, but power no longer heeded. It was a lonely freedom, stripped of the glamour that once gave my words weight. I drained my ale and stepped outside into the crisp night. A thin sliver of moon hung overhead. The village was dark and sleeping. Only the distant bark of a dog and the rustle of trees kept me company. Pulling my threadbare cloak around my shoulders, I walked down the empty lane toward the inn's stable loft, where a pile of straw waited as my bed. Overhead, countless stars glittered. The same stars I used to gaze at from the castle parapets in King Edward's day. How many times had I stood by his side after a feast, pointing out a constellation or making a wish? I closed my eyes and could almost hear the king's rich laugh beside me. An ache swelled in my throat, part sorrow, part sweet reminiscence. "Ah, Edward," I murmured to the sky. "They took your fool away, but they'll never quite rid me of you." Perhaps it was a foolish thing to say, but then foolishness had always been my trade. I climbed into the loft and lay down on the straw. Through a gap in the roof I could just see a splash of stars. I thought of the people I had been, the eager young jester, the broken wretch in the stocks, the unlikely hero on the battlefield, the trusted friend, and now the vagabond storyteller. Which was the real me? Perhaps all of them, perhaps none. As I drifted to sleep, I found myself smiling in the dark. I had played my part in the grand pageant of kings and clowns, and though my costume was torn and my stage now a humble inn, I still had my wits, my memories, and my voice. In the morning I would move on to the next village and the next crowd. Maybe I'd make them laugh, maybe I'd make them think. Either way, the spirit of the king's fool lived on as long as I drew breath. Whatever tomorrow brings, I will meet it as I always have, with a jest on my tongue, a tear in my eye, and hope in my foolish heart.